go. I get pad thai, drunk noodles, cow pad prick, all the good stuff, the rice.
Did you say cow pie?
I will take Thai food. I'm pretty thrilled with that.
Okay.
That brings Behind the Glass up for back-to-back picks.
Okay, so we had just mentioned Thai food as something. So this is a very good pick.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great pick by you.
No,
So,
not a reach for those out there in the audience that thought so.
yes. Oh, you could have gotten Thai food.
We could have waited around on Thai food. Trade
look,
back.
We have had two very good culturally, we talk about culture fits for the organization. John, American food. Costa, Italian food. We're going the perfect cultural fit here at our second round pick, Polish food.
I was hoping that was going to make it through.
Pierogi. Gołąbki, pigs in a blanket, kielbasa. How about the desserts? Krustiki, punchki. That's a solid.
Oh,
I
yeah.
like that.
Oh, yeah.
Solid pick
Yeah,
for
thanks,
us.
Gonna do
Coach
well
Larry.
here.
Yep.
We're going to go with Polish food, our second round pick. For third, this is a little bit off the board. Let's go with Lebanese food, a little spice for us.
Okay.
Lebanese.
Oh, I like that pick. Lebanese.
All right.
Puts me up. I'm going to go with German food.
Oh, you dog.
I know you're picking right after me. I know it's not going to make it another round. Sausage, beer, pretzels, German chocolate. Give me the Germans.
So me and Greg were talking about German when we were trying to prepare for this, and I just said to Greg, I go, I'm taking a Polish sausage any day over a brat. And I can't stand sauerkraut. I find it's one of those things like broccoli. If it stinks, I can't eat it. And I can't imagine eating something that I don't even like the smell.
But a brat's better than kielbasa.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Some debate. All right, John.
All right. So wait. Say that again. I got to write it down. Make sure.
I took German. They had
German.
Lebanese.
Okay. All right. I am going to take. I'm going to continue my trend here. I'm going to take Canadian cuisine, namely Canadian bacon.
You get poutine?
Yeah, I get poutine. I get all of that great stuff that comes north of the border, and so yeah, I'm going to go Canadian cuisine.
So this is Heather back to back, and she is feverishly searching.
I have no. I
Her board is empty. She's the general manager who has no picks left.
like a Spanish cuisine.
Okay, tapas.
There you go.
Yeah, that's good.
You say topless?
Tapas.
Well-
Oh.
I mean, you could do that as well.
Oh, okay.
You've been to Europe.
Yes.
Little nude beach scene.
And I don't know if this goes in because I don't eat any of this food, so I sorry if I'm wrong. Can I do like Mediterranean, or does that go into what you chose with your Lebanese?
That's a critical question, guys.
Let's call it Greek.
Yeah, you can do Greek.
okay.
You'd seem disappointed.
I
in
don't
that.
like feta. That's all I think of when I think of Greek cuisine.
Wait. So we're modifying what you took?
Well, she wants to take Middle Eastern, but is Lebanese
But
also
yeah,
Middle
like,
Eastern?
is that combined?
we're talking shawarma. Like,
Yeah.
are we really?
Oh,
Hummus?
I think Lebanese is different than
With pita?
than Greek.
Okay, see, like,
Yeah.
You can get a pita with Greek, and you can
Fine
put little
Greek,
chicken in
fine
there.
Oh, no,
Greek.
we're going to completely change her cuisine now?
We went Lebanese with the thought that we get hummus. We get shawarma.
oh, fine.
This is a big debate.
Okay.
So it's
Wars
not
have been fought
you
over
can have the
this.
other Mediterranean stuff, but that's what we wanted.
Okay, I'll take Greek. That's fine.
All right, you didn't do terrible. All right, John, you're up.
Doesn't she get 2 picks?
I did too.
Oh, you
Spanish
did? Oh,
and
okay.
Greek.
And
All
Greek,
right.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with English cuisine.
Well, that's terrible. It's like beans on toast.
Well, I mean, you got tea and crumpets and
terrible.
A lot of cheese, a lot of English cheeses, which I love cheese. And so I'm going to go with the farmhouse cheddar and some things of that nature. So, yeah, I'm going to go English cuisine.
I feel like you just took a kicker.
I've taken all kickers, actually. American cuisine, American man food, French for French fries, Canadian for Canadian bacon, and I'm going to go English. There's
All right.
only one I won't, an English dish that I won't try. I'm not even sure I could say it. It's spotted.
Oh.
You see it in the grocery store every once in a while. I laugh every time I go by it.
My last pick is going to be Caribbean. Little jerk chicken, plantains, fried plantains. I went Caribbean with the last pick.
You know, I thought that one for us, we went to Jamaica for a honeymoon, and I thought after being there for that long that I couldn't eat this all that often. I kind of I got sick of it quick. I'm going to go for the slam dunk here, I know, with some listeners. I'm going with Hungarian.
Really?
Yes.
What's Hungarian food?
Chicken paprikash is an absolutely home run dish, and also goulash.
Oh, I like goulash.
Boom.
All right. Go through yours. We'll ask the audience who had the best draft and what's the best undrafted free agent.
So I'll go through mine. Mine's American man food. Self-described. French for French fries, Canadian bacon and everything Canadian. And there's also English, which I believe fish and chips are an English cuisine.
Yeah.
Roast beef is Yorkshire pudding. I don't know if you've ever had Yorkshire pudding.
not.
I'll take it. English breakfast. Got it. Let's go.
I feel like John drafted 4 linebackers.
Yeah. Some redundancy in the draft here.
That's okay. I am who I am, and I think my draft pretty much speaks for itself.
Yeah, that's how GMs get fired. I went Italian, Thai, German, and Caribbean. I'm very happy with that draft. That's a variety. Behind the glass?
So we had Mexican, Lebanese, Hungarian. What was the 4? Polish.
Yeah.
I think we were very strong. We debated Italian and Mexican significantly.
I'm very happy with how that broke.
And in the end, we just kind of said we could tolerate a tortilla more often than pasta.
Oh,
That we
pasta
get
forever.
I can't eat pasta like 3 times a week.
Every day.
Yeah, and that's because
Pizza
you're real.
is included in that too,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I believe it is.
In
Yes.
Italian food.
But the
That I can eat that
Italian-American-
every
we both
day.
got like carb overload was the deal breaker.
I would have gone Mexican too if you had gone Italian one. Heather, what was your 4?
Oh, the best 4 ever, apparently. Japanese, Mexican, Spanish, and Greek.
Japanese, Chinese.
Oh, yeah, what did I say? Mexican? Yeah,
yeah.
Chinese, excuse me.
All right, best undrafted free agents. I'm sure people are wondering, where is the Indian food? Korean barbecue. You guys let us know. 248-539-9797. It's the Cinco de Mayo World Cuisine Draft. It's 97-1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe the real value comes from building strong communities and relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go. And in fact, I've already used it today. I use it almost every single day. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you, the individual. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for not just me, but my entire family, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey and about your community. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
All right, I know a lot of you guys don't like going to the dentist, but it doesn't have to be stressful. Brightside Dental, it's a no-judgment place, which means if you show up, they're not going to give you a hard time if you got a cavity or if you're not religious about your flossing routine. Sometimes you just haven't been to the dentist because life gets in the way. You moved, you started a new job, you just didn't make that regular 6-month appointment, and it's been longer than you'd like to admit. Either way, Brightside Dental is accepting new patients. Again, judgment-free. There's no judgment. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays. There's 9 Metro Detroit locations, which means one's right around the corner from you. So get back in that routine. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. John, tell me you don't like trying new food without telling me you don't like to try new food. Signed, Kev.
Yep. I know what I like, and I stick to it.
People point out you can never have enough edge rushers. Good draft, John.
Thank you. Yep.
We'll read these ticket texts. We'll take these phone calls. Greg's throwing a flag on that.
I just don't think he drafted edge rushers.
He took like stand-up linebackers
Yes.
and a kicker late.
Whoa. What would you call him? American man food? A linebacker?
Like a Nebraska linebacker.
That's
like
good.
Yeah.
I thought American was good, and I think Canadian's actually a sneaky pick. But it's like the French and the
English.
It all kind of comes from the same derivative.
It sure does. Yes.
Undrafted food. Texter says best undrafted was Indian food. How does no one take Indian? Top tier cultural food. People pointing out no Korean barbecue as well.
See, when you start talking about flavors, I'm not a big fan of trying new flavors. And while, I mean, I just like, there some of them can be pungent.
So you'd like Korean barbecue does a lot of beefs and porks.
Right.
I don't love the communal eating, so I left that off the list. I know Heather got tapas, same thing.
You don't like the communal eating?
No, it's not my preference.
Oh, so if we go to a family style, you're going to order your own meal?
No, I mean, I'd participate. It just wouldn't be my preference.
Okay.
But by far, the biggest omission on the ticket text, soul food. Says, y'all need some black people in that office. How does soul food not get picked? No love for soul food. Oh, wait, hatches it in the afternoon show. Yep, they'll have a field day with us. Nobody drafted soul food. John showed his level of culture is somewhere in the basement with his draft.
Yeah, that's fine.
What else we got? 248-539-9797. This one says, Costa is as Italian as Chuck E. Cheese. We Italians don't claim a cat-owning, electric-driving lib. Anthony in Clarkston. German chocolate is not German, you goof. No, I don't mean like the chocolate from Germany is what I meant. I know like a German chocolate cake is not. Anyway. Jansen the worst, Costa the strongest. Didn't know Jim had some Howie Roseman in him. A++ draft cookies. Heather, you're not really taking many strays on here. I'm happy for you.
I mean,
You
it's
were
just a
nervous.
mediocre. It's just mediocre.
Middle of the road. It's not the best, not the worst.
It's not even all my favorite food.
You got Chinese though, and
Yeah.
that is
That protects
people
you.
love Chinese food.
Yes.
Egg rolls and that. You don't?
Not a big fan.
I was shocked by your list, John, and the somewhat
You were shocked by my list?
and
I was a little bit.
somewhat
No
lack
curveball.
of flavor. Like there's flavor, there's plenty of flavor. Don't get me wrong, but different flavors. Like, I mean, the thing is, you did get American, so you got biscuits and gravy, which is like one of my favorite things.
Sure.
But just like I don't know, there's
Does he get soul food as part of American food? He gets Cajun. He gets barbecue.
I'm not
he gets...
black.
Okay, so you can't vote on that. Let us know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let somebody else tell us.
All the flavors that I like and enjoy, I got.
Okay.
Okay, here's another analogy that I want to bring. You know the meme that all the Orioles prospects all look the same?
Yes.
That's John's draft.
Yeah, to use a baseball analogy, I think he's a pitcher that has one pitch. He's throwing the fastball, and if he gets it by you
Oh, it's a heater now.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you're
It's a
throwing
105-mile-an-hour fastball
on the black.
Oh, yeah.
But there's no changeup. There's no curveball. There's no spice variety.
If it's good, don't stray.
All right, 248-539-9797. Irish food also coming up on the ticket text. Says meat and potatoes, corned beef. Come on, John. You missed out. Dusted in Bay City. Yeah. And Chris in Commerce with a really sneaky selection. You're on 97.1.
Hey, John, super disappointed. You had such a one-dimensional pick for every pick. How could you pass on Argentinian food? It's all red meat on the grill.
Well, so
how's that happen?
Brazilian food too, right?
yeah, Brazilian food.
Yes.
Australia is also. So I Googled who eats the most red meat. And it actually came up the United States per capita, 97 kilograms per year, which I'm not going to do the conversion. Australia was number 2, and Argentina food was number 3. I had no idea they had that much red meat over there, but I'm going to definitely have to try some. Is there a certain flavor that they like to, like, what identifies it as Argentinian meat?
How it's like seasoned.
No, I mean, they have certain cuts, like they do the picanha, like Brazil, but they also put chimichurri sauce on it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That might be a little green for you, a little too much vegetable for you, but it's delicious.
Yes. Waste of space.
You're not
Just
selling
give me the meat.
by saying they're going to put some kind of vegetables and seasonings. George in Metamora, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Good.
So first of all, I mean, Costa won this by a landslide. I mean, Jamaican food in the fourth round's the best fourth-round pick since Amon Ra, right? So, Jim, great job. John, you have the cultural range my daughters did when they were 5. I mean, the only thing you didn't say was, like, mac and cheese.
That's American.
Really, John, really disappointing. I don't even think it was soul food you were scared of. I think any brown people food. Geez. That's pretty bad.
George, do you own a cat?
No, I do not. No, I
You're
don't.
saying if
It's
the
a dog,
jury's
so I'm not-
tainted
don't
here?
put me
Yeah.
there with Costa. But Costa nailed it. And Costa, the Thai food, sneaky. I thought that was the best of all the Asian cuisine. Fresh vegetables, everything's not fried. Yeah, Costa won this by a landslide. Gov and them are in second. Heather, once again, the cultural range of, like, John's sister. So, yeah, it was pretty bad for you guys.
What's
I'm
up,
well
sis?
aware. I'm all right
And
with that.
I don't think my draft should really surprise anyone.
It doesn't. But that's a different conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't think it should be surprising when people say, "Oh, I'm surprised at you." I don't think it should be very
You could
surprising.
Be disappointed at John, but don't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it's meat, and more meat served with French fries.
Yeah, with Thai food, by the way, you get a low roll variance.
Yeah.
That's going to be a solid pick. Like, the floor for Thai food's very good.
So I had it near the top of the board, but when Heather went back-to-back Asian food, I knew I couldn't wait on Thai. I actually had Thai ahead of Chinese, but I was going to settle for Chinese if Thai was off the board. Everything fell nearly perfect for me. I've never, I mean, all the stupid drafts we do, I end up with some of the worst selections. I'm a little stunned at how well that went, to be honest. I'm just going to bask in it. Bob in Ortonville, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning, Heather. I've got one that I think could have went first round, but it could have been a sleeper, which would have totally won the draft. John, I need you to pull up the Google machine and look up South African braai and spell it Brai. You're going to absolutely love it.
Okay, Barri.
It's a barbecue.
Brai.
It's on, what, hot flames or coals?
Yes.
Looks pretty good, actually. This is sneaky.
It's amazing. It could have easily won you the draft, John, in the fourth round.
But people wouldn't have known what it is. He would have had to explain it, but it does look really good.
So South African braai is a South African word for barbecue, a communal gathering around a grill where meat is roasted and enjoyed with family and friends. I'm going to have to try. I mean, that's basically
100%.
my weekend.
It's yep, exactly. It's amazing.
Okay.
Never heard of it. Yeah, it looks great. Bob, appreciate the phone call.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a braai master. There's often a designated braaier or braai master who is in charge of managing the fire and grilling the meat. I'm gonna have to tell the kids now to refer to me as the braai master. Maybe I can get one of those aprons.
There you go.
The braai master.
Tom and Greg had an amazing draft and are undoubtedly number one. Show them more love. Hungarian food is decent, but had they chosen Japanese or Indian food as the final pick, they would have had an all-timer.
Well,
Jared.
Japanese was already off the.
Yeah, we couldn't get that. So we discussed, because of Heather and the unknown, could Chinese have actually fallen to us at 8? And we said probably not. So our backup would have been Japanese and then Thai.
But you got Middle Eastern food, which I think was
so we
me
were
too.
happy to get that, and then I thought, in terms of just both what we liked, the Polish was huge, and then the Hungarian is kind of based on something me more than Greg, but I'm telling you what, we did steal pasta a little bit with getting goulash.
Yeah.
So, and that's why you like it so much.
I do.
As you
It
said.
is Italian adjacent.
Yeah. I mean, and in my defense, I would have stepped out of the flavor palette that I have if Polish food would have been available.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
was a good pick.
I mean,
Puchki fan.
Yeah, I think you've ate a lot of kielbasa in your life.
I have had, yes, a
would
fair
assume
share.
that.
Yes.
John sounds like he picked his favorite foods at 6 and decided that's enough.
Same with my haircut. It's been the same. It's been the same since I came out of the womb. So is my palate.
All right, there's your food draft. We're going to talk Tiger baseball as the hour rolls on. It's 97.1.
Hey, speaking of food, if you like red meat, you like protein, Ideal U is the place you got to go because it's a real Whole Foods. And maybe you woke up this morning, didn't like the way the clothes fit. You know, you're one of those individuals that doesn't like being in pictures. Ideal U can make you happy being in those pictures again, and it can only take 40 days. You could lose 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal U. And I know the program works. I know it really works because I lost 50 pounds in 40 days with Ideal U. If you book today, Ideal U is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free, and you're going to find out everything you need to know about your body and how it is built. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. They're going to assign you a weight loss coach and build a plan that works specifically for you. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days as we approach summer and be happy getting in that swimsuit, those clothes, and taking those pictures again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
All right, so we've all been hearing about the Real ID, right? And TSA has been warning everyone that you need to get this Real ID. And they've been warning people for years. It's not something that just popped up. But now, of course, it's time to get serious. And the TSA says that if you don't have a Real ID by Wednesday, you better get to the airport at least 3 hours early because you'll be subject to delays and additional screening. And even then, you still might not be cleared to fly. So if you don't know what a Real ID is, you can check your ID. And if you have that star up in the right-hand corner, and they've changed, it could be like the state of Michigan with the star or a circle with the star, this gold star, that signifies that you have a Real ID. You're all set. You're good to go. If you don't have that, that means you just have a basic ID. You need to go get your Real ID. Now, so starting on Wednesday, a regular old driver's license will no longer be enough to board a flight anywhere within the U.S. This is not for international travel. This is just for any flights. So if you don't have a Real ID, you'll need to bring a U.S. passport.
That'll work.
If you have that, that works just fine. There's other documents you can bring as well that will work. A permanent resident card, a border crossing card, a Nexus card. There's other things on this list that will still get you on a plane. Okay, if you don't have any of those things, you need to get to the airport as early as you can, and you need to bring many other IDs with your photo as you can, right? You need to bring as many documents that prove who you are. And basically, it's up to them to decide, okay, fine, you have all these documents, you're good to board. Or they can say like, no, you know what? This isn't enough. You don't get to fly.
The problem is if you're going somewhere and coming back, it may be enough for those in Detroit to say, yeah, you can fly, but if you're going to come back, well, no.
All of a sudden, Atlanta says, no, follow the rules. I also think about people who are going to be flying and are following the rules. And if they end up getting delayed because all the other people aren't following the rules.
I'm really hoping that there's going to be,
somebody at the front of the line.
Real ID,
or
passports,
back of the line.
whatever. You got all the correct document, go.
If not,
step
you
over here.
Step over here. Yeah.
Right. Let's hope it goes like that. Otherwise, it could delay people who are prepared.
I'll speak for the people who are annoyed by this. How does this make us safer? Like, you could have a Real ID and still be a threat on the plane, right? You could have a passport and still be a threat on the plane. So how does this make us safer? You still got to go through security. It's another hoop that I think people are annoyed to jump through.
Yeah, it's so silly. It's so easy to do. It's so easy to get a Real ID. It really is. You can schedule an appointment at the Secretary of State. You bring some documents, boom, you got it. But
it is. It's so easy to do.
I'm one stubborn person, and I don't.
Why aren't you going to do it?
I haven't done it
yet.
I
am not going to do it until I have to go renew my license in person. Because I have a passport, and I'm just going to fly
but
with
at some point, you're going to have to renew your passport.
Well, yeah, I'll do.
You have 10 years to do that.
I'll do that when I need to do that. I just.
And you can do that by mail.
Stubborn.
You don't have to go in to renew your passport. So.
And it's so easy to go. It's so easy to get a Real ID. It really is.
Yeah.
We're
just lazy and stubborn.
Yeah, maybe lazy is the right word, but also stubborn a little bit. Because it is easy. And I live right across the street from Secretary of State. It's super easy.
And you can make an appointment. I know nobody wants to wait an hour. You can make an appointment.
Yes, you can.
So I am. Anyway, we'll see how it goes when I do fly with my passport. If I like holding on to that.
Yeah. Versus your tiny license.
Yeah, exactly. But I carry a purse, which is different than you guys. A passport fits right in the purse.
I don't know, Jim. Does it fit in your purse?
Stop it. I knew you were going to say something.
So Lady Gaga played for 2.5 million people during this free concert in Rio de Janeiro on Saturday. And that actually broke the record for the highest attended concert by a female artist in history, which is pretty incredible. Madonna held the record previously when she played for 1.6 million people, actually at that exact same beach.
Oh, wow.
Almost exactly a year ago. So that's pretty cool. Now, the show did go off without a hitch. Without a hitch.
AJ. I'm sure he wasn't there.
The opener maybe didn't show up.
But there was this attempted attack by this group that tried to recruit teenagers to bomb the show, which sounds terrifying. Yeah. Brazilian police actually raided the homes of 15 suspects. They arrested 2 people, including the group's leader. Lady Gaga and her team didn't even realize this was taking place. They found out about this bomb plot after the show. Mike Tirico had to step away from the Kentucky Derby coverage after suffering from an allergic reaction. Yeah, so people pointed out right away on social media that he just didn't seem right. Like something felt off with him. One person said Mike Tirico sounds like he should be in bed sleeping, not covering the Derby. Another said, why are we pretending like Mike Tirico is okay? Something is very wrong. A lot of people were pointing out that his voice didn't seem up to par. And then later, the guy who replaced him on the broadcast let everybody know that Tirico did suffer from, he's got like a peanut allergy, suffered from an allergic reaction, and he's doing okay, but not going to be back on the broadcast. So he's all right. University of Michigan presidents. Yes, exactly. Santa Ono is leaving Ann Arbor.
Was that Mike?
Yeah. To become the president of the University of Florida. Boys, let me finish.
Sorry.
It's okay. I could have paused, but then it got awkward. So anyway, he let the Michigan community know that he plans to assume his new role later this summer. He called serving as Michigan's president for the past 3 academic years a distinct honor.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Heather with the news. Let's talk a little Tigers. Took 3 of 4 over the weekend against the Angels. Best record in the American League. And we continue to buzz about this baseball team, John.
Javier Baez. Colt Keith, Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green. I mean, Zach McKinstry, fire up chips. It's a lineup that is striking fear into some pitchers.
You had the stat, it was in the update too. 20 home runs in the last week. It's the most in a week since 2004, I believe is what Dustin said.
So.
Yeah. I'll trust Dustin on that one. We knew they'd pitch well. We knew they'd be in a division race. I didn't think they'd race out to first place the way they have. And you're right, it's not any one bat. I know Torque's gotten a lot of love. The team leader in WAR is Baez.
There are so many things that now that we're, 35 games into the season, if we had told you, and we played that game, if we told you that Javier Baez was going to be the leader in WAR
I'd say
after
the team's
35
terrible.
games. Right. Yeah. I mean, everybody else is just awful.
Yeah.
That's not the case.
Nope.
If we told you at this point, Torque, first of all, would be on the roster, but he would be leading with 10 home runs. If we told you that even a
Zach
couple
McKinstry with a 10-game hit streak, he was a fringe roster guy.
yeah, or Kerry Carpenter is hitting lefties.
Or they lose their starting catcher and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, their starting catcher who has not been there, their starting center fielder who has not been there, still not going to be there for probably another month.
Starting third baseman.
If we had told you all of these things were happening, but yet the Tigers were going to have the best record in the American League after 35 games, you would have thought we were all smoking something.
Well, we were candidly.
Or we would be in Heather's food group, the gummies.
Yeah, can I put that in there?
Candy. We thought this team, I don't know, 80, 82, fighting 500, see what happens. John, they've been so much better than anybody anticipated. I feel like you have to have bought in right now. So we will ask a buy-in question of you, the Tiger fan. And if you're holding out for some reason, I'd love to know why. 248-539-9797. Tom, at one point, you were a little confrontational pre-show today. You go, Jim, I don't even think you're bought in enough. So it's levels of buy-in, too.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like there's something about this team and lack of, quote, star power that kind of makes people think this isn't real. And it's because you're putting two guys together and making them one situationally. You're playing matchups. People, it's somewhat Moneyball to a degree. And the fact that they do it so much in mix and match, it's like they do that. They have those things at the grocery store all the time. It's like the Tigers are doing that every night. And I think it's phenomenal to watch. It's kind of with Harrison and Hinch being, I think, just in lockstep together on this, and this is the way we're going to win now until we can add more stars or we develop more stars. I just don't think people think this is sustainable to a degree, or maybe this doesn't win in the playoffs. And I think that's a healthy debate for later in the year. They continue to play well. Their record since they got hot last year in August, their regular season record's 53-28. Like that, wow. That's torrid baseball. How can you not buy in? We had people when we did this topic kind of 2 weeks ago that said, this is still a 75-win team.
Torque will cool off. And
they're winning their games against bad teams like Seattle, by the way, who is 20-13. Mm-hmm. It's just all fake. It's all fake. This team wins baseball games. You might not like the way they put it together because it's non-traditional, but I just think some people don't think this is sustainable. And then I don't get why when I just gave you half a season record and they're winning nearly 2 out of 3 games.
So the question of buy-in, like to what degree, Tom, if I'm not there yet, like what degree of buy-in do you think is appropriate right now? Like I think they're winning this division based on everything we've seen right now.
But you've pivoted from an 82 win team
to a 90 plus.
Yeah, so you're buying in there to a degree, but like how much more are you willing to buy? Like do you think there's a chance they could run away with this division?
It's in play. I mean, people have compared them to the 06 Tigers. They have the same record through 35 games. The 06 Tigers at one point got 40 games above 500.
So when you look at the division, the Cleveland Guardians have won 20 games. They're a game and a half back. Their run differential is minus 23. I don't know how they are a 20-14 team with a run differential minus 23 compared to the Tigers, who are 22-13. Again, a game and a half better.
And the best run differential in baseball.
The best run differential in baseball, and certainly the best run differential in the American League, plus 63. Now, Kansas City is starting to come on a little bit. They struggled, but they're still struggling to score runs. What did we talk about last year? There were a team last year that added a lot to their pitching staff, and their pitching staff has been good, but they've only scored 120 runs. And it's how did the Tigers get here? Because in 22, let's just have a little history lesson here. In 2022, this team was dead last through the entire season of scoring runs. And our conversation at that time was, it is boring. And I'll tell you how they've gotten here when we come back.
Okay, we'll get to that next. We want to know your level of buy-in. If you're still holding out, what more do you need to see? It's 97.1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Bombs away in Anaheim. Dickerson on the call. Green with 2 homers in the 9th inning, the only player in Major League Baseball history to do it. They had 13 homers in the 4-game series, 8 different Tigers getting on the action, and a bunch of them hitting 2 homers. Green, Torque, Baez, Sweeney, Colt Keith. All these guys going yard multiple times. And pre-show, we're talking about buy-in. And Tom goes, Jim, I don't even know if you're all the way bought in. And I don't know what that means. We're talking level of buy-in. I think this team's 90 wins. I'm right there with you, John. Division favorite, should win the division. Level of buy-in. We've asked that question. And, John, you were in the middle of a history lesson before we ran into the clock there.
Yeah, and so, I mean, you go back to 2022, and this team was dead last in runs scored. 530 for the season. I'm not going to waste your time with a whole bunch of those numbers, but they were dead last. In 2023, they were marginally better, 100-plus runs better, but they were still 26 of 30. Last year, middle of the pack, 18 of 30. Currently, this is a team that ranks 4th in runs scored. They're also, after this 7-day stretch, they are 5th in the amount of home runs in all of Major League Baseball. These are not just American League. It's not just their division. This is all of baseball. So the power has been there, which we all love to see home runs. It's more exciting to watch. You pair the amount of runs they're scoring with the home runs with this pitching staff, and now all of a sudden it's not only winning games, but it's exciting baseball to watch.
So the reason I don't think you're bought in is because I think no matter, you can't get past that they need, if they spent more, they'd be even better. I think that Chapman and the Bregman the last 2 years is that you think if they spent, they would just be better. Like we got this one text.
Is that really a bad opinion? Like, I'm not trying to drag this team down. I don't think I've done that at all in the last month. They've been a great story, but is it wrong to suggest they'd be better if they had an MVP candidate playing third base?
Sure. I mean, you could say, if they had Bregman, would they be better? Sure.
Yeah, but I haven't been.
If they had Chapman, would they be better? Yes. If they had Aaron Judge, would they be better?
But I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not holding that over their head.
But I think okay, I get to a point here. They're 22-13. How much better can you get?
Well, are they the World Series favorite? No, it's probably still the Dodgers.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. No. I think that for them to win the World Series this year is still that would be way ahead of time.
So what level of buy-in is appropriate given how well they're playing? Like, should we think they're winning the pennant? Like, what level of belief is justified
this
right now?
Team is highly competitive. They have been 53-28 in their last 81 games, doing math on the fly. That's half a season, and I just get the feeling, and maybe you're in this category or not, people think it's cute. You know, it wins. And most teams in baseball lose 70-plus games a season, okay? And they're probably going to be right around that.
They're going to hit a stretch at some point.
Baseball is you eventually get to a point where you're still going to lose a ton of games in a season, and you get a bunch of guys who really, if I can get 2 guys to hit, 260 and provide some power in a platoon situation, that isn't as sexy as having Alex Bregman. And his numbers aren't that much better. You guys see what I'm saying? Like, baseball is such a weird place where most players are kind of the same. Or if I can make two players be one and save money, I don't care what they spend. They could spend $1 and win. They could spend $500 million and win. I just want to win.
I think when you're talking about getting one player out of 2, that's where the depth of this team, having a bat in Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green back to hitting the way he was last year, having all of these guys that are not lighting the world on fire, but individually they're doing their part. A.J. Hinch has done a masterful job. Last year it was all about pitching chaos and the matchups that he was trying to create from the mound. Now he's doing that as well, not having to do it as much because you actually have 5 starters. But now with a lineup that has hitters in it, he is putting guys in position to be successful. Javier Baez is in position to be successful because he doesn't have to be an everyday player. The matchups is what AJ Hinch is
and they're
creating.
allowed to do that because they don't have stars that have big egos. You can't do this with a lineup that has big stars and big egos because they're going to want to play more, and then so that they can make more money.
Yeah, but let's slow our roll here a little bit. The Tigers wanted Bregman. It's not like they chose this route over Bregman. They were right to want Bregman. He's top 5 in baseball in hits, total bases, WAR. They'd be better with him. You're not a bad person if you bring it up, although I'm not holding that against them right now. I mean, this start has been phenomenal.
But their timeline and their clock, they wanted him for 2 years.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them for that. Look, does he make their team better? I'm not trying to argue he doesn't. What I'm simply saying is that they're not going to completely give up all their rights and what they want to do for the future just because he wants a 1-year deal.
Ticket texture this might be the person you're talking about. Says, I will not buy in until they make an actual move to show they're serious. If and when they buy at the deadline is when I will buy in. They do have a chance at the deadline. We're still 2 months away plus.
Well, please tell me you're at least watching along the way because you're missing out on some fun baseball.
Yeah, could you imagine?
I'm going to wait until the trade deadline. I'm going to wait until NFL training camp starts.
Don't do that.
And then if they're still good and they actually buy at that time, then I'll buy in. That's ridiculous.
I think you could draw the line that is where they could decide to be World Series, I don't know about favorites because the Dodgers are the Dodgers, but we're going for it.
Sure.
That's when they can signify to their fan base, we're trying to take this to that level.
That's where the excitement can reach a fevered pitch.
Yes.
Because in previous years, it's been, are they going to trade Skubal? They ended up trading Flaherty. A couple of years ago, what are they going to do with Erod? They ended up doing nothing, and we were bummed. Now it's, instead of selling, it's who are they going to go to get to make the team even better, to go from a pennant team to a World Series contender. And they may already be a World Series contender.
Like, if you want to be a World Series contender, I think you have a very fun conversation as who's the number 2 pitcher on this team.
Yeah.
Flaherty's been okay, but 3.79 ERA is kind of getting just at that line
the
where...
sixth inning's kind of been his nemesis lately.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then do you have the bullpen to carry him then?
Look, the mixing and matching with AJ, I feel pretty confident in all that. We'll get more of your ticket text. We do have open lines, guys. Your level of buy-in. They took 3 or 4 against the Angels. They continue to do the unthinkable. They continue to mash in addition to pitch at a high level. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tigers winning the series against the Angels 3-4 and taking yesterday's finale in an offensive outburst of 13-1. Kerry Carpenter and Trey Sweeney each with 4 hits and a homer. Carpenter getting 5 RBIs while Sweeney snagged 6. Tigers with the series against the 6-win Rockies beginning tomorrow. Detroit entering that series still atop the American League at 22 wins. Meanwhile, the NHL playoffs begin their second round tonight as the Maple Leafs take on the Panthers. Then in the NBA, their second round with a pair of games begin tonight. Celtics hosting the Knicks for Game 1, while OKC begins their series with Denver. In golf, it was a big win in the CJ Cup. Byron Nelson for Scotty Scheffler as he shoots for 31 under. His 8-shot lead proving to be the biggest in tournament history. And in the UFL, the Michigan Panthers defeat the DC Defenders 38-14. Michigan quarterback and MVP favorite Bryce Perkins throwing for 2 touchdowns and a rushing in for 1 as well. Finally, Saturday, 7-1 odds, a horse named Sovereignty ends up winning the Kentucky Derby. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can head to 971theticket.com.
Talking about your level of buy-in with the Tigers who just keep winning. Basically a discussion about how real this is. 90 wins, division champs, postseason run, World Series, all that stuff. Level of buy-in, and the ticket texts have been flying in. We've got the open lines, 248-539-9797. Texter says, I buy in, all in. Honestly, I thought we were going to contend for the wild card. Now I'm getting to the point I'd be stunned if they don't win the division, Tom in Flat Rock.
I don't think what the Guardians have right now is very sustainable. You look at their run differential, and they've done enough to win games. I just don't think it's sustainable, and I don't think Kansas City, while their pitching staff may be good, they're just not scoring enough runs.
The Tigers show that confidence has a snowball effect. Playoff gave them some, and now they're playing at their full potential. Well, I'd say this isn't their full potential. They don't have Veerling or Meadows yet, and they don't have any deadline addition that we anticipate they'll make. They should add at the deadline.
Well,
if they're in first place.
that's so far away. We haven't even discussed what they should do at the deadline.
They're getting even better. Like, they should only get better from here, which should fill people with a ton of confidence. Even if you don't think they're quite on the World Series level right now, you should have confidence in that there are reinforcements coming in the form of getting healthy, and they should be adding at the deadline. Ticket Texter says, I bought in for the opposite reason that Tom said. The fact that they don't have a star is why I'm buying in. It's a different player every day. AJ is playing genius with his matchups. They play to the strengths. And by the way, I paid money to watch this team streaming. I'm bought in.
There you go. If you're going to buy the app so that you can watch more games. I talked about it last week. This is a team that people want to see. And I do think that's a great point, that you're not just tuning in to see Riley Green. You're not just tuning in. Now, Skubal starts. Everybody wants to see a Skubal start. But you also want to see Jackson Jobe take the mound. Casey Mize has been terrific.
Yep.
And now you want to see, yesterday, I don't know that we see a 6 RBI performance from Trey Sweeney very often, but you have different guys stepping up on different days.
Like, how about Olsen the last few starts here? I mean, he's getting swings and misses, that changeup, that slider low in the zone.
Yeah.
This staff we thought they could be top 5 in baseball.
They're there.
Yeah, they are. Ticket Texter says, I will not buy in until they hit 10 above 500 or at least 5 up in the division.
Okay, 10 above 500, so maybe Wednesday morning.
With a rain out, maybe it's Thursday.
Maybe Wednesday afternoon. It's in between doubleheader, in between games.
Texter says, I completely bought in. I'm loving what I'm seeing. I think people might be hesitant because in this day and age, it doesn't seem like you're allowed to win big unless you, quote, buy a championship. See Dodgers. We don't have that big money roster, which I think is fine. Charlie and Troy.
Yeah, I mean, you think it's the big money. I mean, it's so funny to have people right now, because they are winning, and you can like it for whatever reason, but now they like it that they're winning and they didn't spend money. Like, what are we supposed to do with Chris Ilitch now?
John, stop at the first part. You like it that they're winning.
Period.
Like,
right.
What's fun baseball? What's exciting baseball? Winning. It's the sport that I think is the most dictated how much you enjoy watching it, regardless of strategy, if it wins.
Yes, because there's 162 of them. Yeah, there's 162 of them. And if you can win more of those than you lose, especially if you're winning series after series after series, then yeah, winning is fun. I mean, it's not a newsflash.
Guys, you know this. It doesn't take 1 or 2 people to win games. It takes a whole team. That's what we see out of this team, a collective, one of the best managers in the game. 90 wins is within reason. I love this team. I've bought in, and I can't wait for the playoffs.
I mean, one of the things I think gets overlooked a lot is just their aggressive nature, their ability to go first to third. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm telling you what, that lights a fire in a team when they can do that, when they got that green light and you play that kind of baseball. When you're on the field playing like that, it does it at any age that you play. It's like, we're gonna attack, and they're all in to.
Well, because all it takes is the other team has a throw up the line,
yeah,
and we got him. We got to him.
I just hope Joey Cora doesn't have a rotator issue, rotator cuff issue, because that windmill, I mean, he has been whipping it.
You're right about that. Calling Javi that stupid name wasn't funny the last 20 times. Grow up, stop being annoying, have respect for the guy. He's playing great.
Yes. Well, as we know him as Javi, not great. As we know him as Javier, he's been great. You're just annoying. Now
the Tigers are doing it too, though. The Tigers are doing it too. Come on, guys, have a little fun with us. Another one says, no one thought Torque and Baez would perform like this. This is completely unfair to act like we never needed Bregman. Sound the smarm alarm on yourself, Gov. Oh.
Hey, I'll agree with the Torque and Baez, but I still think even if they were maybe not contributing quite as much, this team would have survived this part of the season. And that's all we asked for going into the start of the season was be 500 when we get to May. Well, they're above 500 9 games because of what Baez and Torque have provided.
No one, and I say no one, I could almost say other than Torque, his mom, and his significant other, thought that he would be a contributor on this team.
Not like this. I mean, the Tigers themselves moved.
Not like this. Not at all. No one even thought he would be on the roster.
Colt Keith moving to first base was a statement by the Tigers that they didn't think that we would see
and
this.
I would counter the Torque and Baez. Yes, they're why they're this good.
Yeah.
But they expected a lot from Colt Keith, and they haven't got it.
Right.
I mean, he's cost them 2 games in my mind in the field.
But his bat's waking up. So I think all is said and done, like, they're going to get quite a bit out of Colt Keith this season.
Let's hope.
And it's a good problem to have because we remember we asked AJ during that first homestand, and he's like, well, we'll figure it out basically. Like there's no Torres is going to play second. Well, that means Keith can play second on off days, DH. They can play him at first. Too many good bats is a really good problem to have. And they're going to run into it a little bit here when Vierling comes back. So Vierling did a rehab assignment yesterday in Toledo. He was the DH. They'll work him into the field. John, I ask you the question. Who's the odd man out when Vierling does rejoin the team, maybe in the next week or two here?
It's probably Jace Young, even though I loved his defense. And here's why this team is good, right? They're getting production at the plate from most guys, not Jace Young. Defensively, they've been good. In the field, they've made great plays. And we see it with Javi going over the wall to make a catch, the things he's done in center field. But to your point, who's going to go down when Vierling is available and comes up? I think it's probably going to be Jace Young. And that's most likely because Vierling will bring a bat along with a good glove at third base. And right now, Jace Young, that's all he does is play third base.
I think it'll be Jace Young. The other name, Tom, you had said this off air, the other name would be Justin Henry Malloy.
Yeah. I mean, he's not hitting the cover off the ball. He's only got 1 home run. He's batting under 200.
He doesn't bring plus defense.
Yeah.
So at least with Jace Young, you could say, hey, you got a glove. And I think it'd be one of those 2 guys that'll go down. And then the other one will go down if and when Meadows comes back.
Yeah. And then what happens when Manuel Margot is healthy? Because he was signed.
He was only here as like an injury replacement.
But I mean, his bat was actually pretty decent through 6 games. 6 games.
Yeah. I mean, who else can you even send down at that? Like Andy Ibanez is gone at that point. I think they'll keep Andy Ibanez over Margot.
So, yeah.
And the other question is, Javi Baez has the highest WAR on this team. Where's he playing when Meadows is in center and Vierling's playing third? Sweeney, I mean, I guess it'll just come down to who's hot in matchups, which is great, but Javi won't have a home.
I think it'll come down to matchups more than who's hot. And last year when Parker Meadows came up, what was the issue? He came up for 2 or 3 games and he was dynamic, and then it was a hammy.
Right.
I think they're going to try and make sure that everybody stays fresh, everybody stays healthy, and it's still going to be about matchups. Does Javi provide a better bat against a certain pitching matchup versus Parker Meadows? Parker Meadows, obviously defensively, he's a true center fielder.
When you could do stuff too, pinch run with some of these guys if they don't start the game, pinch hit. We know AJ's very aggressive with those decisions in game. A texter says, if you guys wanted a big move, how about the fact that they DFA'd Maeda, Dave in Detroit, willing to eat the money?
Yeah, you were just hoping that to happen two weeks earlier. I mean, you were just about to give another strike.
No, I was not. But speaking of that, Ron wants to know, he says, I'm waiting for Cookies to apologize to Scott Harris. His comments on the local GMs are generally based on criticism of what they aren't doing as opposed to giving them credit when it's deserved. Oh, yeah, I think Scott Harris has done a good job.
I was just waiting to see what you were going to say.
I need to pour my soul. I think he's done such a good job of upgrading the young talent on this baseball team. And you can see it even in the records in AA and AAA, that there is a full top-to-bottom system buy-in. I mean, they have one of the best farm systems in baseball, and they've got guys that should be valuable not only as call-ups, but trade chips. And that will be the next step for Scott Harris is he's repaired this organization. It's now, what will he do to get them to that next level?
See, I would say you did apologize to him because your apology word or your word you use to criticize is strike. You removed the strike last year when they made the playoffs. Strike 2. He took it away. To me, that's your way of saying I'm sorry.
Check swing.
I think we peeled down to first base, and it was upon further review, not this glaring issue for Scott Harris.
What's it going to take to get rid of the Eduardo strike?
So I think it'll be a trade deadline move because Erod was a trade deadline mishap.
Well, how about this?
He was also saddled with him and terms in that contract that weren't agreed to by Scott Harris. Okay, I'm not going to redo the trade deadline from 2 years ago.
But how about this? You talk about working yourself into a hitter's count. He's all about owning the zone.
Yeah.
There's ways that you end up taking some balls in this at-bat. So I think the Flaherty trade last year and then getting him back, that earns a ball in the count, does it not? And you're setting yourself up. If you can get a 2-1, 3-1 count, you're going to get something juicy. You're going to have that one big thing that puts this team in the World Series, right?
Juicy balls.
Juicy balls. All right, we're going to talk some Pistons basketball later
I am
in
not
the
a
hour.
participant in this. I just want to make sure everybody is clear. I'm not a participant.
You don't want to talk about Scott Harris's balls this morning. All
John,
right.
grow up. Come on.
All right, at 8:35. Sorry, Heather. 8:35.
Funny every time.
The headline. I loved reading what people were saying about the Pistons. Even though they lost in the first round, everybody's pretty optimistic. The headline, can the Pistons resist the summer of temptation? We'll get to that coming up at 8:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, we're in that time of year where some days it's AC, some days it's heat. Eventually, it's going to be all air conditioning. But if your heat or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did. Call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work, listen to this, with a 5-year warranty. So you know you're covered. They've got great deals going on right now for a new furnace or air conditioning, and they can get you installed quickly. They've got generators in stock as well. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
People care about the Pistons again. It's great. We're going to talk about them at 8:35. The headline, can the Pistons resist a summer of temptations? Now comes the hard part. Can they afford to stay patient? We'll get to it. There's some names out there, a healthy debate about how the summer should go for Detroit. Talking a lot about the Tigers. Some ticket text says, not having a big money roster is good for now, but it will hurt this team deep in the playoffs if they don't spend more to get better. We've seen the first series with the Dodgers, that they'll hit a whole different gear and blow us off the field. On the spend money crowd, they drive me insane. Shut up. It's why patience with young prospects pays off. In 3 years, we'll have a high payroll just to keep our current players.
Well, that could be down the road. And if you're worried about the Dodgers, that means you're worried about what's going to happen in the World Series.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
I'm all in on the Tigers. Got a tattoo this weekend. All the way in.
Oh, wow.
I'm curious, could you follow up which one of the 13 home runs they hit against the Angels pushed you over the top?
Yeah, and what's the tattoo and where?
Like the Old English D. That's cool.
Where would you put it?
Yeah, or the tiger head?
On your arm. Yeah. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
you would think.
Anywhere
Yeah,
you
yeah, maybe on the shoulder. Yeah.
Tigers may be loaded this year. It gives me a 2006 vibe. No stars, a lot of good guys, and they play as a team. It was a fun summer, 2006. And it feels like we're setting up for another really fun summer.
It's already been fun.
Yeah. Well, it's not even summer yet, and it's fun. Texter says, Gov, stop covering for cookies. Let him be an adult and apologize to Harris and Hinch. You're always giving him an out. The Hinch thing, I think we've settled that deal. I laughed at my stupid question. I said he should have won Manager of the Year. I'm pretty glowing in my praise of A.J. Hinch.
Yeah, you think he's done a good job.
Yes, I do think he's done a good job. And I think Scott Harris has done a good job.
Yeah.
All criticism aside. And I think, look, at the time, I felt that way. I felt it was warranted. What he did at the deadline ended up working out brilliantly because they end up getting Flaherty back and they stock up their system.
That's not the strike he still has.
No, I know. Well, the first year, he misplayed the Erod thing. And the third base question is a fair question, although they have found their right-handed bat in Torkelson. I don't think he anticipated finding his right-handed bat in Spencer Torkelson. So I'm supposed to apologize
Sometimes things
for that.
work out.
It did, and I'm very happy he's the president of baseball operations for the Detroit Tigers. Is that what people want to know?
I mean, in case they didn't hear, what was that?
I like that he's the president of baseball operations for the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, I think that's what people want to know.
Okay. I mean, they want me to grovel. I'm so sorry, Scott.
No. Groveling's not. It's beneath you.
Thank you. All right. Ticket text 248-539-9797 says Dingler is the game changer. When you can hit at the catcher spot, that changes your lineup dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, currently he's hitting 300, but his OPS right now is 803. If you're getting that production from the catcher,
that's how you have a 1 through 9 lineup.
Yeah.
When we get Parker Meadows back, it'll be a big deal. He's the most important Tiger outside of Scooble, according to the ticket texter.
Could be. I know Tom had that stat last year of the games that they won with Parker Meadows in the lineup. And I do think getting him back because of the threat he is on the base paths.
He was a 100-win player the way he was pacing them.
Right.
You know?
The issue is going to be when he comes back, how long does it take him to get up to speed? And how often can he get to first base? Can he draw walks? Can he just hit singles? Can he just be a guy that gets on first base? Because for him, a single, it turns into a double with the stolen base
Exactly. I think, to me, if he can hit like he did last year in the second half of the season, that will really make a difference on this team. Because then you're putting that at the top of the lineup with that speed. I mean, when they get Vierling back, he was a 2.9 WAR player last year, and Meadows was a 2.2. So you're adding that to this team already. I mean, and I still think AJ will be relatively consistent in matchups to a degree. I mean, remember last year, Meadows, well, if he was facing a righty, he'd hit leadoff. If he was facing a lefty, he'd hit down, I think, at the bottom 9, and then he started moving them up to like 7 in the playoffs because he was performing better. It's like that's what the advantage. I don't think many teams are doing to the degree what the Tigers are doing in terms of basically a computer, all the numbers, they combine them all together, and it spits out who should hit and where they should hit in the lineup, and it's working.
We'll get to the Pistons at 8:35. 9 o'clock. It is Cinco de Mayo. We have our World Cuisine Draft.
Oh, yeah.
How high will sheltered white people food go? Looking at you, Heather. Let's get to the news.
A Michigan State police trooper was wounded and a suspect was killed early this morning during a shootout with police in Detroit. Police say a member of the auto theft unit was shot right around 4:40 a.m. during this exchange of gunfire. The suspect, like I said, was shot and killed. The trooper was rushed to the hospital. I don't know his current condition. That has not been released. And information about what led to the exchange of gunfire and the exchange in general has not been released either. But I'm sure more news will come out as the story unfolds. Bill Belichick has been under some media scrutiny as of late, and now sources are saying that he's thinking about hiring an outside PR firm to help manage his public image as well as promote his new book.
I thought Jordan was doing that.
She was. So apparently, yes, Jordan Hudson, his girlfriend, had been handling his PR. But we all know that hasn't been going great.
So he needs PR to handle his PR?
He does, it sounds like. Well, it hasn't really been going well.
To handle the personal or the professional side of their relationship?
Again, all good questions. I would think it would be all-encompassing.
Yes.
It's a mess.
Yeah, it really is. It's like one of those things, every time I see an article about Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson, I'm like, ugh. I'm like already sick of it. Like, okay.
Yeah. Well, you read the article.
Enough.
She's like amassed like $1 million real estate portfolios, and
good for her, right? But just like, okay, I'm done caring a little bit. But reports say that he has been consulting with Brandon Faber. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. He was the former VP of communications for the Chicago Bears.
Oh, okay.
And they've been in discussion, I guess, for a while, but nothing has been set in stone. No done deal yet of him hiring him, but He's looking that way. He's looking for some extra help.
Sure.
Rob Gronkowski was left shocked when he heard that the New York Giants draft pick, Abdul Carter, had asked Hall of Fame linebacker Lawrence Taylor to let him wear his iconic number 56. So Carter was the number 3 overall pick of the draft, and he asked Taylor to wear number 56, and I guess he also asked Phil Simms to wear number 11, and he didn't get either of those.
Phil Simms said he was inclined to let it happen, but his family voted him down. So
there you go. Well, here's Gronkowski reacting to this on his podcast with Julian Edelman.
Oh, I thought that was a dog barking.
What were they, like chopping sounds?
It's like a video edit if people watched it. John, what did you think of it?
I don't care. If he wants to ask, fine. And LT, I'm glad LT said no. I'm glad Phil Simms said no, but I don't really care that he asked. If you don't ask, you don't get. And now he'll get a chance to pick his own number and make it his own.
Well, that would be my thought. Go make your legacy.
Sure.
Make a different number famous that other people want to wear.
Did he wear that number in college?
He wore 11.
11.
Okay.
Not
so
56.
that's why he asked Phil Simms.
I understand that.
Yeah, that one I understand.
I get that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have as big of a problem as other people do. It's just, and he didn't make it a big issue. He basically said, well, I asked, and
they
said
no. Listen to this story. There's a guy in Kentucky that was over the moon after winning the biggest lottery prize in the state's history. But then 4 days later, he was behind bars. So on April 26th, this guy, 50-year-old guy, James Farthing, not farting, Farthing, he learned the Powerball ticket that he had bought, for his mom was a big winner. So he won $167 million. And he and his mom collected the prize. They got the picture with the big check, so excited. And then days later, he was arrested and charged with a felony count of battery on a law enforcement officer, as well as 2 misdemeanor counts of battery and resisting an officer. So it turns out he and his girlfriend were involved in this fight at a hotel. During this fight, not only did he punch somebody else, but he also kicked an officer in the face. So now, instead of using all his money, well, he won't use all of it, but instead of using his money to,
he can
pay
get
off
himself
his
a good lawyer.
Exactly.
And pay
Post bond
fines
and fines and
if you won that kind of money, I wouldn't be mad at anybody. I wouldn't be agitated. You'd be on cloud 9.
Well, I think he was celebrating with some alcohol and consumed too much of it.
Could be part of the equation.
Because it sounds like his girlfriend was she was arrested as well. Highly intoxicated.
Along with his mom?
No, I don't think mom was there.
Oh,
Mom
no?
was celebrating her own way. I don't know what she was doing.
Yeah.
She was not involved. No. That's all I got for right now.
It's perfect. Heather with the news. We got the World Cuisine draft in a half hour. Pistons talk next. Can they avoid temptation? It's 97.1.
Hey, do you avoid being in pictures because you just don't like the way you look at them and, the camera adds a few pounds? I've been there, and it sucks. I told you about why I started my weight loss journey. Daughter sent me a picture of me standing on the sidelines. I wondered who that was. Come to find out, it was me. Now picture yourself 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. That could be you with Ideal You. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know this program really works. As I mentioned, it's how I started my weight loss journey. I lost 50 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 absolute value, absolutely free. Book a free consultation right now at idealu.us. They will assign you a weight loss coach, and they'll build a plan that works for you. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures yet again, especially as we get close to summer. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. It's $150 value, absolutely free.
pouring it on. He drove in 6 runs. Trey Sweeney. Tiger bats have come alive. Best run differential in baseball, best record in the American League. And coming up this week, it's the lowly Colorado Rockies. Good ballpark to play in if you're going yard left and right.
Yeah, but you're going to hit some home runs there.
I think their staff ERA is approaching 6, and I think they have 6 total wins on the season. So keep it rolling.
Yep, let's go.
Pistons are going to try to keep it rolling. I was reading as much as I could this weekend about what the national media thought of our basketball team, right? The fight, they lost the series, but this was a massively successful step forward for the organization. And the Ringer, I think, proposed the big question. Can the Pistons resist a summer of temptation? Detroit basketball is back. Now comes the hard part. Do they need to make a splashy move to take the next step? Or can they afford to stay patient? John, which camp are you in?
I think they need to make a big move. And I'm not normally the one that says, hey, you got to go out and sign or trade for something big. But in the NBA, you have to have a minimum of 2 stars and probably 3, with 2 of the 3 bordering on superstardom.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that Jaden Ivey ever becomes a star.
People would fight you because it's so early.
Well, okay. I mean, I think his best years are ahead of him.
Yeah.
But Jalen Duren, is he ever going to be a star?
No, I don't
Asar
think so.
Thompson, is he going to be a star?
They're important pieces, but no, I don't think they're stars.
And I mean, we know Malik Beasley is a nice complementary piece, and I'd like them to re-sign him. I think that's part of the plan moving forward for next year. But I don't see him as a superstar or the Robin to Cade's Batman. I think you're going to have to go out and find yourself a Booker, a Giannis, a Markkanen, Sabonis, which we talked about earlier. We could dive into all of those. Booker seems to me to be the one that is the best option because he's the youngest. He's very productive. He's a guy, you got to have a guy that wants to be here. And I believe he wants to be here. He wants to be a Detroit Piston because Giannis has 3 years left on his deal, but that last year is a player option. Now, if he comes here and he wins, maybe he decides, yes, I'd like to be here and maybe re-ups, whatever. Durant, I know people have been all over Kevin Durant. He's only got 1 year left on his deal. And I know he does want to be here. But you're going to have to give up a lot to get him for just simply 1 year because of the way he's been very complimentary of Cade Cunningham.
Yeah.
And so I know that'll be a part of the conversation. The free agents, not a great free agent class. There's some guys with player options and club options and blah, blah, blah. But it's unless you want to go with James Harden or try and convince LeBron to come to Detroit, which I don't. The free agent class is not a great class. So you're going to have to find a way, if you go that route of adding to this roster with a star, you're going to have to trade.
The Ringer writes that Atlanta's the cautionary tale of feeling like you have to do something. They went out and added DeJounte Murray, gave up multiple firsts, paired him with Trae Young after they made the East Finals. Oil and water, it didn't work. They never made it out of the first round, and they had to wave the white flag and trade DeJounte Murray away. This all comes down to getting the right guy, because I'd argue the Cleveland Cavaliers gave up multiple firsts and Sexton and Markkanen, and they added Donovan Mitchell, and it's put him on a completely different level. You have to look at this landscape, and not all players are equal. If Zion's available, I'm not doing it. If Durant, I think he's the type of player they need, but timeline doesn't make sense. I'm not doing it. Booker's a guy who's dropped 40 in multiple NBA Finals games. You want to talk about a true running mate for Cade Cunningham? Bring the ball up, take the pressure off of him, still space the floor. He checks every box. He grew up watching the 04 Pistons. He supports all our teams. Phoenix is going the wrong way, especially if they trade Kevin Durant away this summer. He will need to be rescued, and we become the soft landing spot. Detroit has their first-round picks back. They can trade as many of them as it takes. They can throw Ivy and Duren and Holland and Asar and some combination of those guys. Not all, but a combination of those guys. Booker would be number one. To me, number two is probably Giannis, because you're getting a Hall of Famer. He doesn't shoot, but he defends, he passes, he doesn't need the ball. He could play off of Cade if you put enough shooting around the two of them. And then I'd go Sabonis is the last guy on that big three, because he can shoot, he can bang on the boards, He can move the ball. He's a very good passer from the post. That's your inside-outside with Cade Cunningham. Those guys are all on bad teams. All those guys should be available. You could even go Lauri Markkanen, who I know Jalen Rose has brought up. He may be that next guy. It depends on the player, but I would very much like to pursue a star as opposed to just saying, hey, we're going to overinflate our own, cross our fingers, and hope it works out. For every Celtics and Nuggets, there's plenty of other teams that haven't gotten it done. Do
I think a healthy Isaiah Stewart, healthy Jaden Ivey makes this team better moving forward?
Yeah.
And do I think that gets them into the second round of the playoffs? Probably.
But then is
it good enough to beat a Boston or a Cleveland or an OKC if you get further down the road? I don't think so. And maybe that is the path, and you're just waiting to develop some of these young guys. You're hoping that they take those next steps, and next year you go a little bit further. Next year free agent class, maybe it's a little bit better.
You don't have to force it. I mean, look, if teams aren't going to deal the guys, then you can always run back next year and stay in hot pursuit of a big piece.
Yeah.
You don't have to force it. Again, I don't want Zion, who's never healthy, and Trajan Langdon will know the Zion stuff, having been in New Orleans. The Durant stuff, I know he's complimentary of Cade, but at 37 years old on an expiring contract, am I mortgaging multiple firsts and young players for maybe only 1, but 2, 3 years at this? No, I think the appeal of a Giannis and a Booker and a Sabonis are guys who are 28, 29, 30 that give you a 5+ year window with Cade to hunt the championship as one of the 4 or 5 best teams in the sport.
So, with Durant, absolutely not for me. Like, that's this no.
Rieger brought him up this weekend, and mixed response.
I know your window's too small to try to win it. It's a next year after, and I don't think this roster's ready for that. I mean, you'd have to go all in somewhere else. You'd almost have to do what the Suns did. What they built around Booker, right?
Yeah.
And who wants that? I think the only 1% I can give for Zion is because of Langdon. Like if Trajan Langdon did that, would you be against it?
You'd have to trust that he knows something, that he knows him personally, that he's going to get the most out of him. But they didn't get the most out of him in New Orleans when he was there. I'd be a little concerned.
I don't think that's happened either. The only one I'm on board with right now is Booker. I just think the fit and the age and the window and the championship performance in the finals that he had, even though Giannis did beat him, I'm just going with the guard over the big guy. I think Giannis's, time at this level of play in this league is probably more limited, so that's why I would do Booker. But I mean, I am fine with staying pat because I do want to see what potentially Holland can become, and I know that those guys don't hold him back, but he might have to be in the trade.
Right.
That's the thing. And in the end, for Booker, I would do it. But I think also, like, Thompson, it's like, I'm starting to wonder, like, long-term, is he really – can you have a guy that's that bad offensively be on your roster?
Every team can have one non-shooter. They got to be a dunker, and they have to defend, and he does both at a high level. But if Duren and Thompson are on the floor, can you win a first-round series? Yeah. Could you defend and win a rock fight in the second round? Maybe. You're not winning a title, though.
You can't have two guys that play that much not be able to shoot outside.
Yeah. Now, if one or both develops a jumper, it unlocks something, and that's why people want to wait. That's the other camp. That's
again why I'm with Booker, because you've got the outside shooting with him, and you can kind of still maybe. I guess internally they'd have to decide when it comes to who they're giving up there with Holland and Thompson. And then what do the Suns want? Which player do they want?
Yeah. But I think the beauty of this is the Pistons are suddenly a destination because Cade is an all-NBA player, will be named one shortly, is revered by players like Durant, and you become attractive. You have a culture. People watched you play in the playoffs. People generally like the disposition, the fight of this basketball team. You finally have picks, right? Their first was tied up forever and ever and ever. Now you can do 2 and 3 and 4 firsts and a big deal and pick swaps and all that stuff.
And you're a team that is attractive. You're a team that is on the rise. You're a team that is going to contend not just to be in the postseason, not just to win postseason series, but to eventually contend for titles.
Perfect. So we threw a lot of names at you guys. There's scenarios. There's temptation. Do you want the Pistons to stay the course, or do any of those names jump out to you and someone you want to go get? It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, You need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems, and when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers that you could sit down, talk to, and have a conversation with, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
All right, we're going to get to the phones. It's great that we can have these conversations about the Pistons now. Season's over and everybody's excited about what's next. The Ringer wrote about temptation. Can the Pistons avoid it? Do they stay the course or do they make a splash? And the answer is, well, it depends. Who's the guy? Like, do I want Zion, who's nearly eaten himself out of the league? Probably not. Do I want Kevin Durant? The skill set, sure, but the fact that he's going to be 37, not exactly a long championship window with Cade. So it depends on the player. 248-539-9797. Booker is at the top of these lists. He scored 40 in multiple NBA Finals games. He complements Cade Cunningham in the backcourt, can bring the ball up, space the floor. You don't have to worry about fit. See, some of these other guys, you might have to worry about fit. Shooting, you can never have enough of it. It plays well. Booker, Cade, 1-2 punch. Doesn't matter who Batman is. It could change game to game, quarter to quarter.
Yeah.
You have a real 1-2 punch. And I'd be willing to give up Ivy Duren firsts to get a player like that. Same with Giannis, although the fit's a little clunkier. I'd love to see Giannis and Cade in some pick and roll actions and reverse pick and roll actions. They're both really good passers. They can get their own shot. If you put shooting, that's a team instantly where you have 2 of the 10 best players in the sport. You should be intrigued. The Greek freak to Greek town. And then Sabonis is the other one. Sabonis is on a bad team in the Kings. They already traded away De'Aaron Fox. He can shoot it. He can rebound. He can pass it. He's the big chess piece that fits on every team. I'd love any of those 3 players.
And here's the other thing. If you're talking Giannis, yeah, you'll have 2 of the top 10 players in the NBA, but what else are you going to complement Cade with?
And that's Texter says, keep in mind with all these conversations, it does open massive holes on the roster. If you lose Duren or Asar, it's not like we're going to add another star. You have to replace them with role players.
Right, but if you lose Duren and you get Giannis,
it's an upgrade.
It's not going to be a 1-for-1 trade. There's going to be a lot of other. But if you lose Jaden Ivey, if you lose other players that are right now role players, you're going to have to fill those roles.
Texter says, trade for Booker. I don't care who we trade. Sign Beasley and Naz Reid. Go win the East. Book it. Signed MJ. Guys, if it's true that Boston is going to start selling off after this year, I'd be interested in pursuing Jaylen Brown. Joe in Mount Clemens. Whether they get Brown or a piece, the fact that Boston has to tear down a little bit, the luxury tax, the apron, the ownership, that opens up a window for the Pistons to try to jump into the top spot in the East in the next couple seasons here. So be aggressive.
And being able to pick off some of their stars would be attractive.
Sabonis, please. There's no way Giannis comes to Detroit. I'm all the way out on Booker or Durant. Sabonis is the number 1 guy.
I mean, you're talking when you're talking about all these guys, you can rank them, but they would all be major upgrades to this roster.
Yeah, and for Sabonis.
And I'm not saying all of them together. I'm saying you pick one, and whoever that is going to be an upgrade on this roster.
Valenti mentioned last week the Celtics win again. They'll have to blow up the team. Says Derek White would be at the top of my list with Jaylen Brown. There's some names out there. Matt, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. So I do like the KD idea because, he likes Cade and Cade likes him. I think they would benefit each other. And KD's experience, he could help the younger players of the team. And then I was listening over the weekend and heard some idiotic conversation. This would never happen, but if he were available, people were talking about going to get Jalen Brunson because, we hate him, but we love him on this team. What do you think about that?
So we got a ticket texter. Do I still have the sheet? And it actually has Brunson as a suggestion on the bottom. I scratched it off because I thought they were trolling us. I wasn't even going to read it on the air.
It was all Caputo and Mark Ryan all this weekend where they were talking about, Jalen Brunson coming to the Pistons.
Okay.
I thought it was stupid, but
So I get bringing him up because he's going to generate phone calls and stir the pot. I don't understand how you would bring in another point guard on this team. An undersized guard. No.
Yeah. All right. Who was having the argument?
248-539-9797. Those two go at each other.
They do.
I think there's a set of boxing gloves around the studio for them.
And there was an appreciation for Jalen Brunson after that series. There's an anger. And if he's on your team, he's a guy that you would get over that anger quickly, especially if he was as good in the fourth quarter as he was. of the past couple of years, I don't remember what the stat was, but he has more fourth quarter points than anybody else in the last 3 years in the playoffs.
So who do you think had the idea of Brunson to come here between Pat and Mark?
Mark. That'd be my guess.
I
did
would
not
guess
listen,
that too.
But I'm guessing. Why not, Pat?
I wonder if he's adopted like the trait yet. When you co-host with Pat, you try to find things to actually
Get under
him
his skin.
fiery about.
Yeah. That's not hard with Caputo. I've been there in a crosstalk or two. 248-539-9797. Speaking of Pat, Kevin in Detroit, you say stand Pat. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I'm saying stay pat. Well, not stand pat, but I don't think we need to give up all these young access. You got Nas Reed, you got Miles Turner. Maybe if you give up a couple people for Devin Booker, because then you gut a team and you still in a spot like the Lakers. You got two superstars, but nobody else. I think we need to work what we got, see what this Ivy goes. And like I said, I'd be happy if you got Nas Reed and Miles Turner in free agency. I'd be happy.
Turner's one of those stretch bigs, and he can protect the rim. I wouldn't be mad at adding Turner.
Mm-hmm.
And Nas Reed's a very popular name. You're probably only getting one of the two, though.
Right.
Between the two. But it'd be a front court addition for this team. Look, there's worlds where they bring back Beasley, find a stretch big, lean on their young guys, advance further next year, and no one's mad. But I think in the NBA, if you have a chance to add one of the 10 to 15 best players in the sport, and Giannis is, and I think Booker is, you go for it.
Yeah, and the question is going to be, do you go for it this year, or do you allow those guys to develop so you don't waste a year of paying a guy where you're the nuts and bolts aren't as well defined as they need to be, or as well developed as they need to be?
I think this guy's speaking our language, John. He says we got to stop acting like Duren and Thompson are great. They're good role guys, but if it costs them and Ivy to get Brown, Giannis, Sabonis, Booker, I'm doing it every day of the week and twice on Sunday. We can't overvalue our own guys.
Right, and I think we do that quite a bit where we want a Giannis or we want a Booker, but we only want them if they're free agents, and we don't have to give anything up because you're not going to go Asar Thompson for Devin Booker straight up. Oh, throw in a couple of first-round picks. It's still not going to be enough.
No. Last season was cute. They're not close enough to spend a ton of assets to go big game fishing. Wait a couple years. Let the roster settle. And this one says a splash would be great, but it has to be 30 or younger to be part of a 5-year core, and then we can chase a championship.
Well, Booker fits that. Sabonis fits that. He just turned 29.
I think Giannis just is 30 or he's 30 years old.
Yeah.
He's right on the line.
Yeah.
All right. Ticket Techs want to know if fake Italian Jim Costa will get Italian food. We've got that coming up next. It is Cinco de Mayo. We have our World Cuisine draft. Stay tuned. It's 97.1.
Hey, for a limited time right now, if you purchase a full lawn program from Natural Way, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name and 97 won the ticket. And you wonder why I jumped right into it? Because everyone's grass is starting to green up. You got to give Natural Way Lawn a call. 888-GET-GREEN on the phone, naturalwaylawn.com on the web. We all have seen it across the state here and in others' yards, dandelions. You don't want to have them because they're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. And as soon as they go to seed, it spreads like wildfire across your grass. You got to make sure you take care of it now. It's also not too late to take care of crabgrass. Call now for a beautiful weed-free lawn this summer. And they're not going to give you any runaround. They're not going to have a problem that props up, this week and then a month down the road tell you there's another problem and they've got to come up with a solution. No, they just fix it. That's why I love them. They just show up, they make sure I have a great lawn, and then they leave. Locally owned and operated for over 35 years. Michigan owned, Michigan employees, Michigan families. They're also involved in local charities. So keep your money here in state of Michigan. 888-GET-GREEN on the phone, naturalwaylawn.com on the web. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Tons of ticket text pouring in. Your feedback on the World Cuisine Draft.
Pretty solid performance, if I don't say so myself.
That's not the verdict. I think you have a pale palate. John took no food from the places where they have brown people. That's on the ticket text. And all of us missed out on soul food is a very common refrain on the ticket texts.
Isn't that covered with American cuisine?
I think you get soul food with American cuisine.
I get that.
Yeah.
Pig's feet.
Yeah, sure. This one says, no one took Indian food. Number one free agent for sure. Probably a Hall of Fame pick, and it goes undrafted. Andy in Madison Heights.
I'm not all about Indian food. It doesn't, obviously, my palate is somewhat limited.
No tikka masala? No curry?
No curry.
Is Bridezilla from Japan like Godzilla?
That's a great.
Thought we got so big.
Yeah, lots of sushi.
Cookie's best draft Irish food, best undrafted free agent. Heather, you love potatoes. You could have taken Irish food.
Yeah, I think Irish food is probably the number one that wasn't taken.
I don't know anything about Irish food. Like, I didn't know Irish food was potatoes until you said that.
Like a stew?
Corned beef,
yeah.
Oh.
So when we were
You don't like that.
when we prepped for this, I was looking up and what you guys mentioned is right there, but then Guinness was listed as the top third thing, and I'm like, of course, how stereotypical.
You know, good beer.
The old Irish drunk, though, they gotta have a alcohol very high in there.
Heather's looking at you
part
like
of the cuisine.
Yes, it's part of the cultural experience.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I was looking for. Good job, Greg.
Heather was looking at you like, wait, we prepped for this?
Yeah, I know. I'm like, wait, I was Googling types of cuisine. I don't know. I eat very basic foods.
As apparently do I.
I don't wander away from those foods.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. You know what you like.
I do.
And you eat it.
I mean, I will
Same
try
here.
something if it's there. I just don't go there. Somebody has to bring it to me, and I'll try it.
Heather picked the basic white girl cuisines. All she's missing is a latte from Starbucks to round out the draft.
I don't drink coffee, so.
Not inside the palate.
John, you surprised me.
How did I? I don't know how I surprised anyone.
It didn't. I go to look up things for you sometimes and stuff, and when you Google John Jansen, there's this image of this football player that was at the Commanders with the most meathead picture ever as the top image. And then you surprised me because I know you like flavor, and then I go and look something up, and I see that image, and I'm like, no, it fits this guy perfectly. Like Greg said, you were the 4 middle linebackers.
You will not find a football picture with me smiling in it. Unless it's obviously a celebration or something. But the one you're talking about is a headshot. You are not supposed to. It is a rule. You do not smile in football pictures.
Is that a rule? I'm going to start thinking. Now I'm going to look at all these pictures.
Oh, I guarantee you smiled.
No, I meant like current NFL players. No one cares if I smiled in a Livonia Churchill team photo. I'm talking about if I look at Patrick Mahomes, he's not smiling in his headshot.
You're not supposed to. He may have
Josh
broken a
Allen's
rule.
probably smiling. A lot of these guys
I don't
smile
know.
in their photos.
Let's take a look.
You're just trying to distract us from your terrible draft.
No, my draft was epic.
People have pointed out Argentinian and Brazilian. They're big beef barbecue cuisines, and you didn't.
Second only to the American cuisine.
Well, you could have drafted it as your second pick then.
Well, I could have, but then I would have left out French fries.
But you got things in American like Cajun, it's in it.
Oh, yeah.
But also me and Greg soul food is American.
Mm-hmm.
So you've gotten because you got some flack on
jambalaya. It's kind of a twist in between the French and the Creole, like French and American, which is I have both of those. I don't know what people are talking about.
John has things like cornbread,
Canadian bacon. Yeah, walleye, both American and Canadian.
So Jared Goff is smiling in his photo. Amon-Ra St. Brown is smiling in his photo.
Alex Anzalone is smiling.
Divas.
Alex Anzalone's a diva.
Find me an offensive lineman that's smiling in their photo.
Sewell is not. That's the first one I looked.
Thank you.
I'm sure Ragnow and Decker aren't either.
You're welcome.
We'll put our crack research staff on this. David in Clinton Township, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, first off, Jansen had the best draft. American food, the French fries, Canadian. Figure American did with their cuisine what we've done with everything else. We've taken the best of everywhere around the world
and made it better.
Crap. So, there you go. Heather would have been a close second, but she lessened the importance of the invention fire by choosing sushi in Japanese, so she's out. And the Swedish is the best undrafted, meatballs.
I would agree with that. Except the meatballs at IKEA. Meatballs good, sauce not quite up to par.
Okay.
So, but yes.
And also Jansen never played with the Commanders. He was a Redskin, which, by the way, Redskins, American cuisine.
Sure.
Yes, potatoes.
Yes.
If you drafted
Thank you,
Sweden,
David.
you could have gotten the Swedish fish.
Oh, yeah, Heather, you could have got Swedish fish.
I
You
know.
did consider candy as a category. Appreciate it.
If it was,
You would have gone with it.
would have been my number one pick.
But that,
Did you see what I just? Well, I forgot my breakfast bar at home apparently, so I was.
So are you eating candy right
No, yes, I just ate the candy from the back room. Those hot tamales. That was my breakfast.
that's what you'll be picking those out of your teeth for the next 3 segments.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
I typically don't eat candy for breakfast, but I will.
Yeah, if
I
it's
have
necessary.
to.
Yeah.
Listen to this. The president of a prominent Chicago art museum is now under investigation after he allegedly stripped during a flight to Europe.
Oh, well, maybe he was just hot. Or, warm. Sweaty.
Yeah.
It's not going well.
Maybe all of the above. Who knows? Police were called after the president of the Art Institute of Chicago, James Rondeau, took off his clothes on a United flight. This was from Chicago to Germany. He had allegedly consumed alcohol and prescription medication before the incident didn't
Feeling the
combine
burn.
well. So the Art Institute has now opened an independent investigation into the incident, and the president is taking a voluntary leave of absence.
The Ambien made him do it.
And the alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad combo.
Yeah, not good. I've seen this story in the news, and I've been wanting to get to it and have never actually had the time. But there are 11 high schoolers in New York who have turned themselves in for charges after being involved in this really elaborate lacrosse hazing incident. So prosecutors say that all 11 kids staged an arm abduction of younger players. They say there was at least 5 victims in the stunt, but some of them were able to get away. The one who didn't escape had his hands tied, had some sort of hood placed over his head. He was led to believe that he was going to be abandoned, but they did later take him to his house. But they staged everything. They took him in this car to they pretended they were getting lost to this wooded area, and that's where other students were waiting. It was all captured on video, right? So they were able to identify all the 11 students that were involved. They had been given, these students, 48 hours to surrender and face only a misdemeanor charge of unlawful imprisonment. Or if they didn't turn themselves in that time frame, they could have faced a felony kidnapping charge. All of them turned themselves in within 24 hours. Yeah. Unfortunately, for all of those who weren't involved in this hazing incident, the school's lacrosse season canceled.
Yeah. It's terrible.
It's awful.
Yeah.
So Michigan ranks 49th in population growth across the country. This is all according to a report by the Growing Michigan Together Council. And they say long-term projections show that by 2034, a 2.3% growth in population is expected. So not huge, but by 2050, they say it's expected to dip again. So not great. So now this council has set a goal to pull the state into the top 10 for population growth by 2050. And they want to do it by boosting our schools, our jobs, and quality of life, which makes sense, right?
Sure.
And to show people what Michigan has to offer and why you should be staying here, because we've got these great things, these great jobs, these great schools, this great state. So let's hope they can do
we
it.
got lakes. We got great weather.
Michigan's awesome.
We don't have earthquakes, really. We don't have hurricanes, rarely a tornado.
Yeah. There's some news that is unfolding. A Michigan State police trooper was wounded and a suspect was killed early this morning during a shootout with police. Police say it was a member of the auto theft unit that was shot right around 4:40 a.m. during this exchange with the suspect who was shot and killed. Trooper was rushed to the hospital. I'm not sure of his condition. That has not been released yet. And information about the whole incident and what led to the gunfire or the exchange has not been released. So last week, this is a sad story. A couple hiking at Bryce Canyon National Park tragically fell to their deaths. This happens Not a lot, but it seems to happen every year, right? Somebody makes a mistake, falls, or they fall taking a selfie or something like that. But the only, I guess you could say, little bit of good news that came out of the story is that their cat survived the fall.
Wow.
Which means
Well,
they were
probably landed on his
hiking.
feet.
No. Well, it could have. But the whole thing to me is like they were hiking with their cat. So
I would not be.
maybe it's for
It's
you.
not in your MERS.
So it's believed that this cat's about 12 years old. It was matted and sore, but they say it didn't have any broken bones. But one of the people from this Best Friends Animal Society that helped rescue the cat said the only reason this cat lived was because it was still in its carrier.
Oh.
Yep.
It's crazy. The whole thing's crazy to me. It's super sad. But,
Yes.
well, sorry, your daughter died, but guess what?
Her
cat
cat's
lived.
alive, yeah.
Nobody wants to hear that, but I just thought it was crazy that they were hiking with
their
cat.
cat.
In the carrier.
Right?
Yeah.
There's a new, I guess it's not new. This has been around, but it's going viral now. A secret menu item at McDonald's. And it's probably
The chicken tenders?
no, it's probably something you guys wouldn't get excited for, but maybe me.
What is it?
You can't order it by name. It is a cotton candy Sprite. But you can't go and say, hey, I'd like a cotton candy Sprite. You have to order the Sprite and ask them to add 3 pumps of fresh vanilla syrup.
And it tastes like cotton candy?
Apparently,
Can I get a
everybody
Sprite with 3 pumps?
apparently everybody says it does taste like cotton candy. It also sounds like it's probably ridiculously sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But I guess if you're okay with that, you're okay with it. So it's been going around on TikTok, on social media, and it's going viral now. But McDonald's isn't commenting on it.
What's
But
the
it's
rule in the
there.
NFL? 3 pumps will get you penalized?
Yeah, if you only get one, they call you a chump.
All right, John. Heather with the news. Hey, coming up next, this news just breaking this hour. We'll get to it. A suspension for Michigan football. It's 97-1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all sports. Doesn't matter what it is. It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us. That's right, us sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
We may end the show with a little bit of Tiger talk. We brought him up earlier. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. Discuss the Pistons and what's next for the offseason. Do they avoid temptation? Do they make a splash? If you missed it, go back and get it. The chapters features there for that. The Cuisine draft and more. We have some breaking news from Michigan, University of Michigan football team. Dan Wetzel and Pete Thamel of ESPN are reporting that Michigan football coach Chiron Moore is expected to be suspended for 2 games for the upcoming season as part of a self-imposed sanction. It's related to Connor Stalions' advanced scouting scandal, industry sources told ESPN. Here's where it's weird. The suspension's a 2-game suspension, will not begin weeks 1 and 2. They will be weeks 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
Chiron Moore will coach the New Mexico game and the high-profile game against Oklahoma, his alma mater, before the self-imposed suspensions against Central Michigan and a Big Ten game, Nebraska. Unlike Jim Harbaugh's suspensions, Wetzel and Thamel report Chiron will not be allowed to coach the team during the weeks he's suspended.
Yeah. We'll see what the NCAA has to say. These are self-imposed. So if you're going to self-impose, I guess you could pick whatever games you want. The NCAA may say, no, we'll take the 2 games, but it's going to be the first 2 games of the season, and which would be obviously New Mexico and Oklahoma. It's supposed to be settled or agreed upon by the start of the season, so we should know what the final verdict is.
That's what it's. A final resolution is expected before the start of the season. I think everybody just wants this to be over with.
Yeah. Which that little nugget there that it should be done by the start of the season. Okay, serve your suspension and then move on.
I just find it odd on 2 fronts that Michigan self-imposed these suspensions. One, now they could have done this a year ago, right? I mean, why wait and drag it into this season? They could have done it last season. They chose to self-impose this year, and the choice to do weeks 3 and 4 just feels
well. Obviously,
odd.
They're doing it because they want Chiron to be able to coach against Oklahoma, but he also coached at Central Michigan,
right? Yeah. Why? No love for the Chips.
It's not as big of a deal. I mean, he didn't play at Central Michigan. He played at Oklahoma.
That's going to fire these guys up all week. No, they chose to suspend a coach for this game.
So did they put Nebraska on the same level as Central?
Is that a road game at Nebraska?
It is, yes.
That's a big
Memorial Stadium.
You would intentionally pick a Big Ten game over a non-con game?
Well, I don't think they were going to go New Mexico, you can coach, and then Central Michigan.
Why not? I mean, they're already doing whatever the hell they want. Sure, we'll suspend them week 1 and 3 against the Cupcakes. I mean, is it really that crazy when you look at the fact that they did 3 and 4?
It oozes in Michigan arrogance and / a double bird to the NCAA that they're picking the 3rd and 4th games. It makes no logical sense. Like, logical sense is it would, if you have a 2-game suspension, it would be the first 2 games of the year.
Right. But did Chiron say, I want to coach against Oklahoma?
I don't know. I mean, we'd have to ask him.
Right.
Do you want how big of a deal is it to coach against Oklahoma, or how big of a deal is it for you to coach the first 2 games that you got a freshman quarterback?
Right.
So if you're self-imposing, I guess. I mean, we've never seen it before.
So first 2 games are
New Mexico and Oklahoma.
So that's the first road game is the Oklahoma game. Maybe the argument, hey, I'd like to be with my team on our first road trip,
and potentially breaking in a freshman quarterback on the road. But why not pick the first 2 games in November? Self-imposed Purdue and Northwestern. He won't coach either game. I mean, you laugh. Like, how different is that than this?
I know. I agree. It oozes of arrogance. It just is.
And why not last year? I mean, the facts are the facts, right? I mean, whether they think he did or didn't, or think it's a big deal or not a big deal, or what he knew or didn't know, the story was the story a year ago, and
yeah, but maybe the NCAA wanted 4 games last year. They've been able to negotiate to 2 games. I don't know what the story is.
We don't know that because this is not the NCAA's penalty.
Correct.
This is not like a mutually agreed upon.
Right, and the
2
NCAA
games.
could say, no, we're not going to go for this. Then we want, if it's going to be 2 games, we agreed to the 2 games, but it's going to be the first 2 games.
And then does Michigan agree to that, or
do they prolong this even more? I don't know.
Then to my point, which I've said for Michigan, why self-impose? Just the NCAA is just going to come and do their thing and say, no, not good enough.
Yeah.
Tom was talking about double birds to the NCAA. I mean, isn't that what we've been saying Michigan's been doing this whole year and a half?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's
double birds is saying, no, Coach Moore, go coach your guys every week.
This saga has dragged on way longer than it needs to. We did this last year. I remember you and I were doing a show where we out at golf course maybe, and it just hand out a suspension this year and get it over with, rather than making this a multi-year problem for your program now. Wouldn't you love to have this all behind you because you took it on the chin a year ago? I mean, was there any punishment a year ago for Michigan?
If the NCAA was going to agree to 2 games. Now, again, we don't know if they are. Chances are, if this is becoming public, you would think that there would be some
response.
Yeah, okay, yes, if you announce a 2-game suspension, we will accept it. And maybe the NCAA just didn't feel like Michigan was going to jump to the 3rd and 4th game.
This stupid game of chicken. We'll open the lines up. I don't really know. This just broke. I'm not really sure the proper way to frame a question for you guys, but Chiron Moore expected to be suspended 2 games for the upcoming season. This is self-imposed. It's not weeks 1 and 2. It's weeks 3 and 4. He cannot coach during the week.
Which is obviously different than Jim Harbaugh's suspension, where I guess he just wasn't there on game day.
Do you anticipate more? Would be a question I'd ask you or anybody else. Do we anticipate additional punishments from the NCAA? It does say there will be additional recruiting-related penalties for Chiron Moore. The NCAA could further punish Michigan, in addition to any self-imposed penalties.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there'll be some weeks where he's not allowed to go on the road or contact with student athletes or recruits. But it'll be interesting to see what the NCAA's response is. And I don't know that they would add any games, but I think it's real that they could say, no, we want this to be 1 and 2.
If you were Michigan, would you rather it be 1 and 2? Just in the sense that, hey, I don't know how the Oklahoma game's going to go. I'm not conceding any games, but those are non-con games.
I don't know how much it means for Chiron to be coaching against his alma mater. And again,
but should his feelings be above the program's best interest, which is having the Big Ten schedule with your coach?
No, it shouldn't.
Right.
And so, but I don't know what the type of negotiations have gone on that they've agreed to this, or at least they've had indication that the NCAA would accept a two-game suspension. And it's, if the NCAA views this as a double bird because they picked games 3 and 4, they could return with their own version of the double bird and say, no, Chiron's not going to coach his alma mater. It's the first 2 games.
First 2, or they could make it first 3.
They could.
And then he still doesn't get to coach against Central.
Yeah, and then and
he's back for Big Ten play.
But then again, what's the appeals process after that?
Right, because then Michigan can say, well, hold on, we're going to put this back into the...
Yeah, we'll put this back in the hopper and see what comes out.
And then by 2026, we'll get some suspensions for this. 248-539-9797. You guys got thoughts? We'll collect those on the ticket text, read the best ones. We got open lines. Wrap with a little Tiger talk as well. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness, they've got a great deal going on right now. For $1 down and $15 a month, you can get yourself in the door, and it's a judgment-free zone. And everybody's got a reason why they work out. Sometimes you just want to look better. Other times you just want to be fitter, and you want to feel better about doing the things that you love, whether it's a hobby that's an active hobby. It's if you're a little bit older, maybe it's just, hey, I want to be able to get up and down the stairs. All of those different things are valid reasons. I work out because I want to be able to play with my kids. And $1 down, $15 a month sounds to me like it's a pretty damn good deal. If you want more, they've got the Black Card membership, access to the Black Card Spa where you can recover with hydro massage and other innovative amenities, plus unlimited guest privileges, so you can bring a guest anytime you want, and it's access to over 2,600 clubs nationwide. There's 50 of them here in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 7 in Toledo. They're always updating their gyms, their clubs, so you got to make sure you find out what they're doing and what they're doing this month. And this month, just to get in the door, it's $1 down, $15 a month. Find your nearest club and join today. You can do it in-club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
We'll wrap with some Tigers. We got some ticket text. Broke the news to you guys this morning. Chiron Moore will be suspended, self-imposed, weeks 3 and 4 for the upcoming Michigan football season. NCAA could add on more and are expected to do some with recruiting. Ticket texters. I would argue that the biggest game of the 4 is Nebraska. Why are we complaining?
Start of the Big Ten season, yeah. I mean, that might be one of the concessions that Michigan is making. That hey, we'll make it one of the Big Ten games.
I suppose it's just odd. Like if you're cherry picking this 2-game suspension, which is what they are doing by making it week 3 and 4, right? That's cherry picking.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, just pick New Mexico and CMU and dare the NCAA. I don't know. It's just weird to cherry pick, and then to cherry pick in such a way that prioritizes a game against your coach's alma mater, Oklahoma, instead of a road conference game. That's just an odd choice to me. Self-imposed on the ticket text says is a deal they worked out with the NCAA. They will punish themselves. The NCAA won't drop the hammer. No more suspensions, limited fines. What a joke. Won't take wins or a championship away. I would argue, okay, we had read that one. Will Chiron be on CMU's sideline? That's a great question. This doesn't make any sense. If they are admitting to cheating during their championship season, then shouldn't you vacate your championship season? Well, Michigan will maintain we're not admitting to cheating. We're just
pleading down to a lesser charge.
Playing along and settling. Yeah. Michigan has the most arrogant bunch of losers running around and playing in their organization. Chiron's just going to Zoom practices. This is quite obviously an agreed-upon suspension. That is not what's being reported, that this is agreed upon. This is self-imposed, according to ESPN.
Yes, it's self-imposed, but most of the time you don't make an announcement on a self-imposed penalty unless there's some buy-in from the other party.
Why is he taking a suspension? I was told he didn't do anything wrong.
Well, I think he admitted to deleting the text messages.
Yes. Look, he utilized the info that Connor Stallions gathered. Whether he ordered it or not, he utilized it. The program benefited from the information that Connor Stallions gathered. And Michigan has been accused by the NCAA of being obstructionist during this whole thing. I mean, a lot of that was Jim Harbaugh and his staff not cooperating. And
that's why Jim got the, 4-year show cause?
Yeah, and he's not going to, yeah, exactly. Now he gets to avoid it because he's just in the NFL.
Right.
But yeah.
Ran.
Yeah. I still fully expect the hammer to come down. Hopefully it's SMU style. Okay, they're not going to do that. I don't know if that's a Spartan fan texting it in, wishful thinking, Buckeye fan. Like they're not going to shut down the program for a full season where they won't play football games. No. This won't be read, but it's wild that Michigan continues to be the dirtiest athletic program in the country, and it's not even an argument.
Oh, there you go. It was
Proved
read.
you wrong. I read it. All right. I'm sure they'll have a field day with this throughout the day. It broke near the end of our show today. John, we had a good conversation about the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
This level of buy-in, given the fact they just keep winning. I see Carson Anderson have a poll question up right now talking about the World Series. I mean, that is the most aggressive level of buy-in. Where are you at?
I think there's a big difference in winning the World Series and playing in the World Series, because we saw the team that most people believe coming out of the National League would be the Dodgers. And that was 0-for-3 for the Tigers to start the season. I will say this, though. I think the Tigers have improved since that time, and it wasn't like they were just run off the field by the Dodgers. One of those games they could have won.
Extra inning game?
Yeah. And so I think that they can play with them. I don't know if they ultimately beat them in a 7-game series, but if the question is, hey, can they get to the World Series? I think the answer has to be yes. The issue is going to be what happens with the health of this pitching staff, because right now they have a dominant pitching staff. And they're pairing it with an offense that has been very good. And honestly, the pitching staff has been good. The defense behind them has been really good as well. So they're really operating on all cylinders right now, yet they still don't have their full complement of players. Vierling just started yesterday his rehab assignment in Toledo. Hopefully he'll be back in a matter of a couple of weeks. Parker Meadows could be on the way. I think it's probably still about a month away because he hasn't started any rehab in Toledo yet. And I don't think he can come off the IL until the end of May anyway. So there's still a process, but there's still guys that can make this lineup better.
What level of buy-in? I mean, 90 wins, win the division, you're in the postseason, you've got arms to throw at people. And if you feel like, boy, this isn't sustainable, yeah, I'd point out that there's even more reinforcements coming. Yep. Vierling and Meadows, and a trade deadline where they should be buyers. I mean, they're the best record in the American League. You should be buying at the trade deadline. There's a lot to like. Strip it down like this. They have the best pitcher in the American League. He's the front runner to win the Cy Young again this year. They have the best manager in the American League. Guess who's the betting favorite to finally get that hardware this season? It's A.J. Hinch. They've gotten contributions from guys you didn't expect. The comeback player of the year in the American League, they have 3 of the top 5 guys in odds right now. Torque, Mize, and Bays. They have surprise contributions that's giving them an offensive push in a way we didn't expect. Absolutely, you should be fully bought into this baseball team.
And they're getting major contributions, obviously, from Dylan Dingler. And no one likes the guy being hurt. Jake Rogers, especially with what he has meant to Tarek Skubal behind the plate. But Dylan Dingler has come in and performed at the plate as a batter.
Yep.
And he's been good behind it as well. So it's, they are getting contributions from players that we never thought that they would have contributions. And, I mean, I brought this up. We were all over Riley Green because we thought, well, can we not have nice things all at the same time? Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson.
Yeah.
Riley Green now leads them in hits. And you brought up another one that took it even a step further.
Oh, the
Who's
WAR?
got the highest WAR on the team? You might want to sit down there, Gator, before you hear this one.
I couldn't believe
you know
this.
it? No.
So we had ticket texters bombard us like 5 minutes into the show. We're listening to all these great stats from the Tiger weekend against the Angels and all the homers they hit and the run differential. John's listing statistical leaders, and people pointed out the leader in WAR, the most valuable player, to use an analytic, is Javi Baez.
This is okay. It's ironic that that's what it is, but this is also why the WAR stat is ridiculous, because he is nowhere near the most valuable player in his team, even though he's played really well for this team. But, I mean, it's not like he's driving in runs hand over fist. He hasn't had a whole bunch of home runs. His on-base percentage isn't extraordinarily high. I mean, he's had like 4 or 5 walks all season long. He's been a real solid player for them.
Mm-hmm.
But for his WAR number to be higher than Riley Green's or Kerry Carpenter's or Torkelson, who are all at like 1.2, and he's obviously at a 1.5. That's why this stat, I think, is kind of ridiculous.
It just shows you the mastery of A.J. Hinch. And the amount of times that AJ, because he doesn't have to be an everyday shortstop or an everyday at bat, AJ is putting him in position to be successful. He's batting him when he can be successful.
He's been better, way better than expected at center field. I thought he'd be good at center field, not great. And he's been pretty great at center field when he's thrown in there. And good for him. It's a really nice story to see. This tale of redemption a little bit here. And now he's starting to get the power stroke. Into 3 home runs last week and back-to-back games over the weekend. And that was awesome. And I'm happy for him. I'm happy that fans can take a break with their vitriol, poised right at him. So good for Javi. He's having a real nice start to the season, and so are the Tigers.
Did you guys hear the food draft?
Did not.
Oh, did you? By any chance? No. Okay.
The food draft. World cuisines for Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
Mexican food went number 1, followed by Italian, then American.
Okay.
John's was very American-centric.
Well,
English
American
in there
is
too,
only
and
one
Canadian.
cuisine. Canadian. Yeah, we had French. I had French for French fries.
Yeah.
I had Canadian for Canadian bacon.
Sure. What about like Thai or
I had Thai and Italian. Heather had the Japanese and the Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
Getting Mexican almost wins if you get the first pick.
Behind the glass.
It's the Victor Wembanyama. It's the LeBron James.
That's the best cuisine in the world.
Is there anybody that doesn't like Mexican?
Everybody likes it, yeah.
Everybody,
but the same with Italians, right? Like I think Italians.
John's wearing the red, white, blue flag here today. I can tell. You're all about the steak.
Yeah, it's American man food.
What about Brazil?
Brazil, he would have taken that.
Brazil has a real
Argentina, does as well, but they actually are 2nd and 3rd, respectively, to the United States in meat consumed per capita, red meat consumed per capita.
Indian food, the best undrafted.
Just in case you wanted some useless stats.
So I saw you guys have a poll up about the Tigers.
Yep, we'll touch on that, Champ and Chump. We'll get our thoughts on the breaking news regarding Chiron more right out of the gate.
Perfect. Mikko Rantanen better win Champ. That was a hell of a game. 4-point period in the third. I know it's not local. Gator, I hope you got my back. It's 97-1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Scott the Gator Anderson, how was your weekend?
I was fine.
Yeah?
Just fine. Yeah. Yesterday sucked.
Why is that?
Oh, it's just a wet sneeze all day.
Dude,
cold, wet sneeze all day.
It's on the show sheet today, and it was probably for later, but this is like the worst spring ever. It is. The weather has been awful. And, I'm into seasonably appropriate temperatures. It just feels like it's constantly rainy, windy, gray. I don't know. I'm starting to get depressed. I've never been those people say I've had enough of the Michigan weather. I want out. I've never been in that camp. And I'm starting to go like, what is going on? It's the worst spring ever.
It feels like this has lingered a bit too long, or too many of the 50-degree days with threat of rain or rain.
Yep.
I understand it. Yeah, it's no bueno. I mean, when you get teased with a day that's like 75 or 80, you're like, oh, this is awesome. Here we go. And then the next day it's 52 and raining all day long. It sucks. It sucks. But this is literally nothing new. This happens every year we go through this, I feel.
I feel like it's longer this year than past. I just looked down at Twitch, and a poster named Nicole just said, some of us like gloomy days, Doug.
Oh.
Really?
Well.
Some people like this? What's the upside to this? That's crazy.
I think the only people that like it are the ones that are going through a breakup and want to stay somber.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like when you're feeling depressed and you just listen to more depressing music because that's just the mood you're in. Yeah, because otherwise, why would you like this weather?
I don't know.
We're below average, which is I think 66 is supposed to be the high averages. We're like in the 50s.
Yeah.
We're supposed to warm up though, Doug. By the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I hope so. Anyway, good weekend for the Tigers. Obviously, you had to deal with Piston fallout on Friday. How was that?
It was okay. It was okay because I stayed angry the whole day. That was my feeling from Thursday night after the loss. I mean,
blowing a 7-point lead or the way they did, an 11-1 run at the end. It was brutal. There should have been a Game 7 and there wasn't, so I was angry.
Yeah.
And then you start thinking about other things that happen and you get angry. And that was my feeling throughout the day. I thought it might dissipate a little bit. And then I felt like it started to around noon, and then I think we had a ticket texter say something, and it spiked it back up again. So I was still angry going into the weekend about what happened. I'm kind of over it now. I'm disappointed, but there's acceptance already. So I've gone through all these stages of grief, I guess, and now it's on to the next thing, and let's see what happens here.
Yeah, and we will discuss it throughout the day. Want to open the show with the breaking news regarding Chiron Moore, the Michigan football coach. He will be suspended for 2 games, weeks 3 and 4 of the coming season, and we'll see what this means long term. Scott, I've followed this. I've talked to people involved with this, and my first thought is there is no point in doing this unless you think it's going to help bring you to the end of this. I don't know why you would step up and suspend a coach and look, whether the punishment fits the crime is one thing, but you wouldn't do this on your own unless you had some indication it would help get you to the end of this story, in my opinion. If it doesn't, I don't understand why you do it. Because it's a weird look. But I will say this, keep in mind, and following the story and the way it's been discussed, Michigan is defending themselves against actual accusations and the evidence that has been presented to them, not against every rumor that's out there on the internet. And that is something that is, some of the internet stuff is wild and out of control and not based in merit at all. And that is why, that is something to keep in mind in this whole story, because there was a time, I was told there was a time that the people in charge of Michigan thought that this was going to be a severe, severe, severe case of the worst kind because of the internet rumors. And then when they investigated and the NCAA investigated, they were like, okay, so it's not that. Because, and I'll give you an example. The Matt Weiss situation, okay, his computer gets seized, and they have discovered when they found out what was going on, they fired him, and they discovered that this was rampant throughout his time, that he was committing crimes. There are rumors that there are other crimes out there on his computer. Those would have come out if that were the case. If there were interstate computer crimes, those would have come out. The rumors about what was on his computer were wild. What's there is enough. It's bad enough. It is very damning. But there were rumors that there was way more than that, and that appears to not be the case. That story may still come out, but I've been told that was it. And the people that I talked to at Michigan, when I say, okay, what else is to come? Was there more? Throughout the Connor Stalions thing, I was told, yeah, there's more that we're working on. There's more that's being investigated. As that layering came out, and then they said, at one point they said, okay, we think we've got everything, and we think there's not going to be any more layers to this. That story, they were right. And I'll be intrigued to see what they have to say about this. I didn't have time to talk to anybody officially. I talked to some people that are close to the story, but I didn't have a time to talk to people officially. I don't think you do this unless you think it's going to help bring it to a resolution.
Well, I don't know what's right and what's wrong in terms of what Michigan thinks that they know or don't know, because the book hasn't been closed yet. It hasn't been closed yet on Stallions, because that's what we're waiting on. This is what they think they're getting out in front of and doing the self-imposed sanctions. But the NCAA is they've had a little bit of a cantankerous relationship with Michigan over the last 4 years or so, with starting with Harbaugh and all that business. And you're right, it keeps getting layered because more stuff keeps coming out or different things happen.
under the watch, and it feels like, okay, you get through one investigation, now we got to start another one because there's something else that happened. So the Stallions thing is completely separate from Weiss, and Weiss may or may not have anything to do with the football department, but he was a former coach there, and there's always going to be that association for right or wrong. It's just there.
Sure, yeah. I'm just using Weiss as an example.
No, I
because,
understand.
Weiss, the rumors about what was on Weiss's computer.
But we still don't know. We still don't know fully what was going on there, and that investigation will wrap up whenever it wraps up. So we don't know. But I think it's interesting with Chiron Moore, that, you know, if it's a 2-game suspension, it's interesting. It's games 3 and 4 on the season, which seem odd. But games 1 and 2, if you gave yourself a 2-game self-imposed sanction, that would mean you'd be out for the Oklahoma game, which is his alma mater. And I'm sure he wants to coach against Oklahoma, and I'm sure Michigan wants him to coach against Oklahoma because it's a big opponent. But to pick and choose is interesting. I don't want to steal Kang's thunder on this whole thing because I think what Kang was talking to us about before the show. All right, I will steal your thunder. Oh, fair enough. Kang's take was that this was objectively funny because you're letting the person pick the punishment. And it's like you're saying, well, I got a party next week I want to go to, so I won't suspend myself for that. But the week after, okay, fair enough. We'll do that. So weeks 3 and 4 sound good. That's good. Let me look at my schedule here. Yeah, no, that's good. I don't have to worry about that party or that concert. I'm free to sit in the sidelines for the Central game. Ooh, that's ironic. Connor Stallions in Central. And we'll pick, I guess, we'll throw some meat on the bone. How about Nebraska? It's interesting, and it is, as Kang said, kind of objectively funny. And, you know, me being a Spartan, we can have our dander up about anything that happens with Michigan. I can even take a step back and say it is kind of funny and ridiculous at the same time. We'll see what the NCAA has to say about it, because ultimately they're the ones that will finally rule on this, if they accept those 2 games or if they're going to say, no, it's not 2, it'll be 3 or whatever it's going to be. But it feels like this thing is never ending.
Michigan fans, 248-539-9797. How do you feel about this? Because I know some that want to fight this right to keep fighting and keep fighting and keep fighting. And I know others that are like, just get it over with. And I'm intrigued to see how Michigan fans feel about a self-imposed 2-game sanction. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes at 1035. It is Carson Anderson. We got open lines here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, one thing's for sure, this weather is kind of depressing, but I did notice, I couldn't help but notice how green my lawn was yesterday. It's incredibly green and lush. And why? Natural Way. That's what I call it. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. You get green, you stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for limited time only, you purchase that full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97 on the ticket. Look, we will get warm weather. With all this rain and the warmer weather, you start to get weeds. You know what else you get? Dandelions. You know what they are? A weed. You know what that is? Bad. Dandelions are no bueno. They rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You don't want that. You've got to stop dandelions before they go to seed. And it's not too late to treat for crabgrass either. If you see crabgrass in the middle of the summer, it is too late. But right now, take care of it. Call Natural Way, and they can help control that problem. Natural Way is awesome. They've been around for over 35 years. They know what they're doing. They don't give you the run around and say, oh, yeah, you got this issue. And then they come out and treat for it. And then they, oh, no, now you got this issue. They're really upfront about what's going on. They tailor specifically for your lawn using high-quality products and high-quality expertise. It's a locally owned company, Michigan-owned, Michigan employees, Michigan families. They're involved in local charities. They are awesome. It's a company I've had over at my house for almost a dozen years now. And like I said, I'm really happy with my green, lush lawn. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Opening with the discussion regarding Chiron Moore's 2-game suspension. And look, there's very smart people that are running the Michigan portion of this. A lot of people that are lawyered up from the university's perspective. It's a university self-imposed 2-game suspension for Chiron Moore. That doesn't mean that this is the smartest move ever. If it doesn't, what's the point of doing this if you don't think it's going to draw you closer to a resolution? So are they doing this on their own, or are they doing this because they have some indication from the NCAA that this is along the lines of what they were thinking? I know some people that want to fight it tooth and nail, and I see that reaction out there on social media. I see others that are in favor of trying to bring this to a conclusion. I always, when stuff like this comes up, I very rarely think it's in the best interest of a program under investigation to have it drag out longer and longer and longer. So if you have a resolution that is something that helps you move beyond it within reason, I'm typically in favor of that. But that's not always the opinion of everybody out there. I'm intrigued for Michigan fans what you think of this. 248-539-9797.
I would think that the only way you would want to fight it tooth and nail is if you know you did nothing wrong, or 100% you would win the case. You're very chesty about it in public. We're going to win this case. We did nothing wrong, and go ahead and fight it. But if there's ambiguity in that, then that's where you're like, I want to get this over as quickly as possible and as painlessly as possible, of course, and try to go that route. But to this point, this has just been, it's taken forever. And some of that's just the process. Now, the other thing that's kind of a wild card in this whole thing, and with any case, it's not just Michigan, but it's how weak the NCAA has become over the years. And if you feel like you can take advantage of that, go ahead and take advantage of that.
I talked to somebody who once said, just because you can doesn't mean you should, right? And somebody on the Michigan side. And so I don't know. Yes, you could fight a weakening organization, but there was some question regarding whether or not that means you should do it. Because, there's still an academic institution of higher learning, and, you don't want to send a terrible message on this one. They've taken their share of hits, obviously, from a PR standpoint as it is. Look, if you look back at the Jim Harbaugh era, it was marked with some controversy that was to a degree predictable when Harbaugh came in, because he is a bull in the china shop. And I think that there was wandering in some gray areas, and there was perhaps some less than elite vetting that was going on with some of the people that were brought into the building. Like, in retrospect, you wish they had caught some of these things beforehand, but some of it you weren't able to find. Some of it you might not have ever found out about, with a typical vetting process. But, the fact of the matter is, the people that had worked with Harbaugh before at other venues had, said he definitely has a shelf life before he starts to rub people the wrong way or do some things. Feedback coming in. I just want this over. Do what they need to do, short of vacating anything. I don't care what heads roll. It's from Tom in Flat Rock. Unnamed texter, does a self-imposed ban have anything to do with Nebraska being a conference game holding more weight? I don't know. I don't think so. Suspend him starting from week 1 or not at all. Let the NCAA handle it if they want to. Who the hell picks and chooses when they suspend someone?
Well, that's what self-imposed means. You're doing it to your advantage. What do you think the reason would be for picking games 3 and 4 on the schedule?
My guess is that this has probably been negotiated, that Chiron really wants to coach the Oklahoma game, and they said, we want to suspend you for the first 2 games of the year, and he pushed back on that. His lawyers pushed back on that, and after much back and forth, this is probably what they agreed upon. That's my guess. But I don't. I go back to it. It's useless if you don't think this is going to help bring you to a resolution with the NCAA. Why else would you do it? What's the benefit of doing it if it doesn't help you bring to a resolution with the NCAA? So did they float this by? Did they float this by the NCAA and say, is this something that you would find satisfactory? And they said yes. Or is because you shouldn't do this independent without some knowledge of whether or not
I can't imagine you would, and yet I don't know how that whole thing works. When you're under investigation by the NCAA, and is this like you have to do it with sign language rather than actually saying your response because you don't want anything on a record? It's just, hey, if we do this, would you look favorably to that? And the person kind of looks the other way and doesn't say yes, doesn't say no, but may nod his head to give, go ahead and do it, but I'm not really telling you to do it.
From Scott, I don't like self-imposed sanctions. It's like plea bargaining. It's politics. It's damage control. But I don't blame Michigan. Everybody does it. They do. A lot of schools do this. 248-539-9797. Michigan fans, how do you feel about the self-imposed sanctions of Chiron Moore? In the meantime, we also have Champ and Chump, which we have not mentioned. Champ and Chump of the weekend, who should be singled out for having the best weekend, who should be called out for having the weekend that stinks. We'll get to our nominations today at 10:35. Big weekend for the Detroit Tigers. A lot of what's next for the Detroit Pistons. We'll get to those phone calls and feedback coming up. We got a Twitter question out there for Tiger fans that you can go vote on and comment. Comments will be read on the air. So if you want to get your comments read on the air, vote on the Twitter poll and post underneath that anything you have to add to it, or whether or not you think this Tiger team's a World Series contender. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, seems like Michigan is admitting the scandal is true. So if it is true, then I don't understand how any game that was under suspicion shouldn't be vacated. Well, they're admitting this seems to be about Chiron Moore perhaps deleting those text messages, which were later recovered. But there's no integrity in NCAA sports anymore. The NCAA wanted Harbaugh gone. He's gone. This was our slap on the wrist. It's over. That's from Scott and Carlton. Well, Michigan fans, how you feel about it? 248-539-9797.
This is all only part of it. I mean, this is a Michigan part of it. And we still haven't heard boo about Central Michigan and what will happen with them with the Connor Stallion stuff.
If anything, if it's just Connor or if it has anything to do with Michigan.
Yeah, I'm saying this is just the Michigan part. I'm just moving around with the other moving parts with this whole Connor Stallions thing. It goes all over the place. So
yeah. I think that is a likely long-term show cause for Connor Stallions. But Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. Scott, I suspect there'll be quite a bit of votes on the Tigers for Champ of the weekend. Huh. What did you think of the weekend that was?
Well, with the Tigers, I obviously was very happy with what I saw. Taking 3 out of 4, then you're disappointed that you lose the one game. But it's okay. There are there's so many positives have come out of this season so far, and even more positives continue through the weekend. I mean, Javi Baez, the back-to-back games with home runs. We talked about it a little bit in the crosstalk there with the guys about his start. He's leading the team in WAR, which is kind of crazy because statistically he shouldn't be, but because the WAR stats crazy he is. But I'll take it because I like how he's played. He's been a very good substitution in center field when necessary, and he's played the infield pretty well as also. And that's like the baseline. But how is he hitting? Very well, actually. Hitting around 300. His OPS, I think, is over 800 now, which is kind of crazy to think with Javi, with the way that things started and the way they've gone for the last couple of years. But good for him. Riley Green, I think, is hitting like 500 over his last 4 or 5 games. Kerry Carpenter coming out, he's a threat to hit the ball over the fence every time he comes to the plate, and so is Torkelson. And between those 3 guys, they're clubbing the ball, man. If I told you the Tigers were going to rank in the top 5 in home runs and batting average and runs scored at this point in the season, I don't think you'd believe me. And that's exactly where they're at. It's crazy how good they've started off. And the power numbers are like, where is this coming from? And, okay, is this just a statistical anomaly with how things have started? Or is this what we can expect with those 3 guys in the lineup on most nights? That, yeah, they're power hitters. These guys are going to hit, with Riley Green and Carpenter, they should hit close to 30 home runs a season. And Torque, sky's the limit with Torkelson. He's on pace to hit 49. I don't think he's going to hit 49, but if Torkelson stays healthy and this is what we're seeing, I mean, 35 isn't out of the question, and 35 plus is not out of the question. We've seen that. The pitching has been spectacular throughout the season so far. Jack Flaherty, you're wondering a little bit, hey, what's going on here? The last couple of outings, he has not been good his last 2 outings, but by and large, he has been for the season. His ERA is still well below 4. I really like what this team has done. It's been great. And, guys you want to put some pressure on, Colt Keith, well, he hit his first 3 home runs of the season in the last that's when he hit his first home run, and he had a couple more. And showing the power stroke to go over the wall in the opposite field was nice to see. The home run he hit yesterday was just a laser. But he's got to hit more. And the other disappointing part to the season so far is the offensive part for Chase Young. He's only had 30 at-bats, but he's only got 3 hits in the 30 at-bats. Defensively, he's been an improvement. But, look, Matt Vierling's going to come back later this week. And when Matt Vierling comes back, my guess is that Chase Young is going to go back down to Toledo.
You've touched on a lot of stuff there. I want to go back to where you started, which is Baez, Torque, and Mize. That trio of comebacks is remarkable, and I don't know which one which one's going to stick, if all three of them are going to stick, if there's, false hope, if they are, just having a great month and a half to open up the season. It just, I don't know if there's a shelf life on those, if the clock is ticking down. Javi Baez looks like a completely different player.
He's hitting .309 with an .829 OPS at this point.
Do you know how beloved a player is that can play shortstop and center field, have those kinds of offensive numbers? Who takes extra bases? Running the base. Like, you start looking at what Javi Baez is now and what Javi Baez has been in Detroit, they couldn't be more polar opposite. Spencer Torkelson was a forgotten man. And but what I mean by that is when we had Tiger discussions, he didn't even come up. He wasn't even discussed. He wasn't even, people weren't calling and talking about, can they get anything about Torque? People had moved on. And Casey Mize, kind of the same thing. And they just keep layering good performance on top of good performance on top of good performance. And, what do we buy into? Is all of their success predicated on those guys keeping it up? Or is their success predicated on the right people making plays at the right times? And what I mean by that is, if there is some sort of fall off from Baez, is that void going to be filled by Colt Keith?
Right.
Because right now, Colt Keith is heating up and Baez isn't cooling down. Is any production that Torque is providing going to be, if that starts to fade, is that going to be filled by, the collective return of Veerling and Meadows? I mean, I know they're different types of players, but, is that what makes this thing believable and sustainable?
I mean, they've got three regulars that will be back in this lineup, hopefully, within 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Parker Meadows, Matt Veerling, and Jake Rogers is the other one, kind of the forgotten man. And, Dylan Dingler's played great. Dylan Dingler's hitting .300. He's hit for power with 4 home runs already. Tomas Nido, he's done a nice job. He's actually hitting .360 in the limited at-bats he's got. I don't think anybody's in any hurry to get Jake Rogers back, and yet what Jake Rogers does is work with his pitching staff. He might even make the pitching staff better, which is crazy to think because how good the pitching staff has been. But they've got some tough decisions to make when these guys do get healthy. And the catcher situation will work itself out because you're not going to carry 3 catchers in the roster. My guess is, there's something happens with Nido there. But with Veerling and Meadows coming back, Veerling maybe for Young, that's an easy one. But then when Meadows comes back, what do? It starts to get tougher and tougher.
248-539-9797. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. Gator, my champ of the weekend is Riley Green as he continues to hit the ball. The 2 home runs on Friday. 2 in the 9th inning, which had never been done in the history of Major League Baseball. Was it Friday or Saturday? Was it Saturday? Anyway, whatever it was. 2. Nobody had ever done it. Was it Friday? Okay. Nobody had ever done it before. Riley Green, my champ of the weekend.
My champ is going to be Dallas Stars forward Mikko Rantanen. 5 goals and 11 points in his last 3 playoff games, including the game clincher over Colorado, where he scored 3 goals, added an assist in the third period alone. That ties an NHL record for most points in a single period, which, by the way, he had already tied the previous game with 4 points in the second period. Mikko Rantanen's been incredible, and to do that against his former team, the Avalanche, and to knock them out of the playoffs and advance Dallas' season, that's a hell of a stretch.
My chump of the weekend is Josh Hart from the Knicks. Did you hear what he said on this podcast?
I did not.
Okay. It's the Roommates Show, and he said on his podcast that Tim Hardaway might have gotten the call at the end of Game 4 had he not been foul baiting. He pump faked, and if he just tried to shoot instead of foul baiting, and he's laughing while he's saying this, then maybe he would have got the call. But the moment the Pistons started trying foul baiting was the moment that they didn't get the call. Ha ha. He thinks it's funny.
I got to tell you, that guy, if Brunson weren't the poster child for hatred of Detroit fans, he's right there, complaining after every play. He literally complained after every single play. And for him to say that, foul baiting, if he wasn't foul, your entire existence is based on foul baiting. That's why you're here on this earth. That's rich coming from him.
Yep.
My chump, it's still the NBA officials. I'm not going to let it go. They screwed the Pistons with the no foul call, which cost them the game and control. And at worst, we should be talking about what happened in an epic Game 7 on Saturday night. Instead, we're relegated to already discussing what the future of the Pistons will be, which we'll get to later in the show.
248-539-9797. Get your feedback in, your champ and chump votes. If you want to continue with the the Chiron Moore story, suspended for 2 games for people just joining us, Michigan fans. Are you disappointed, or are you thinking that this is a smart move to try and bring it to a resolution? Some people want to fight everything with the NCAA. Get your thoughts in at 248-539-9797. Are the Tigers a World Series contender? We asked that on Twitter. We've just started talking about them. We will get to what the Twitter poll says and read some tweets coming up today at 10:50. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, trust me, it's finally happening. The weather is going from cold and dark to hot and sunny. It will happen in the blink of an eye, just like it always does here in the state of Michigan. I love the heat as much as the rest of you guys, but that doesn't mean that I want it taking over my house. So do what I did and make sure that you call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to test out your AC and make sure it's going to run cold. And how about this? Make sure your pool, if you got one in the backyard, make sure that's running warm this summer. The red, white, and blue trucks are on their way. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, looking at some of the feedback coming in here. 248-539-9797 from Dabwab Fab on Twitch.
Wow.
As a Michigan fan, I just need this to be done. I get if they are going to self-impose, they can choose whatever, but why don't you just clean your hands of it and be done with everything? From Stingray 1222, Michigan fans over 60 years old. Fight Michigan fans under 60. Just end this. Just a hunch. From Dior Styles on Twitch, cannot advance scout because smaller schools can't afford to do that. But you can pay good players millions of dollars, which smaller schools can't afford to do. This whole thing is silly. 248-539-9797. I'm intrigued to hear, because there is a fight at camp and there is a accept punishment and move on camp. Where are you? Scott, we also have a Tiger team that is in first place and the best record in the American League as we approach the what has appeared to be magical 40-game mark. And we've asked people, do you think of them as a World Series contender? We got a Twitter poll that accompanies it. What percentage of Tiger fans do you think of this Tiger team as a World Series contender?
68%.
Kang, do you think that number is higher or lower than 68%? Question, do you think the Tigers are a World Series contender?
You choose that number on purpose, Gator?
I just first one that came to mind.
Nice. I am going to go, this is online, so I'm going to go under. I feel like more negativity is online.
Tiger fans, do you think the Tigers are a World Series contender? Yes. 79.9%.
All right, good for the people.
Yep. No, 20.1%. Mike writes in via Twitter. They had the pitching staff, and now they are finally learning to hit consistently. But then again, talk to me in a month after a few inevitable slumps. From PM Richard, great starting pitching, bullpen is solid, timely hitting, and most of all, we have AJ as the skipper. From Curtis, their pitching alone gives them a good chance in any playoff series. No other AL team currently scares me. From Ken, too early to tell, but they're on the right track. Mark Newman writes in, it might be a tad premature to declare this, but yeah, they're as good as any team in the American League. So what are they? You mentioned the offensive numbers that stand out.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about the comebacks of Mize, Torkelson, and Baez. The other thing is the bullpen. The bullpen is lights out. And I realize they're not perfect, but the bullpen, the ERA, third in the majors for a bullpen. The walks and hits per innings pitch, third in the majors. The batting average against, third in the majors. The Tigers pitching with a lead has been remarkable. And I can't think of them blowing too many leads this year.
No, I can't think of that either. Overall as a pitching staff, they're third in Major League Baseball. And their overall ERA, team ERA, is 2.96.
Mm-hmm.
They've been incredible at both ends of it, and their defense is good enough. Like, they've been very good defensively. They had the error yesterday, or where the two players, center field and right field, Green and Carpenter, just kind of bumped into each other because neither heard the other one shouting the other one off. But aside from that, you see the occasional misfire, but they've gotten away with it. They've been able to overcome it because their pitching is good. Hey, bear down. We need a strikeout. Got it. Hey, bear down. We need to get a good out here. Okay, here's a pop-up. The pitching has been a continuation of what the end of last year was. And not just the end of last year. I mean, you could go for the last, whatever it was, 40 games or 60 games, whatever it is. They've been very, very good. And you were the first one I heard bring this point up a few weeks ago. And that is to say, they're just playing like they were last year.
Mm-hmm.
That hasn't changed. And it's true. I mean, record-wise, they're still on this torrid pace. They're 9 games above 500 already. And it's remarkable to think about that. And it's a different team now than what they were when they finished the season. Different in that you've got a full 5-man rotation. At times it's been a 6-man rotation when they threw Montero in there just to give some little space for some of the other pitchers and skip a start for Jackson Jobe here and there. It's really impressive what A.J. Hinch has done. But the reclamation projects
I mean, they stand out. You cannot ignore the 1-1 guys with Torkelson and Mize and what they've done, and you can't ignore what Javi Baez has done. And then you're getting substantial play from other players maybe you didn't expect it from. Zach McKinstry, who just snapped like a 13 or 14 game hit streak the other day. But he's been remarkably consistent for this team. I mentioned Dylan Dingler earlier. All he does is hit. The guy's just flat out hitting, and he's stinging the ball, and he's able to lift it over the wall too. Trey Sweeney hit his 4th home run yesterday. I mean, they've got guys you just don't expect it. All of a sudden, you start to look at them individually and like, well, this guy could actually hit 15 to 20 home runs a year if he gets the at-bats. This guy could do this. This guy could do that. There aren't a whole lot of holes on this team. And they're going, and if there are, they're going to be filled quickly because Vierling's coming back and Meadows is coming back.
So you brought up the whole continuation of last year thing. Tom Milliken, did you hear the stat from the morning show?
We have a stat of the day?
Well, this might be. Going back to their run that started last year, they've played 81 games.
Well, it's half a season.
Yes. Do you know what their winning percentage, what their record is in those 81 games?
70?
They're 53-28, which is a .654 winning percentage.
So 65, yeah.
If they were over a course of a season, I mean, you're over 100 wins.
Yeah, I think they're on pace. I thought I heard Caputo say last night on Sportsworks with Dan Miller, and Stoney was on with him as well. I thought he said they were on pace for like 109 wins or something like that, or 100 something wins.
It's incredible, and it all started late last year. Now, obviously, some people don't believe in carryover from season to season. I absolutely believe in carryover from season to season. And they've just picked up where they've left off, and then they've mixed in new helpful pieces. Gleyber Torres, used correctly, has been a productive player. But look, we do this every once in a while, okay? We like to deem this a safe space where there's no yelling. In fact, this is an invite for conversation purposes. We've sat here for weeks praising the Tigers. What is our blind spot? When you hear us talk out there, what is our blind spot? What is Doug Karsh and Scott Anderson's blind spot? And it's a safe space. There's many people out there that I know send texts and they will tweet at us and mock us. I want to have a conversation with those people. It's an invite and a safe space. And what's the blind spot in the optimism? And that's not to mean you're a bad fan. That's not to mean we're going to berate you. I'm intrigued to hear what concerns we haven't thought of, Scott. Because, we like to, what we do, something we call Give It the 360. We look at topics from every single angle. And every time I do it, I come away brimming with enthusiasm about what this Tiger team is going to be and what it means for Detroit, right? Last year, a playoff team didn't have a playoff type season. It didn't feel like it. We might be back for one of those great summers where Comerica Park is sold out. I mean, they got a 4-game home series coming up in like 2.5 weeks against Cleveland. And we can sit here and praise the Tigers' best record in the American League. The Guardians are a 1.5 games back.
Yep.
Right? So, there are bigger series than others. And look, the Tigers have passed many tests. Sure, Dodgers swept them. Tigers took 2 of 3 from the Yankees. They took 2 of 3 from Seattle, who has the second best record in the American League. They took 2 of 3 from the Padres. There have been many tests along the way. The Cleveland one is the multiplier, though, because it's in division. And if you're not better than them, you got challenges.
Yeah, I think if I'm trying to look at a hole in it or a blind spot, as you say, the first thing for me that came to mind is, well, they haven't played Cleveland yet. Mm-hmm. And that's the team that as good as the Tigers have been, Cleveland's right there. They're a 1.5 games back. Kansas City's only 3 games back. These 3 teams have played very well to start the season. Don't look past Minnesota. They're 15-20 on the year and 7 games back of the Tigers, but I do think that's going to end up being a decent baseball team this year, a 500 baseball team. So the division it's a good division. remember like a week and a half into this season, people were clowning on the division. And I got really upset with some people that did things like that because like how are you judging a division on 10 games?
Right.
Can't do that. That's stupid. It might be silly to judge the division on 35 games at this point too. But based on what happened at the end of last year, when you had 3 teams from the division make the playoffs, I think it's a solid division. And the Tigers have taken advantage with the winning 8 out of the 10 games within division. But like I said, they haven't played Cleveland yet. That might be the one thing that kind of stands out. The other thing is, yeah, they beat New York. They beat Seattle. They beat San Diego. Those are 3 good baseball teams. But those are the only ones they beat. The other ones they're just kind of bad, middling teams. I shouldn't say bad teams, but middling teams that we're going to struggle to make 500. So I guess technically you'd say that they're bad. This will all work itself out as the season goes on. But I think you hit the nail on the head. Wait a few weeks here when they take on the Guardians, and we'll see where they're at.
But what's fun about that is we even freaking care. Like the care is going to be deep. That whole series, if it's good weather, Comerica could be packed. If there's bad weather, Comerica could be packed. I'm kind of just moving into the default position that we're going to have bad weather all the time. 248-539-9797. Safe space. What's our blind spot with the Tigers? If you are not fully on board and you just can't believe that this is real, tell us what you think, with the mistakes that those are wildly optimistic. What are the mistakes that we are making? It's Carson Anderson, more your champ. And Chump Vote's coming up as well. If you sent one in via Ticket Text, there's a chance we'll read it on the air next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Good to be with you here on a Monday. If you're just joining us, there is the Chiron Moore suspension story, if you want to continue with that. 2 games, self-imposed by Michigan. We'll see if this appeases the NCAA. Is it agreed? There's no indication that the NCAA and Michigan agreed on this. It is self-imposed by Michigan. So, did they do it with knowledge that the NCAA would say, okay, that's good for us, or is it still going to be a continuing story? We'll find out more over the coming days and weeks. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? I mentioned that some people sent them in, and we would read some on the air. Let's go. From Vrabel and Taylor, Champ, the whole Detroit Tigers team. Chump, Tyrese Halliburton's dad. Strong vote there. I suspect he'll get more votes. Unnamed texter, Champ, Riley Green for becoming the first player in MLB history to hit multiple home runs in the 9th inning. Chump, Ron Washington. This guy used to be a good manager, right?
Yeah, he made some really questionable calls when to leave pitchers in the game, when you take somebody out, but you bring in a lefty to face Torkelson or whatever, with the righty-lefty, lefty-righty stuff. He looked a little lost.
Anthony Mail Truck, Champ, the whole Tigers team, they've all contributed. That's a great series. Chump, Mother Nature, just bad raining weather. Amen, Anthony. Another strong candidate for Chump on a weekend. 248-539-9797. Okay, look, we're safe space. If you are a skeptic of everything the Tigers have done, we're interested in having a discussion because we may have some blind spots. We jumped on board really, really early. In fact, at 0-3, believe it or not, it was favorite 0-3 team of all time. Yep. And they've rewarded us in playing great baseball since. And they didn't play terrible baseball then, but they're 22-10. In the last 81 games, half a season, they are 53-28. But if you are still waiting to see more, if we have blind spots, well, let's discuss them. 248-539-9797. Scott, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Scott.
Gentlemen, thank you for creating this safe space for us this morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Scott. Thank you for calling.
Of course. So I am, I don't know what it is, but Cleveland is almost like a blind spot. I don't know if that counts. It's not our fault, but like their run differential is like negative whatever, like 30 or something. We're like positive, 60 or 70? Mm-hmm. And they're one game behind us. This is the dumbest thing I've heard of. And then also, I think it might be because I'm not watching enough of the games. I don't know if it's Pistons basketball or playoff hockey or like kids sports in the spring, whatever it is, but I don't know who our closer is, and maybe we don't need one because of our pitcher by committee last year that just kind of worked and we just do that. Is that a thing now, or do we have a closer?
No, they do. It's Tommy Canley, who was one of the free agent acquisitions they made in the offseason that went way under the radar. He's pitched in 12 games. He's got 5 saves, also a couple holds on the team. He has a .71 earned run average. I mean, he's been really good.
On me. And that, again, safe space. I should have been watching more games.
No, it's okay, but Scott, I think you answered your question when you first started talking about the run differential. The Tigers had the best run differential in all of baseball at +63. They're blowing teams out, so they don't even have the opportunity. The guys are coming in the 9th inning to pitch, and they have, what am I here for? I just got to get 3 outs, but we have a 4-run lead. I'm not getting a save. You know what I mean?
Exactly. 100%. And I don't know. And Cleveland's is negative terrible, right? They're
-23.
What is going on? But in general, they're amazing. We get somehow the other thing, 5th starter. I mean, they're all doing well, but do we get greedy? This is I don't want to get all 06 on us, but when we had 3 or 4 good pitchers and we got that extra one just in case, but I don't know if you can do that because then they don't pitch enough in the rotation. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of questions there, but I mean, it's amazing. Great stuff happening all around.
Scott, thank you for the phone call. Can we have a fun summer? A fun summer of contending baseball?
I sure hope so. I mean, we just started May, and this is best team in the American League. This is a lot of fun to watch. He's talking about getting greedy. Look, I don't think you mess with anything until you have to start messing with stuff. Are you proactive? Are you looking? Sure, you're looking, but I don't think you even think about anything like that really until you get a month out of the trade deadline. You start June at least, middle of June. This team is playing very well right now, and knock on wood that the staff has stayed healthy. You want to pound anything.
Well, have they?
Well,
Alex Cobb was supposed to be a starter.
He was supposed to be, and by all accounts, he's another one that could be here in a few weeks. So, that was one, and what did that do? Really, what Alex Cobb's injury did was secure a roster rotation for Jackson Jobe. That's effectively what it did.
Do you think it was Jobe, or do you think it was Mize? It was probably Jobe.
Probably Jobe.
But Mize had a good spring last year, and it didn't turn into this. He had a good spring this year, and man.
Well, Casey Mize has been, he's got a 2.7 earned run average to start the season. His worst outing may have been his most recent one, and even that, he gave up 4 runs in the first 4 innings of that game and then shut down the team for the next 3 by giving up just 1 walk over the next 3 innings. Yeah. He ended up pitching 7 full innings in that game, which didn't start off so well, but finished off just fine for Casey Mize.
Chad is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Chad.
Hey, guys. Oh, my wife is already dreading this summer. So we're going to talk about the Tigers all the time? No, this is for real. No, these Tigers are for real. This probably should have happened maybe 2 years ago. They drafted this team. This is their team. They filled in the spots. I absolutely 100% expected what we are seeing. They are good. Now, will they win the World Series? Ugh. There's some really good baseball teams out there. But they are so good, and it is so much fun to watch them.
Yeah, I think the surprising thing to me is the one thing I didn't account for, I was not expecting them to be as potent at the plate as they've been. I did not expect them to, be fourth in the majors in home runs. I didn't see that coming.
I agree with that. But they're pitching, yes. They're hitting, not homers, but how they play. And then let's not forget, AJ, he is a whisperer. He's doing something. He is making this thing work.
He's a mastermind.
He's amazing.
He's great.
So that's it. That's what I want to say. I think it's real. I think we're going to our wives and kids are going to be annoyed with us by October. But I can't wait.
I don't think your kids will.
Well, no, they want to go. Yeah. They want to go to the games.
Yeah. Well, disposable income be used on some Comerica Park tickets, it feels like, for a lot of people in Metro Detroit. What's the blind spot with this Tiger team that we have been chesty about for weeks? 248-539-9797. Say space for dissenting opinions. When you hear us talk and you kind of roll your eyes at us about being excited about this team, what is it? We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump. We'll talk some Pistons a little bit later on. Continue to take your reaction, texts, and calls regarding Chiron Moore's 2-game suspension, self-imposed by Michigan. Hey, guys, you hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot, usually about how they offer up the best game day atmosphere in the state, how they serve up the coldest draft beer you've ever had, that they have the most beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls serving it all up, and, of course, that scratch kitchen. Well, Twin Peaks is offering up something new, catering. That food you crave can now be yours at work, at your house party, or even a tailgate. They offer up a wide variety of party packs featuring favorites like their chicken fried chicken, street tacos, char-grilled salmon, steak salads, and so much more. I love the Chipotle chicken. There isn't a sports bar in the world that can compete with their food. And now, if you think about it, you can make your favorite lodge for lunch. If you can't get there, if you can't make it to your favorite lodge for lunch, they can make it all work. They'll send it to you. The wings packs are perfect for tailgates. Call the store and speak to a manager for details or check them out online at ezcater.com, ezcater.com. If you've never tried their food, you got Detroit baseball action tonight. Actually, they're off tonight, right? So stop by your closest lodge to see for yourself. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Plenty of them coming in at 248-539-9797. I don't know if this is completely true, but an interesting observation from a listener. Scott writes in, I laugh when I think about the offseason. The Bregman talk. It feels like the failure to land Alex Bregman is the only reason Torque is here. I think I remember Hinch trying unconvincingly to sell fans that Torque still has a place on the roster. I don't know if it's a one-to-one correlation, but as he said, it feels like the failure to land Bregman opened up more at-bats for Spencer Torkelson.
Well, except Bregman would have played third base, and that has no effect on Torkelson, so I don't buy that.
Well, if Bregman's playing third, does it push somebody else to DH? I mean,
no.
So you don't see it.
Nope.
Does he even make the team though?
Yeah.
They keep a spot for Torque?
Yes. Because again,
so who wouldn't be here if they'd signed Bregman?
Well, Jace Young wouldn't be here. He wouldn't.
No,
he
wasn't.
Make the team
he wasn't
out of spring
expected to be
training anyway.
here. Yeah,
so
he's here as much because of Veerling's injury as anything, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
But who that was expected to be here wouldn't be here? That's a good question.
I just think it's a third base thing. I mean, Ibanez maybe.
Yeah. I mean, look,
Torque earned his way through spring training without question, and then has carried it on through the regular season, and we're all glad because of it. Because this is the power stroke that had everybody intoxicated when they were watching him play in college.
Yep.
Like this is the stuff he was doing at Arizona State. Like, oh my God, this is the guy who's, matching up with Barry Bonds' numbers when Barry Bonds was at Arizona State. This is how crazy good he was. The crazy power you saw. 1-1. Tigers are finally going to get that masher. And then it didn't look like it after last year. So good for Torque. He made the adjustments. He's been so much better. And he's in on every pitch. He looks engaged and he doesn't look outmatched. If you make a mistake inside, he is hammering the ball. And he's also drawing a bunch of walks now, too, because the league realizes we have to kind of pitch around him, pitch to spots, be very careful with Spencer Torkelson. And now that on-base percentage is starting to creep up and up and up.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Champ Colt Keith for avoiding the AAA send-down. What a new sense of urgency. Excuse me. Chump, Houston Rockets for getting beat 5 times in 10 years to Golden State. That's from Robert and Fenton.
The Colt Keith story is interesting. Last week we started to talk about it. I was getting nervous about Colt Keith, and okay, if this keeps up for much longer, where he's been completely outmatched at the plate and not having great at bats, then he's going to have to spend some time back at AAA, and that'd be a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow. And then all of a sudden he starts hitting the ball out of the ballpark and he's drawing walks again, and that's huge. 3 home runs in a week, his first 3 home runs of the season. You look at Colt Keith and you see him standing up in the dugout or standing at the plate. It's a big guy. Like, you expect him to be able to hit for power, and we just haven't seen a ton of it since he's been a Tiger. Now, he showed some flashes of that in the minors, but it's not like this guy was hitting 30 home runs. But he's got the frame to do it. He's athletic, and he hits the ball to all fields. Maybe now he's starting to get into that groove, which would be great. I don't know if he's ever going to be a great hitter, but he's got potential because he does hit to all fields.
If you look at his season and how it was trending and compared to Parker Meadows' season last year, it was slightly better, but he was approaching the point where Parker got sent down.
Yeah.
Like, he was getting dangerously close to that when he bounced back.
The one that's getting close to that is Jace Young, because Jace Young is literally hitting just as poorly as Parker Meadows did to start last year.
Yeah.
And both guys, Parker Meadows plays a flawless center field, and Jace Young doesn't play a flawless third base, but plays a nicer third base than he's definitely improved over what he was last year. But he's got to start hitting the ball. He's got a really nice eye at the plate, but he has been unable to sting the ball for hard contact, and he hasn't. I don't think of his 3 hits, none of them are extra base hits. So he's 3 for 30. That's 100 on the season. That's not good. It's exactly what Parker Meadows was. Matt Vierling's coming back. I'm guessing that Jace Young is going to be sent back down to get this swing back in order.
Let's go to Mike. You're next on 97 on the Ticket. Hello, Mike.
Hey,
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I got a champ and chump for you.
Yep.
Hey, listen, the Detroit Tigers are my champ. The way that they blew out the Angels this weekend, the hitting is fantastic, like you guys have been talking about. My chump are the St. Louis Blues for losing a 2-goal lead in Game 7 in the last 2 minutes of the game last night. I mean, it's unbelievable the way that they crashed and burned last night.
Yeah, Winnipeg scored a goal to tie it with less than 2 seconds in regulation, and then was it double overtime or single overtime? Double overtime. They scored a goal with under 4 minutes to go, sending the hometown fans home happy with that one.
Unbelievable. I never saw anything like that.
Well, if you watch the previous night, if you watch Colorado and Dallas and what Mikko Rantanen, who is my he's my champ of the week. What they did in the third period, they were down 2-0.
Yeah, no, I did see that game. Yeah. But all right, hey guys, take care.
Yeah, you too. I mean, Jordan Bennington, big game goalie, experience, up for the moment.
Stop me if you've heard this before. The Stanley Cup playoffs are always great.
Yep.
Great.
248-539-9797. Champ Scotty Scheffler. Wow, minus 31. Chump James Harden, classic Game 7 choke artist. That's from Jody and the D.
Spent a lot of time watching the golf yesterday. Scotty Scheffler was a machine throughout the weekend. I don't think he had his first bogey until Saturday. And he just keeps humming along. And next thing you know, it's 25 under. He's 27 under. He's 29 under. He's 30 under. He's 31 under, and he still has like 4 holes to play. And you're hoping that you're just rooting for him to get one more birdie to break the record instead of just tie the record. Just missed birdieing a couple holes and ends up tying the record. It was never in that round of golf, or that tournament was never in jeopardy for him. They said all day long yesterday that the conditions were absolutely perfect to score because the greens were receptive. They were holding with all the rain that they had gotten, but they were also very fair and perfect. They said he was great. When he's on a roll, he is the best player in golf. He's number 1 ranked player in the world right now, and he's unstoppable at times.
Feedback here. Trey Sweeney's never been considered a good hitter. Do you think he can keep this hitting surge up or just a flash? Okay. I mean, I know he went 4 for 5 yesterday, but he's not really hitting.
He's hitting .234 on the year with a .672 OPS.
Do you have his career batting average? I guess there's not much of a career.
Not much of a career, yeah. He just because he only played. But it probably is similar to the at-bats last year, and it is. 110 at-bats last year. And last year he hit .218 with a .642 OPS. He's got 107 at-bats this year, and he's got a .672 OPS. So he hit 4 home runs last year. He's got 3 this year.
Do I think
the numbers are very similar to what he did last year. And now with his next start, he'll start to surpass the at-bat totals from last year.
Do I think that Trey Sweeney can exceed what he's doing now? I don't know. I wouldn't. Do I think he's going to drop off substantially? No.
No, I think he's going to be what he is.
I think he can keep this up.
You know what he is, though? He's a placeholder. It's still a position where the Tigers could use. And now, listen, that could be really easy if you wanted to move Javi Baez back to shortstop full time if Javi continues to hit, right? Yeah. There's your shortstop solution, right?
Yep.
Otherwise, and frankly, both guys are really just a placeholder. I think they were really holding that Javi is going to continue being what he is so that 2 years down the road when McGonigal or Bryce Rayner is ready to take over at shortstop, that they can just hand it over and be seamless with it.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Champ and Chump votes coming in. Champ Scotty Scheffler, amazing tournament. Chump Halliburton's dad, what a tool, how embarrassing. Signed football fan in Belleville.
It is embarrassing. What he did, people that didn't see, after Indiana knocked out Milwaukee, Halliburton's father ran out of the court and popped a jersey right in front of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Right in front of him. Got up in his face and did that.
Yeah.
Absolutely, positively ridiculous that kind of taunting took place. And it wasn't a player on another player. It was a player's father to another player.
Has he been, correct me if I'm wrong, has anyone seen that he's been suspended for the rest of the year from going to games? He can't go to Pacer games? Home or road?
I believe so.
What do we got here next? Champ Albion College Lacrosse, MIAA tournament champions and NCAA bound. Chump, Chiron, Moore, Michigan football. That's from Rob.
Go Britons.
So I love these kind of champ and chump votes because I looked it up, and yeah, they won their conference tournament. They're off to the NCAA. Thanks to an 11-5 victory over Trine.
What?
Yeah, they beat Trine on Friday.
Trine?
Trine. It's in Indiana. So, good for them.
Good for them.
Yep. They became the first ever 3 seed to win the conference tournament champion.
Oh, there's his stat.
Now you know. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Piston stuff coming up. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, from Logan in Southfield. My thoughts on the Michigan punishment as a Michigan fan. Thank God. Please just let this thing end. I'm tired of this. Well, we'll see if this is the beginning of the end or if there's more of the saga to go. I'm sorry, but the words Tigers and World Series together is so silly. I'm not buying it until this organization shows they're serious about this core and buys at the deadline. So that's interesting. You don't think, and again, a safe space, but he didn't call, he texted. So he doesn't think that the organization is serious about this core. So what was the Bregman flirtation? What was that? Was that not being serious about the core?
I think it was being real serious about making this team competitive. It's a playoff team, and now you're going to add to that playoff team by getting one of the better players in baseball.
I mean, you look at it and you go, all right, they didn't get him.
No, they did not, but they thought that they had him.
Yep.
They made an incredible offer worth a lot of money.
Well, the only thing I'd say, and this person's certainly entitled to their opinion, would that serve as encouragement for somebody who wants to add that the willingness is there?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you can come away and say no, because they already added the other players. You know, they already had signed Flaherty and Tommy Kahnle and Gleyber Torres. They already brought those guys on board, and after all that was said and done, they were waiting on to find out if Bregman was going to accept this, whatever it was, $172 million offer that they had made him for just under $30 million a year. That was in addition to all the other moves. So, yeah, I think this team is committed to
at an organizational level.
Because you think back, like, people say this all the time. Well, Mike Ilitch would have done this. Mike Ilitch would have done that. Well, yeah, but he didn't for a long time. Mike Ilitch spent money when he thought that this team was ready to take a bounce forward. I think they had to at some point when they brought in Fernando Vina and Rondell White, and then they went out and got Pudge. That was the first sign. But it had been, how long had Ilitch owned the team prior to that, where the team had been dormant? Like years. So then they finally do that, and then the next season they go out and they get Magglio Ordonez. There's another big move, right? But risky as hell based on the surgery he was coming off of. Nobody knew what he was going to be like. And then they add to it again the next year. Here comes Kenny Rogers in the fold. And then they just kept spending and spending and spending, bringing in more guys and signing guys to contracts. And those are the good old days, right? But you had to have something to work with first. Well, now the Tigers do. They had this playoff team last year that not only upset the Astros, but then was within a game of advancing to ALCS. So what do they do to this team? The aforementioned Gleyber Torres, Tommy Kahnle, Alex Cobb, we haven't seen yet, and it's Gleyber Torres, and then they were through the offer at Alex Bregman. It didn't happen with Bregman, but it had that offer was well after it. So think about what would happen this offseason. This next offseason.
Yeah. What you mean, this coming offseason?
Yeah.
What might happen? So
or the trade deadline.
The trade deadline. The signings, offseason signings were certainly not flashy. They weren't bold. They weren't headline grabbing.
But they were improving.
They might help them win.
Well, Gleyber Torres is a massive upgrade.
Yep.
Certainly Tommy Kahnle helps to solidify the bullpen. Like that. We haven't seen Alex Cobb yet. Don't know.
Pedro in Memphis says, Champ Javi Baez, he's gone from a non-contributor to helping us as a center fielder and hitting. Chump, unfortunately, the Michigan drama, the saga keeps showing up. Will it ever end? Yes, Pedro, it will end. This too shall pass. Next text. I'm sorry, but the words Tigers and World Series. Oh, I already read that one. My bad. Gator, close your eyes. It's September. You and Lois are on the patio having a bourbon. Scuba just threw a no-no sending us to the ALCS. Javi Baez walked it off. Parker Meadows stole 3 bases and Torque hit a bomb. Life is good.
Well, that's a lot to digest there. That seems like any one of those things would have me excited. But have them all happen in the same game? That seems a bit much.
So if Scooble threw a no-no and Javier Baez, they did write Javier Baez. If Scooble threw a no-no and Javier Baez walked us off, that means it was a scoreless game? I guess you could give up runs in a no-no. You could,
Nonetheless, I think the point is being made that just, think about what it could be like in September when there are good things happening. Yeah. Well, good things are happening now. I want to enjoy this now. I don't want to wait till September.
Next text from Scott in Carlton. Champ, never thought I'd say it. Javier Bass, chump is Steve Yzerman. That presser really pissed me off. Yeah, I mean, I think that press conference was indicative of a man that is on the hot seat, knows it, and is perhaps overseeing a bit of some internal strife that needs to get sorted out. It's hard to interpret it any other way.
Well, I think that press conference achieved a couple things for Steve Yzerman. First of all, he addressed the Dylan Larkin comments, right? And kind of did it very pointedly. And I think let you know that he had a discussion with Dylan. And then to say if Dylan wants to talk about it, it's up to him, but I'm not going to say anything about it here today. So it sounds like there was some sort of heart-to-heart discussion there. And then Stevie kind of lets you know what he sort of said when he said the best players have to play well for this team, and that didn't happen down the stretch. So kind of putting it back on the players. But the thing that I took away that I really liked was when he was asked directly by, I think it was Helene St. James at the Free Press, about will this team be willing to spend upwards of $13 million, to get one of these high-end free agents if they become available. And his first response to it was absolutely. That's what he said. Absolutely. And then talked about if the player fits, if it's what they need, if it's the type of player they're looking for. Yep. And then a couple questions later, kind of walked it back a little bit, but it's out there. It's out there. So does it set any kind of internal clock ticking that if this team doesn't make the playoffs, is there an edict now that it's playoffs or bust for Steve Yzerman is the future of the general manager of this team? I don't know if it does that. I'd like to think that's kind of there, but that the impetus is there for him to improve this roster in the offseason. That they haven't done enough with the free agents or the trades that have made enough of a consequential move for this team. He's got a couple that look good, but the bad far outweigh the good in terms of that. So they're going to have to be active this offseason.
Dwayne on a cell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Dwayne.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Another beautiful spring day in Michigan. Loving it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a baseball coach, so it's miserable. I'm not gonna lie.
It's been terrible.
Anyways, it's been terrible. It's awful. You try to show up and watch your kids play, right, Doug?
Yep.
It's just awful.
It's been awful.
So anyways, Tigers World Series. I don't know how you can't believe that they can be in a World Series because they're pitching. Pitching wins ball games, and they have clutch hitting. I think they do need to we'll see what Beerling brings, but I just think they need another corner spot that can produce, 25 to 30 home runs. Now, if they platoon and they get that out of those guys, we're fine. But I'd like to have that bona fide another major league bat in the lineup. But I do believe with this pitching staff, if they stay healthy, with knock on wood, they have a great opportunity to get to the World Series.
Well, they've got the coveted horse in Skubal, the Robin being Flaherty, Mize and Reese Olson have been great. Jackson Jobe is on an innings diet, but he could be there in the end and very valuable. And sometimes you don't need 5 starters in the postseason anyway. Look, it's it's lining up.
Like you said, then you got Cobb. We got Cobb, right? I mean, we haven't even seen what he can do, and he could come in and help with those innings that Jobe are going to give up. They could split a little duty with those two guys, and there's a lot going on. I'm sorry with the horn. Someone said that, or a green light. I don't understand it. I think it was Gator. I think it was Doug sitting at me in front of me going 70 in a 70-mile-an-hour speed zone. So, anyways, but let's not go there. Let's not go there. But anyway, no, I'm excited about this baseball team. I think they play hard. Hinch is pulling all the right levers, man. It's so fun to watch, and baseball's back in Detroit, and that's all I can say. That gives us a whole summer of fun, and it's been a pleasure to watch these guys throw it out there every single day, give us 100%. They never give up. They don't quit.
No, and there's
they're
something
not selfish.
something else with ownership that kind of went under the radar over the last week. They ate $10 million by saying bye-bye to Kenta Maeda. Right?
Yep.
So, I mean, it's not the 70-something million dollars that fans wanted them to eat in Javi's contract. But obviously, Javi Baez has turned things around this year. But they did just eat $10 million in a contract.
Remember the Baez discussion where we kept making the point, if you're paying that kind of money and he's not blocking anybody that can help right now at the minor league level, you have to try and squeeze anything you can out of the resource. Whether he's never going to live up to the contract is what we said, but can you get anything that helps you win out of the player?
Well, I mean, has he gotten to the point now where if he gets hurt, are you like, oh, crap?
Is this the world?
Like, I don't want him to. Obviously, I'm just saying it's kind of flippantly, but it's he's played so well. And when he got that hip surgery, whenever it was in September or whatever it was last year, I think a lot of people were kind of rolling their eyes about it.
Mm-hmm.
But you had to leave room for a little bit of faith. Was that it?
I don't know if you had to, but
maybe, just maybe. Maybe that was a problem.
MJM. It's Carson Anderson, more your open line calls. We'll talk some Pistons next hour. It is 97.1 The Ticket.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builder's First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builder's First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, so look, lots going on today. And one of the questions is, do we have a blind spot as it pertains to the Tigers? It's an invitation for skeptics of this team to call in. And we like to call it a safe space. There'll be no yelling. There'll just be productive conversation and maybe differing opinions. But we're open to it. What blind spot do we have? It's a very chesty time slot, 10 to 2, about this Tiger team. We're fired up. From an unnamed texter, as good as the Tigers are, why are the Garden security guards only a game and a half back? They're finding a way to win.
That's it.
I hesitate. I mean, one of the metrics that always gets cited is run differential. I would rather be the team that's plus 60 whatever, like the Tigers.
That'd be plus 63 than minus 23.
Yeah. I mean, over the course of a season, that's supposed to pay dividends. But, maybe the Guardians are now that team that just finds ways to win games with the occasional blowout loss mixed in. Gibson from the office says, blind spot could be our coach's ability to go on a deep playoff run. Does he have it in him? I mean, you could dismiss his, the World Series run if you want. Did they lose last year because of A.J. Hinch? In the end, did A.J. Hinch cost them in the Cleveland series?
No. Skubal did not have his best stuff, as I recall, in his game against Cleveland. Did he have 2 starts against Cleveland? I forget how that series wound up. But
I think it did.
Nothing stands out to me like, Hinch made this mistake or that mistake. No.
I don't remember, and forgive me, but I do not remember doing A.J. Hinch shows in the postseason about him blowing it here or there.
I mean, they got to the postseason, I think, in large part to A.J. Hinch being a mastermind.
Yeah.
I mean, cobbling together the pitching staff the way that they did through the final 40-something games was amazing.
From an unnamed texter, I think we're all coming to this realization, quote, we have a championship contender here. We really do. That experience last year changed this team's DNA. They I don't know what this, they Bell thinking. All right. Oh, they believe, they can beat everyone all the time. Well, they didn't beat the Dodgers, and I hope that becomes an issue again. How do you beat the Dodgers? But they did take 2 or 3 from the Yankees, the Mariners, who are the second best team in the American League right now, and the San Diego Padres.
Yeah, they didn't beat the Dodgers, but they lost by 1 run in the first game. They went to extra innings and lost by 3 in the second game, and then they got beat soundly in the third game, 7-3. They played well in those first 2 games. You could argue that they should have won those first 2 games. They didn't. They went 0-3, which led you to say this is your favorite 0-3 baseball team of all time.
More feedback with this roster. I don't think it's sustainable for 182. 162 maybe. A lineup of mediocre players from 1 to 9 hitting at this level isn't sustainable.
Well, I don't think okay, so do they have some mediocre players? Yeah. But do they have better than average players? Like Riley Green, he's an all-star. Is Kerry Carpenter better than average? Yeah. Spencer Torkelson is playing to his potential, which is great because a couple of years ago when he hit the 31 home runs, we thought, here we go. And now he's got 10 home runs to start the year, which I think is more than he hit all last year or equals his total from last year. That's great. Those 3 guys, that's the meat of the order. Add to that Gleyber Torres is an above average hitter. And now you got 4 guys going. Can the guys like Dylan Dingler sustain it? Can Javi Baez, is this really what Javi is? Is he rediscovered himself? Because if it is, it's fantastic. I'm not banking on it. I'm enjoying the ride. But I think Dylan Dingler is a guy who's going to hit for you. But he's going to be splitting time at catcher because that's what catchers do. It's not like he's going to get 140 games in this year. And then you've got the other guys that they got work to do. Colt Keith has work to do. Whoever plays third base has work to do, and you've got part-time guys, Ibanez, Justin Henry Malloy. Who knows?
248-539-9797. Josh is in Birmingham and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Josh.
What's going on, fellas? Can you hear me okay?
Got you loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, so I just wanted to circle back to the Chiron Moore stuff. I think, personally, to me, my theory is, and this is as a diehard Michigan fan, but my theory is that, maybe the NCAA wanted a little bit more. Maybe like they got wind that maybe they wanted 6 games for Moore. So they're like, all right, we'll serve up 2. And then when it's all said and done, maybe it's negotiated to 4. So they're thinking maybe they take the 2 and then we'll get lucky and, we'll get to pick the second and third game. But I think maybe they're just anticipating it's going to be 4. And it'll be the first 4 games regardless.
You might be right.
Yeah.
Look, if they do that, it's funny because on social media, I see it come in. People want to fight everything tooth and nail. And I'm almost always in the camp of these things. If you can get to the far end of it and move forward, it's in the best interest of the program, because when these things hang over your program, they can't hurt you. They've recruited reasonably well, but they're probably looking at some recruiting sanctions. So
I'm 100% with you. I find the whole thing exhausting. I'm just ready for it to be done. But I will say I align with you that with this news, I'm pretty confident. It seems like this is a move you make if we're headed to an end here. And to me personally, I think it's probably going to be the largest fine in NCAA history, some pretty heavy recruiting sanctions, and the suspension. I don't see anything getting vacated at this point, but who knows? I guess we'll see.
Josh, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Yep, Chiron Moore, 2-game suspension today handed down by Michigan. And if you missed it at the beginning of the show, thinking you don't do this unless you have some interaction with the NCAA about whether or not this is acceptable, or at least for them is the pound of flesh that they're looking for.
How do you think the NCAA looks at it? It's a 2-game suspension, but it's the games that Michigan chose, games 3 and 4.
I think that Josh might be right. I think Josh is anticipating that the NCAA will say, that's fine, but we want to add this or that. And Michigan might not get a say over those things. Tim in a truck writes in, blind spot is simple. Tigers need a closer. The bullpen has guys who can close, but as soon as we have a lockdown closer, this pen goes next level. My dream is Helsley. Cardinal? Ooh, if I recall correctly, I might have to look him up. I don't think is off to the greatest of starts. He is, okay, here we go. 12 appearances, 3.75 ERA, 1.5 whip. He's got 5 saves and 2 blown saves. He's 30 years old.
Yeah, last year had 49 saves and a 1.1 whip and a 1.1 whip and a 2.04 earned run average. He was excellent last year. Had been excellent for the previous 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Off to a slower start.
248-539-9797. Charlie is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Charlie.
Good afternoon.
What's up?
Well, I just don't think we have a true closer. I think that's our blind spot. We're kind of cobbling together that finishing the game, we're just kind of, I love to move fast.
I don't know.
We need somebody to emerge as a real closer.
Well, Tommy Canley's the guy right now, and he's done a real nice job. You can keep in mind that the Tigers, when they have this lead and they turn it over to the 9th inning, is there a need for there hasn't been a real need for the closer because they've had such big leads in a lot of these games.
True, but I don't. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun. This is the most fun I've had this early in a season in forever. It's great. I just don't know that they're going to have these leads.
I wouldn't suspect that this is going to keep up all season long. No, but in the meantime, Canley's done a fine job. He's got 5 saves, a .71 earned run average. The other guy they like to run out there late is Will Vest. And Vest has a 2.57 earned run average. He's got 3 saves. You're welcome. You're welcome. But everybody on this team is just doing their job. But maybe that becomes obvious prior to the trade deadline, that they've got to get a closer.
248-539-9797. We'll talk some Pistons next hour. More of your champ and chump votes. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. According to ESPN, Michigan football coach Chiron Moore is expected to be suspended for games 3 and 4 of this upcoming season in response to his involvement with the Connor Stallion sign-stealing scandal. The ban is self-inflicted by the university. He'll miss the Central Michigan and Nebraska games to allow him to coach against his alma mater, Oklahoma. Despite the university-imposed sanction, the NCAA can still come down with their own. If they do, it'll come prior to the start of the season. Former Michigan football player and current Cleveland Brown Devin Bush has been charged with simple assault and harassment against his girlfriend. He allegedly took her car keys as well. The NHL draft lottery is tonight. The Red Wings can get as high as the second overall pick, but they enter as the 12th team based off the standings. The odds say they have an 86% chance to stand pat at number 12 as well. The NFL and President Trump are expected to have a joint announcement today that Washington, D.C. will host the 2027 NFL Draft on the National Mall. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Good afternoon, everybody. Talked a lot of Tigers so far on the show today, and with good reason. Taking 3 out of 4 against the Angels over the weekend, and they'll travel to Colorado to start a 3-game series tomorrow night against the Rockies, who, by the way, are the worst team in baseball. and it's not even close. They have just 6 wins so far this year. So looking to continue this healthy stretch, the Tigers, yeah, I think it's fair to say that you expect them to win the series at the very least against Colorado. And like I said, it begins tomorrow night, although it's supposed to be rainy in the area there tomorrow night.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
My bad.
What? We're good.
Yeah.
Nobody had to know that you weren't here yet, Doug.
Yeah, but you know why I wasn't here.
Well, now why don't you let us all know?
There's a rule. If someone's not here when the commercial break ends, it's usually for one reason and one reason only. All right, so happy Monday, everybody. Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Yeah, Tigers and the worst team in baseball coming up. Keep stacking wins. And look, I'm already fired up for a week and a half, 2 weeks from now, whatever it is when they have that Cleveland series, 4 games at home against the Gribe, and a chance to really have an early season showdown. And the people that have called and said, this is so much fun, I can't believe this is so exciting. Last year was the weirdest Tiger season ever to cover as a member of the media. They got off to a quick start, but it quickly dissipated into a highly disappointing season in that it was headed in that direction. B, the plug got pulled for 2 months. Was it 2 months or 3 months? Nobody could watch the game unless they had the app. And a lot of people didn't bother because they weren't justifying it. C, they made a mad scramble at the end that people didn't take as real, and understandably so, for a long time. So we jammed a season worth of excitement into about probably a 3 to 4 weeks span, because by the middle of September, people were getting into it. Then the postseason happened. They sweep the Astros. They take a 2-1 series lead against the Gribe, and it looks like it's trending. You know, like, oh my God, they could go to the LCS, and then they didn't. Okay, got it. This year, competitive right out of the gate means we could have a really, really fun and different summer of baseball. And we've asked, what's our blind spot? We've been excited about this team since very early on. Do we have a blind spot? I got a question for you from over the weekend.
All right.
Did you watch the Kentucky Derby?
I did.
What is your level of excitement for the Kentucky Derby?
What kind of a scale are we talking?
A typical 1 to 12 Carson Anderson scale. 12 being you couldn't be more excited, you anticipated it, or 1 is, was it run this weekend?
I would say it was between a 3 and a 4 for me.
Okay.
It's not very, very big for me.
So did you make it appointment viewing and just say, I'm going to watch this 2 minutes?
Yes, in a way. I was going to head over to a friend's house, and we were going to have dinner and watch the Derby, and I was going to cut it close because I was picking some food up, and the idea was also to have a couple of mint juleps while we were watching it. So I knew the food wasn't going to be ready until 6:45. I knew the Derby was starting at like 7:02. So while I was waiting, once we placed the order for the food, I was at my house and I'm getting together, get the shaved ice or the crushed ice ready for the juleps. I got the mint, I got the syrup, I got the bourbon, ready to roll. Get to the food, get back to her house, and I start unloading everything and start ready to make the mint juleps, and it's just before 7 o'clock. And she doesn't want. I say hit pause on the TV, and she didn't want to hit pause. So I want to watch it live. I'm like, it'll take me 3 minutes to make these drinks. Hit pause on the TV. And she didn't want it. I'll just go in my room and watch it. I'm like, you're going to go and watch it in your room live as opposed to waiting an extra 2 minutes here. I was getting pissed. I quickly made the drinks. I had put the TV on pause. I came back out with the drinks, and then I hit play. I said, do you want me to fast forward through all this stuff, or do you want to watch all this stuff where they... No, I want to watch this. Okay, fair enough. And we watched the Muddy Derby.
Kang, what's your level of interest in the Derby?
0 to 1. Somewhere between there. I didn't even know it was on. I mean, Friday, that's the first time I realized it was on, that people were talking about the Kentucky Derby being on the weekend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even known.
I did not make a prediction for the Derby on Friday's show.
Yeah, what's up with that?
That was where my level of interest was. It just wasn't there.
Yeah, and I have nothing against people that love the Derby. It's just, for me, I have like little to zero interest. I don't I don't care about the pageantry that comes with it. It's like the celebrities, the rich people that are there. I don't care what they're wearing.
Baffert's back after a
Yeah.
3-year suspension.
What? Is that true?
Yeah. Dirty cheater.
I didn't know that.
What's funny about this is if you are sort of, because like you made a comment a couple weeks ago, Kang, about how you're done with Coachella because it's become this event where celebrities just like to post pictures of themselves.
Yeah, it's a look at me event.
Yeah.
Look at my stupid hat.
The Derby is as well. And all these people out on the track before the race, traditionally, with their outfits, destroyed their shoes. Somebody started tweeting out pictures of people's shoes. And it was like, people were like, yeah, I know it's muddy, but I've got these.
But look where I'm at.
Look at these shoes I'm wearing. They destroyed their, nobody was wearing like proper footwear, which is hysterical to me because all these rich people just destroyed their shoes.
Yeah, if they were anywhere close to that track, you betcha.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just a shame.
Tragedy.
Now, you got nothing against people who like the Derby.
Thoughts and prayers of those shoes.
You got nothing against people who like the Derby.
Oh, no, not at all. You like what you like, man.
Yeah.
Everyone's got something, a hobby or whatever.
Yeah.
But for me, I just little to zero interest. I just don't care. It's a big event, though, because that's all I see on my feed over the weekend was Livy Dunn. Did she start the race or something? Is that what happened? I don't even know.
She had something to do with it, yeah.
Is that how they start the race?
She basically had the driver start your engine.
Yeah,
thing.
is that what it is?
Yeah, and it was kind of awkward. It was.
Really?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, what?
It just had a lot of people going, she sure is pretty.
Well, that's why she's doing it.
What did she say?
She sure is pretty. But look, that whole thing is.
Well, the other, I also know we tried making a bet, or she tried making a bet through one of the apps and was unable to do it.
Really?
They couldn't find on the app where you could bet on the Kentucky Derby. And I thought, is this a proprietary thing with only a specific app is allowed to take bets on the Derby? And then we did a Google search and said, no, you were supposed to be able to, but we could not find a way.
Oh, not Livy Dunn.
Oh, no.
Okay, I thought you were talking about Livy Dunn couldn't make a
We're
bet.
going to make bets on Livy Dunn?
No, I thought she couldn't make a bet.
No,
on
I'm
that.
saying my friend and I, we could not find a way to place a bet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's only through FanDuel. But 248-539-9797. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in. We got the Michigan Chiron Moore suspension. We got a Tiger team. We're asking, do we have a blind spot? The Pistons we haven't gotten to yet. Interesting article on what their next move should or should not be. We'll get to that at 12:30. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right there inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So go find a prop bet, move the line around a little bit so it benefits you, make the bet easier, and you'll get your $5 back and a little bit more, but you also get the $200 in bonus bets if it wins. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Champ and chump votes rolling in. Michigan fans, how do you feel about the Chiron Moore suspension? Tigers, success. We've been on board early, but that doesn't mean there aren't blind spots. What are the blind spots with this team? Champ and chump votes, getting to those. And what's next for the Pistons? That at 12:30. Let's get back to your open line calls. Dave's in Clinton Township, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Dave.
Hey, what's up, fellas? So let me just first say that you guys know that you're my favorite show on radio, right?
We
So
do
when
now.
I have
Thank you.
one little complaint, it doesn't mean that all that much.
All right.
I don't think what the Tigers did last year at the end of the season should be considered a mad scramble anymore. They've proven it was legitimate, and when you call it a mad scramble, it sounds like a little bit of luck. This team's legit.
Well, that wasn't the intent. I think the intent was to say they've got so far behind being in a playoff spot. It took some incredibly hot play to make it. I didn't, by using that term, it wasn't about whether or not it was lucky. It was they really had to win at a prodigious rate to make the postseason.
But they've kept up the
They have
pace.
kept it up. Yeah.
And I understand what you're saying, but like I said, I was nitpicking there because, like I said, you guys have a
All
great
good.
show.
All good.
And no one ever says that the Giants in 51 went on a mad scramble.
Yeah, I guess I didn't. How far back did they come?
13 games back.
Yeah, I mean, I would
And
say
it was
that,
against much better competition.
I would say that's kind of a mad scramble, but maybe we have different definitions of mad. To me, a mad scramble is you got to piece together a whole bunch of wins to make up for the hole that you dug. But
Yeah, I think also the way they did things
To
last
me,
year
it
is
sounded
different.
like you were putting a little bit more luck into it than actual talent.
not
in
the intent.
Baseball.
Not the intent.
I would say this. I think that the way they went about doing it last year was unconventional. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so I think because it was unconventional, maybe that leads into the thought that it was a little bit of a crazy finish to that year. When you don't have more than two starters in your rotation for 6 weeks of the season, the last 6 weeks of the season, and you carry that into the postseason, I don't know. I think that's a bit of a mad scramble, but I don't think it necessarily says luck.
I don't think last year was luck.
Now, what they're carrying on this year, it's the same winning attitude. It's the same approach. It's the being aggressive on the base paths. It's trying to draw the extra pitches. It's facing 20 pitches in an inning so the starters don't make it to the sixth inning. It's all these little things that they do really well. The difference this year to last year, they're hitting for power right now. They're getting contributions out of Javi Baez and Spencer Torkelson on a day in and day out basis that just wasn't happening last year. And now that they've been able to harness this kind of power, they rank in the top 5 in batting average, home runs, and runs scored. They lead the league in run differential at plus 63, which is all stuff that is surprising to me. Maybe it's not to the previous caller, but I'm surprised by it.
You know, the one thing that UPS Church on Twitch just brought this up, they needed Minnesota to collapse. And that certainly did help. Minnesota came back to the pack, but you have to be the team. You got to capitalize on it, and they did. 248-539-9797. We go to DJ next on 97.1 a ticket. Hey, DJ.
What up, though, my dogs? Y'all all right?
We're good, man.
How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got
go
you
ahead.
loud and clear.
Hello?
Yep, DJ, you there?
Hello.
Yep, we got you. DJ?
Hello?
He can't hear us.
He can't hear us for some reason.
No, put him on hold. Or
Try
not.
back.
Try calling us back.
Yep. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Champ NHL 2 epic Game 7 comeback victories from home teams. Another awesome weekend of hockey. Chump Michigan football. The circus never ends. That's from Tony. Gator, we didn't have 2 to 3 years to wait for another short. We don't have 2 to 3 years to wait for another shortstop. Our window's open now. We need to strike while we can.
What's I saying? I think right now, I mean, would you want someone other than Javi Baez right now, the way he started off?
At shortstop?
And he's not playing a ton of short yet. I mean, Sweeney's doing the job, and they're finding positions for Baez to play on a day in, day out. But here's what's going to happen. In the next few weeks, in the next few days, you're going to have Matt Vierling back. Now, where you want to put Matt Vierling? He's going to play in the outfield. He's going to play some at third base. So, I mean, that's what Javi Baez is doing. They're going to have to find other positions for Javi to play. Do you want Javi to go back to shortstop because he's hitting well? What does that mean for Trey Sweeney? They're going to have some decisions to make here. Now, if there's some long-term solution they could find at shortstop at the trade deadline, would I hesitate? I probably wouldn't hesitate.
What about a short-term solution? What about a rental? Because that's I'm okay with upgrading that position even with a rental.
I mean, it's a long way away yet. It's still 2 months to the trade deadline, right?
Yep.
So let's wait and see what Javi continues to do. If he's still hitting, that's your answer. And you've got him signed, that's your answer.
From an unnamed texter, champ Michigan Panthers quarterback Bryce Perkins for putting on the greatest quarterback performance in spring football, chump the H-Town jerseys.
Did you see Perkins? The highlights?
The no-look pass is what I saw. Was there more?
There was a lot. He actually performed quite well, got himself out of trouble. You know, fans love that when a quarterback is elusive in the pocket, buys himself extra time, throws the ball downfield to a big tight end. He made a move, touchdown. Another play late in the game inside the 10-yard line, got flushed out of the pocket, dodges 2 tacklers, trips, keeps his balance, spins inside, runs in for a touchdown. He was very good.
Let's go. Here's DJ. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, DJ.
What's happening with it? Can you hear me now?
We got you loud and clear. We heard you before, actually.
No, I couldn't hear you.
All good.
So let me say this. My chump of the week is somebody from you guys' social media team, because I know it wasn't you two, who tried to oil can me into taking a selfie at the Kentucky Derby. But then when I hear Kang today and you guys talking about people taking selfies at the Derby, somebody from your social media team got on Twitter and tried to get oil can me into taking a selfie. So that's my chump. And I know it wasn't you two. So whoever it was, that's my chump of the week for trying to get me the oil can me to do that.
DJ, it was me. I'll take the chump vote. The truth is, do you think I wanted to see the Derby, or did you think I wanted to see the epic hairline?
Hey, dog, you know what's crazy? So you wasn't going to see the hairline because, as Kang just said, I was one of the ones who went and got I had the hat on, man. I did the whole Derby to do. Yep. But the reason why I ain't taking no photos is because of your other counterparts on the other show. They killed people about the camera guy being the photo guy, so I was not about to be the photo camera guy at the Derby taking selfies. That's why I didn't do it.
Let me ask you this, though, DJ. What does oil canning somebody mean?
I mean, that's what it says, like the oil can. Like, you try to
grease
you try to get over. You try to be slick. You try to coax. Okay. Like, it's just a term. Like, you know, sometime I don't know, you could be up there at a press conference per se, and the coach is trying to oil can you into thinking that he really wasn't doing something when he was. You get what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I will say this to you guys. That was the most inciting 2-minute event I've ever been to in my life.
Really?
And you guys know I go to all the away games. You know, I go to sports events. I ain't never been to nothing like it. That 2 minutes right there, man, is just everything that people build up to be. Now on TV, I ain't never got to watch a horse race. But to be there when that horn goes and they off and them horses blow past you, I ain't never been nothing like it, man. It's electric.
That's wild. Electric. That is wild. So when after they go past you, can you even see them the rest of the way, or are you watching a screen?
Yep. So once they get down to the other end, they go around. You got to watch it on the screen.
Yeah.
You know, because it's on the whole other side of the track, and then when they come back around, like they blowing. I'm talking about, man, them horses moving, man. Like I ain't never been to nothing like it.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Now, I will say this one, too, and this is just what it is. You would think that Churchill Downs was maybe like in the old Auburn Hills or, you know, Birmingham or something like that. Churchill Downs is right in the middle of the hood. And when I say the hood, I mean, man, it's Linwood, Dexter, and Elmhurst. And that's no disrespect because I'm from the city. But I mean, it is in the middle of the ghetto. So it's real weird watching all these different races of people walk through in their best suits and clothes in the middle of the ghetto. Like, it's crazy. I did not expect that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting because it took me by storm because I'm thinking I'm about to go to Birmingham or, you know, something exclusive on TV. You know, it makes so prestige, man. It's in the middle of the hood.
So, DJ, you would highly recommend the experience?
Absolutely. I told all my homeboys absolutely. At least once. Absolutely.
Interesting.
Absolutely. Ain't nothing like it. Absolutely.
DJ, thank you for the phone call and the intel. We go to Joe. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Yeah, hi. How you doing?
What's up?
yeah, I think you got to give credit to the coaching too. I mean, Inch puts players in position who are best, whether it's a right-hander or a left-hander, whether he needs good defense for that particular whoever the opposing pitcher is. So I think a lot of it is the coaching. You got talented players, but I think he makes the best use of the players that he's got there.
So the righty-lefty matchup thing is not it's not sensational. It's not particularly exciting. It's not it doesn't create all kinds of buzz and sell tickets, but it's working, man. It's working.
Oh yeah, look what he did with his bullpen last year. I mean, I've never seen anyone rotate pitchers the way he did last year towards the end there.
If we still had an internship program, which we don't anymore, I would get an intern to do this.
Oh, here we go.
Look up which team in Major League Baseball has used the same lineup the least, who used the most different lineups. The amount of research that would take to cross-reference. I'll start with the Atlanta Braves. How many times have they used the same lineup? Or the most different lineups? That is a better way to put it.
Might be easier than you think. If you just Google it, it might actually give you an answer.
Well, let's try Google.
These kind of weird stats, they just...
Which MLB teams have used the most different lineups? Is that the way to...
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I'll see if I can find it. There's a whole bunch of responses. I'm not sure if anything's particularly useful, but I bet the Tigers are near the top of most different lineups.
I would think.
Yep. It's Carson Anderson, open lines. Let's get to the Pistons here a little bit. We haven't touched on the what's next for them yet. We will do that coming up today at 12:35 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Is your garage door making some weird noises? Is it not working as well as you want it to? Maybe a little sluggish out there? Well, here's who you call. Precision Garage Door Service. They're amazing, and they've got technicians that are highly trained with a deep knowledge of garage door repair and installation. I know this firsthand. They've come out to my house on a couple of different occasions. Here's what's great. They got same-day service and emergency repairs. Those are available, and weekends are available at no extra charge. And when the time comes for you to get new garage doors, you better call Precision Garage Door Service. They're amazing. They've got this giant warehouse chock full of garage doors, and they will walk you through the entire process, and you know that you're getting the expert advice. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can check them out at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump taking those votes. And do appreciate all of your feedback here at the Carson Anderson program. And thanks for listening. Okay. So we haven't even touched on the Pistons yet. The story in the Ringer that the morning show was talking about today is pretty interesting. It's about what is next. And I started thinking about them over the weekend because we compared their roster to the Knicks roster. And the Knicks have a veteran roster, seasoned roster. They didn't have a starter under the age of 27. And the Pistons had 4 starters, 23 or younger, and Tobias Harris. And I was like, okay, how does it compare to the other contenders? Because it's not being a homer saying that really the Pistons on the Knicks level. Like, are they in that second tier of contenders in the Eastern Conference? Is that because this series was painfully close.
If you think the Pistons could have won this series, then the answer is yes. Do I think the Pistons could have won the series? Yes.
Kang, is it safe to say that the Pistons have established themselves in that next level of Eastern Conference contenders that the Knicks are in? They're in that same category?
I think they're a notch below the Knicks. And it obviously played out the Knicks
Right.
are better than the Pistons, but I do think they're a notch below because I think the series was so competitive. Honestly, one of the reasons is, I don't know if anyone wants to admit this, but it was a good matchup for the Pistons. I actually think that the Pacers would have took it to the Pistons. It's just a bad matchup for the Pistons. Look what they did to the Milwaukee,
and I know took it to Cleveland.
Yeah,
too.
exactly. And I know Milwaukee didn't have Lillard, but I think it would have been kind of like the same scenario had they gone against the Pistons.
I agree with you that I mean, obviously the Knicks won the series. So, but when they cluster the teams, the contenders in the East are Boston and Cleveland. That next cluster are Detroit and New York both in it.
If they're in it, New York's at the top and Detroit's at the bottom. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? If you're ranking teams in that
New York
cluster.
and Indiana are in it. It's hard to know what Milwaukee is moving forward. So the top 2 teams, Cleveland and Boston. If you look at their rosters, the Celtics don't have a starter under the age of 27. Cavs are a little bit younger. Mobley's 23, Darius Garland's 25. But the Pistons are 23, 22, 23, 21, and 32, being Tobias. If you keep this core together and they continue to develop, over the next 2-3 years, the cores, probably maybe 4 years, the cores of the Celtics, the Knicks, and to a lesser extent, the Cavs kind of start to age out of their primes, right?
They do. I mean, if you ask yourself the question, would you rather be in a Pistons position or the Knicks position? I think you take the Pistons position by far because of this reason. Because the young nucleus of this group it's vast and it is young. The ceiling for these players is still very high. Now, some of these guys you're never going to get a ton out of it offensively. Like, I don't expect that Isaiah Stewart is going to be some sort of 15 to 20 point a game guy. He's not. He plays a role and he knows what his role is. He gets paid handsomely to do it too, by the way. But guys like Jaden Ivey, he's got a ton of ceiling left.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Duren still has a high ceiling left. Cade Cunningham still has a higher ceiling to go. And if I just look at those 3 guys before I even start to talk about Asar Thompson or Ron Holland, I mean, these are the 3 key contributors now. They've got more to give. And that is exciting. Now you start to talk about the other 2 guys, the real young players, the first and second year players, and Thompson and Holland, and how high is their ceiling? It's very high. So I think from a standpoint of the Pistons versus the rest of the teams in the East, I love their positioning because they are so young and they still have way more to grow.
Just so people understand, I'm using the Jaden Ivey being a starter when he's back as part of those numbers. To be fair, Tim Hardaway did start before Ivey got hurt, but Hardaway isn't under contract moving forward, right? His contract's up. Kang, is that right? Hardaway's contract's up? Yeah,
yes.
Okay. So anyway,
Hardaway, Schroeder, Beasley, and Paul Reed are the four guys.
So some people want the Pistons to go big, and the story on the Ringer talked about how 2 teams that were in the Pistons' position got a little impatient and made mistakes. One of them was Atlanta, and the other was Sacramento. And they kind of had a breakthrough season. Impatience set in. They went big. Atlanta traded 3 first-rounders. And for Dejounte Murray, hasn't worked out. The Kings got impatient as well, made a trade. And I guess, do you stay the course or do you try to go big in this offseason? Everybody in Detroit always talks about getting Devin Booker. The Giannis dream, which is a dream, but you'd have to think that if he's available, you'd have to inquire. Although I think the cost to get him would be painful. Because let's just say if I'm in Milwaukee and that is a generational player. Like
Yes.
he is. And what I would accept as a trade would dig into Detroit's young core.
Oh, I think it would start with Ivy, Duran, Thompson. That's what's going to start with multiple first-round picks.
Yep. Or replace one if one of them loves around if they love around Holland, and then multiple picks.
But it gets to be really uncomfortable
because
with what
they're
you
starting a
want to do.
rebuild, and so they want young players.
But the other side of that is, okay, if basically you leave everyone on your roster open except for Cade Cunningham.
Mm-hmm.
So then moving forward, having Cade and Giannis together, that's good enough to beat most teams on most nights. Probably, right?
Yeah, I mean,
and then you cobble together the rest of the roster with, affordable free agents and whatever's left on your roster after you've traded it to Milwaukee. But that's the cost of doing business. If you have one superstar, which will be Giannis, and a potential superstar in Cade, who some already think is. But that's how you win in the NBA with a couple of those guys.
I guess, but if you deplete the rest of the young core so much,
well, that's
then
the balance.
You're the Lakers. Right?
But the difference is the Lakers, they have 2 older players, so that's
both superstars though.
Yes, but one is.
I'm not talking
40.
about. Yeah, I'm not talking about for the next 5 years. I'm just talking about if you go all in and go get Giannis and deplete the core, it might take you a couple years, and you'll have the freedom of time, which the Lakers really don't have because LeBron is aging out. But you have to start building around those guys because there's no way Milwaukee takes a trade for Giannis from Detroit that doesn't cut deeply into the Pistons core.
No, Milwaukee is not going to take like the Luka Doncic trade. That's not what's happening. They're not going to take what Dallas took.
Yep.
They have arguably the best player in the league, and if they're going to move him, they're going to let the league know. So they get the best offers from all the teams, not just make some middle of the night, BS trade because the NBA told you to.
248, wow. 248-539-9797. So is patience here the thing? Are you okay if the Pistons say, we're just going to let it season some more, we're going to let our young guys develop and mature together and not go big in this offseason? Will you be okay with that? It wasn't good enough to get out of the first round this year. But do you have faith it'll get better and better? And then maybe wait for the Rasheed Wallace deal? Like, is that the go big move? You keep piecing it together with smart, shrewd moves, which Trajan Langdon in year 1 really did a lot of, right? He really was able to make the veterans he signed and acquired were pretty damn helpful this year. You got to trust in Trajan to do it again.
They were the difference.
248-539-9797. 97.1, the ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters, and it's why Michigan Auto has the largest auto accident settlement and largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan ever. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Some Tigers talk. Do we have blind spots in our optimism? If so, what are they? Safe space. Love to hear contrasting ideas, so go for it. Michigan suspends Chiron Moore for 2 games. Michigan fans, how do you feel about it? Are you hoping you okay with that? Because it's Michigan doing it. It's not the NCAA. It's obviously part of a ongoing negotiation to try and be preemptive here. But the question becomes, I do know, I see social media, some people want to fight it. Are you okay with this? 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in on that. We've just shifted to the Pistons discussion as well on what they should do. The Ringer says be cautious. Story says patience isn't easy to come by in today's NBA, but the best franchises know when to exercise it. The Oklahoma City Thunder built steadily, resisted calls to make a blockbuster trade, and are now a favorite to make the finals. The defending champion Boston Celtics stuck with their young core through every twist and turn, smartly adding talent along the way. So how will the Pistons handle their newfound success? Will they depart the playoffs happy with their thrilling, unexpected breakthrough, content to keep evolving organically, or will they leave deflated, testy, antsy, and make a bigger splash? 248-539-9797.
I would I'd preach patience here with this group, because I think they are so young. And we haven't seen enough of Ivy and Cade Cunningham together. I think they can make a dynamic duo. I really do. And the emergence of Asar Thompson and becoming a guy who is not just can be maybe not lockdown defender, but a very good defender, in addition to being somebody who can contribute 15 to 20 points a night. I like that. But would I inquire about landing one of the big fish in trade? I'd inquire, but it doesn't mean that I'd give up the farm to do it. I think the right deal has to be there in order to make that move, and it likely isn't. I can't imagine Milwaukee's going to be offering Giannis at anything less than extraordinarily painful for another fan base.
Champ, 100 men. Writes Sam in a car. Champ, 100 men. If a silverback is 10 times stronger than a man, then 100 men would be like one gorilla versus 10 gorillas, right? 60 guys won't make it home, but that one gorilla would probably lose. Chump of the weekend. Whoever came up with this scenario.
I agree.
Champ, the NHL playoffs. This has been the best opening round I can remember in a while. Chump, the NBA flopping theatrical show. So is that officials? Is that another vote for officials? Yeah. 248-539-9797. Juan, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas? You can hear me clear?
Loud and clear.
I had a problem last time. Okay. No, I think the perfect trade nobody's talking about from the reports I'm hearing, it's with Boston. They're not going to be able to keep everybody because of the size of the contracts. So I think Porzingis would be a great fit, be that number 2 scorer, stretch 4. I think he got one more year on his deal for like $30 million. I don't think we would have to give up as much when we're talking about Giannis and Booker and those guys. So Porzingis on the side of Jalen Duren, maybe give up Tobias and somebody else in a pick in the future. I think Porzingis would be a good fit.
Okay, even if you could come up with what it takes to get him, I don't know that the Celtics would want to add a talented player to a team that would become very threatening to them in the East.
That's a possibility.
Yeah. I mean, money-wise, you can make it fit. Tobias is like $26 million. So Tobias for Porzingis money-wise kind of works there. But why would Boston do that?
I think they got to let him go because of the contracts they have. I mean, I think Drew Holiday and Porzingis would be the first 2 players on the chopping block. So from what I'm hearing is they're not going to be able to keep everyone.
Again, if that's true, great. I just can't see them giving him to an Eastern contender. I mean, if the Pistons are considered a contender, if they added Porzingis, they would be. Kang, am I wrong on this? Is there any way Boston would give Porzingis to Detroit?
Well, the caller's right that Boston's going to have to do something this offseason. They're in it deep money-wise. They knew this day was coming. They're selling out for championship, and they have a championship, so it was worth it. They're trying to get another one. Porzingis and Holiday are 2 names that are rumored to be gone. Even Jaylen Brown might be shopped this offseason. So he's right on that. As far as shopping him to a team that might be you're contending with.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is what it is at this point in the NBA. I mean, they've got to let these guys go, and they've got to shed some contracts. You see the NFL nowadays, right? They don't have a problem trading in a division like they used to. Maybe the same things happen with the NBA. I personally would be against Porzingis. I just don't trust him to stay healthy. I do think they need a stretch four. Maybe Lauri Markkanen would be a guy I'd look at. Utah, if they want to move him.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think it's like a hell no from Boston to trade him to Detroit, Doug, but I also don't really want him for Detroit.
248-539-9797. Feedback. Fellas, I would trade for Zion Williamson. That's my number one guy. Trade Tobias and Fontecchio. That's 2 expiring contracts, a first-round pick and 2 second-round picks. I think that would easily get it done. He doesn't want to be in New Orleans, and a change of scenery would be great. Pelicans clearly want to move on. That's from Marlon and Walled Lake.
If they do, how on earth is that anywhere near enough compensation for New Orleans? Fontecchio and Tobias?
Well, they're expiring contracts.
Yeah, but they're getting nothing out of it. What are they getting? A first-round pick that means nothing because it'll be a late pick.
And cap space.
Yeah, that's not – I don't
think it would happen either. I mean, I think they'd want a player from the young core.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to want Asar Thompson, maybe Ron Holland, and then multiple picks.
And you got to ask yourself, do you want any part of Zion Williamson?
I don't.
You can take calculated risks. I do remember when we were talking about him out of college, we're like, can a body his size put up with the punishment and the way he plays the game? And so far through 5 seasons in the NBA, the answer's been no.
I mean, you knew it 5 seconds into his debut with Duke when he blew out the shoe. Literally, his foot came exploding out of the sides of the shoe.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't going to work. He's an incredible talent when he's healthy. I love him when he's healthy. He's a highlight reel, but he can't stay healthy. So for that reason, I'm out.
Another example of a cautionary tale for the Pistons was the Phoenix Suns this season. Stay the course, don't break the bank. You know what's funny? I'm looking at the feedback, and Kang, maybe you're sifting through it. I'm seeing a lot of be patient, be patient. Is that a consistent theme from the texters?
Yeah, more so than make a big move. But, I mean, you do have your big move people out there. But I think if it was like, it's more like 60-40, 65-35, stay patient, stick with the core you have.
I'm really surprised by that because people typically want big moves.
Yeah, they typically get impatient.
Yep.
But I think this is just the beginning. That's why, and people realize that this was an unexpected playoff almost run, right? Definitely an unexpected playoff berth. And they almost advanced to the second round. It almost got to, people think they should have at least went to a Game 7. I think people know that Ivy was hurt. Isaiah Stewart didn't even play this series, barely. Cade is got so much more room, and he's already possibly an all-NBA type player this year. So the patience thing, I'm kind of glad that people are willing to, hey, let's see what these guys can do because they're so young. The core of the team is so young.
248-539-9797. What should the off-season focus be? And the other thing is, you just never know when you might get the right player at the right price that isn't a ridiculous move or isn't going to cost you long-term, that isn't an all-in move, that just helps this team in the here and now. I mean, I love the idea of Markkanen. If he's truly available, and you can get, in on a player, a legitimate stretch four who's 27 years old, I wouldn't hate that.
No, it'd be great if there was a free agent out there that you wouldn't have to trade.
Yeah.
Right? If you could find that guy and say, well, we'll just sign this guy. But it doesn't look like the free agent list of this year's, free agent class is all that impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Will it be next year?
Will it be what?
Will it be impressive next offseason?
I'm sure they have that mapped out in front of them.
Right. So I like the patience idea, but you never know what's going to come up unless you start digging, unless you pick up a phone and start inquiring.
Yep.
Well, it's clear they need someone alongside Cade to bear the scoring, right? And then is that Ivy? Is he going to develop enough, or you're still going to need somebody else? I think that's the enticing part. They were so kind of close this year to getting over a certain hump. they lacked that secondary scoring. It was someone different every night, and you didn't know who it was going to be, whether it's Schroeder, Beasley, Tobias. They need someone more consistent, and it could be Ivy, or it could be guys getting better at what Asar can give more offensively, Duran can give more offensively.
And Ivy was 18 points a game. And the other thing Ivy will do with this team, if he's still here moving forward, is he helps to take the ball out of Cade's hands. So less turnovers, you would think. Now you got two guys that can bring the ball up the court and two guys that can drive the lane. I love the idea of seeing what these guys can do together. We only scratched the surface with it before Ivy got hurt, and they had won 5 out of the last 7 games with those two in the lineup, and then he broke his leg.
Gator, it's a bandwagon I'm not on board with. Maybe I should try again. We'll get to that today at 105 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
According to ESPN, the University of Michigan is placing a self-imposed ban on football coach Chiron Moore for his involvement in the Connor Stallion sign-stealing scandal. He'll miss the Central Michigan and Nebraska games in weeks 3 and 4, but it will keep him in the mix for the Oklahoma game week 2. The NHL Draft Lottery tonight on ESPN at 7. Currently, the Wings sit at 12th. Based off the results of last season, they could rise to as high as 2nd, but the odds are against them. They have just a 5% chance of doing so as well. Former MLB GM Jim Bowden posted his list of 5 trades he would like to see before the end of May. One of them is Cardinals third baseman Nolan Arenado to Detroit. Quote, if Arenado approves a trade to Detroit, coming up with a prospect package should be far less difficult, and agreeing on how much of his remaining salary St. Louis would absorb. Entering this year, the Cardinals owed Arenado $64 million on his contract through 2027. 2 low-level prospects should be sufficient for the Cardinals, as this deal would be more about opening up opportunities for young players, end quote. Tigers number 22 prospect Max Anderson has been named the Eastern League Player of the Month so far this year with Erie as a .326 average along with 7 homers. Blue Jays signed former Tiger Spencer Turnbull, and they officially placed Max Scherzer on the 60-day injured list. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Did you see the viral video over the weekend of Dan Campbell helping his daughter move out of her college living situation?
At Michigan State, I did. Yep. Yes, the giant. What it was like? It was a love sack. They said one of the those
massive beanbag thing. That I got to tell you,
needed some deflating.
Yeah, and watching Campbell throw it in the back of a pickup truck and then try and pat it down so that the cover would fit over it is partially hysterical. I think it's one of those deals that, it's hysterical watching dads do stuff like this. But the love of Dan Campbell is so great in this town that it just goes viral in Detroit and everybody. Did you see what Dan Campbell did? That's like what a lot of dads do for their kids. But it was still funny because at part of it, he kind of looked like a buffoon, like jumping on it. And I'm like, yeah, I've kind of been there.
Yeah, I've been there with an air mattress, and you're trying to get all the air out of the air mattress, and it's not coming out as quickly as you want it to.
You don't have the reverse pump?
Well, you do, but then at some point you just want to, you're tired of it, let's go. And you have to squeeze the last little bit out of it, so you may or may not be jumping on top of the thing and laying as much of your body as you can.
Yeah.
And it's a similar, I've been there. I've seen that firsthand.
And
I imagine that if somebody had a video camera trained on me, it would look ridiculous and funny as well.
I always think about, the stern dad voice that I use when it's time to have a serious conversation with a kid and there might be consequences. And I go into stern dad mode.
Okay, yeah.
I just can't picture if you're a kid and the stern dad is Dan Campbell. I'm sure he's good at it, but I'd love to see stern dad Dan Campbell and what that would be like. Because it's not like yelling at his players or yelling on the sidelines.
I don't know.
You think it would be like that in the home?
No, I think thered be a lot of. I picture him just being motivational. Period. Breaking it down and building you back up, and saying, things like you can't do that. You got to go to class. Like if he was talking to me, you can't expect to get anything out of this college experience if you don't go to class. You got to go. You got to do the work, man.
You're ready.
If you're not doing the work, man, you're not going to get anything out of it.
No, he's going to drop the line. You got to trust me, man. You got to trust me, man.
I know you don't want to do it.
Trust me.
But I'm doing it for you.
That was that early training camp speech he gave him about hitting. This stuff works, man.
The payoff at the end of this is going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it. It's a lot of pain, I know, but in the end, you're gonna really be better off because of it.
And the idea that every kid rolls their eyes at their parents and thinks, "Oh my God," and then in public, I think every child is embarrassed of their parents when they're around their friends. And if your dad's Dan Campbell, does everyone go, "You got the coolest dad ever"?
No, but it's still your dad, and you're still embarrassed of him. I don't care who it is.
You probably are more embarrassed of the stuff that goes viral of him, in interviews or on the sidelines. You're like, "Oh God, Dad."
My dad became, when I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
My friends wanted to be around my dad.
Yeah, I bet.
So the embarrassment wasn't on my part. It was probably more on my mom's part. She may have been embarrassed.
Is that right?
By my father, more so than I was. I was like, all right, yeah, that's cool.
Your dad, your impressions of your father are such a big part of the show. And what's great is a successful impression where nobody even really knows the person you're impersonating, but you get the point across. I mean, he gave one of the legendary lines that gets used on this show all the time, which is "not enough cup holders," which is his way of getting out of a high pressure salesperson.
That's right.
At the Novi Boat Show.
Yeah, actually, downtown in Detroit.
Oh, sorry.
But yes,
My
either way,
apologies.
it's still the boat show. Yeah, we're looking at this boat he's never gonna get.
Right.
But he had just retired.
Yeah.
And literally, as he's driving from his house to my house, my mom picks up the phone and calls me and says, "Don't let your father buy a boat." Like, Mom, he's his own man. He's going to do his. Don't let your father buy a boat. Like, all right, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And then as we're looking at this $400,000 boat that he has no intention of buying, thankfully. And then his excuse was, well, they're just starting enough cup holders out here.
Yeah.
What? There's cup holders everywhere. Not enough.
I'd love to see that. Wish I was there. All right, so today's Cinco de Mayo.
It is.
Yes.
See.
Does anybody not like Mexican food?
Ooh.
Is the approval rating of Mexican food the highest of any ethnic food?
I gotta think that it's gotta be well above 80%, right?
Oh, I think so. I'm not sure it's not significantly higher. Well above 90%.
It probably is.
Yep.
It probably is. And it's, you think of other ethnic cuisines. I mean, everybody loves pizza, right?
Yep.
I feel like everybody kind of loves pasta and stuff like that. So Italian food works. Not everybody loves like Japanese food or Thai food or Chinese food. I think most people do, the majority, but I don't think it's as high as you're putting like Mexican or Italian. I think Mexican might be the number one.
I think it is the number one. This is based on no data at all.
No, but
Stat of the day.
but for you, is it number one?
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, it's number one.
Yeah.
Kang, what's number one for you?
Oh, man. For me personally, I don't know, man. I love a lot of different ethnic food. I might be the wrong guy to ask.
You might be because
you know what I mean?
yeah.
I love, like, there's
You come from a much different ethnic background than either of us.
Like, I love Asian, Mexican,
Nobody ever says, "Hey,
Indian,
let's go get some British
all.
food." Nobody ever says that.
English and
really
English
go
breakfast.
for some bangers and mash.
Yeah, no one.
Nope.
Not even the British.
Nope.
No, but I mean, they've got stuff that's good.
Do they?
Yeah, sure.
Fish and chips.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like fish and chips.
So,
but when you talk Mexican food though, you don't go, "Oh, I only like tacos."
No,
one says that.
That's the
no
thing.
one says that. They say I like it all.
Listen, when I go to a Mexican restaurant and I'm looking at the menu, it's tough.
You're just
tough.
Yeah.
It is.
This is like Ben Johnson staring at Trick Plays.
Dude, this
for
is
Gator.
this is a battle that is raging. Like, what do I do? I mean, tacos, yes. Burritos, yes. Enchiladas, yes. We want to start with a nacho? Yeah. How about a botana? Why not? Flautas, bring it on.
Torta?
Yeah. Torta.
Quesadilla?
Oh, torta, yeah.
You a quesadilla guy?
Yes. Love it all.
Yep.
It's a real dilemma when I go to a Mexican restaurant.
Would you like guac?
Yes. Yeah. And like to the point where before we head out to a Mexican restaurant, we're going to meet friends up for dinner or whatever. We're going to go, hey, well, let's go downtown to a Mexican Village or go wherever to some great restaurant they have in Metro Detroit. I'm already thinking ahead of time. What am I going to get? Because I don't want to sit there and stare at that menu for half an hour and continue to have FOMO after FOMO after FOMO because I couldn't decide. Like if
Do you think about it ahead of time to try and cut down on the process? Go, all right, when I get there,
try.
I'm just ordering burrito. I'm just getting a burrito.
I try, dude. I try. And then, of course, the mistake everybody makes is you fill up on the chips and salsa or the chips and guac beforehand, and then your meal gets here, and it kind of spoils that.
I've made that mistake so many times where I'm like, okay, I'm just going to have one or two chips.
That's cute.
There's one or two baskets of chips.
Right.
All right, so here's the thing I'm not sure I'm on board on. And I've seen this now. I saw it a while ago, and I didn't really bring it up and talk about it, and then you put it in your show sheet. Modelo.
The beer.
The number one selling beer in America right now is Modelo.
And it has been for like a couple years now.
Yeah. I've had Modelo before, and I liked it. I can't believe it's ascended to the number one selling beer in America.
It has. I forget if it's owned by the same people that own Miller Lite or I forget who. Somebody owns a bunch of the companies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I first remember Modelo, I only remember the Modelo Negro, the dark beer.
Mm-hmm.
And I would always get that at a Mexican restaurant.
Would you?
Yeah, I mean, my go-to. Got to get a Negro Modelo and let's,
Especial?
and
You don't get the Especial?
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. I would say it was. And then you started seeing ads like, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, you started seeing the Modelo ads for the regular beer. I'm like, I guess. I've never gone out and bought one. And then you find out years later, it's the number one selling beer in the country. How is that possible? Because it's not like we're inundated here in the state of Michigan. And yet over the last year or so, I do see more of it. And I have actually purchased it once or twice. I've gotten like not just like having a beer at the restaurant, but having like buying a 6-pack or buying a case of Modelo. But before it was never even consideration. And now it's like, am I missing out? Number one selling beer.
It is the number one selling beer. I never go out anymore because just dad life, right? But we had a birthday party to attend this past weekend. We went to the bar after, and people were ordering Modelos. I looked around. I saw it. It's prevalent. And I don't think it's maybe as much here as would be maybe in California or Texas or somewhere else. Other states, maybe it's even higher out there. That's why it's America's number one selling beer. But Modelo is definitely getting more and more. I see it more and more. For me, maybe I'm being a wuss here, but the foil. I don't like the foil at top. I don't want to see. You know what I'm talking about?
I get it.
Yeah, it's just an extra
There's extra effort there because you got to peel it back. And
exactly.
I don't want.
Okay. All
This
right.
could be a Corona.
This is next level laziness. The foil bothers
I
you.
understand it.
Dude, you get
totally
it, right?
I totally get it.
Doug, you know what a Modelo, like the bottle, the foil on top?
Yeah, the reason I'm not drinking it isn't because of the foil.
That's extra.
It's consideration.
It's not like you're breaking into a safe.
There's like glitter or something. I don't know.
Right, the
Something
safety
flex.
of my lips that are going to touch the bottle top when I'm throwing down the beer.
Don't need it.
I can't believe this is dissuading you from Modelo.
I can see it.
Thank you, Gator.
I got your back on this.
I can't, under any circumstances, seeing that be the now.
Got to take the time to peel it back, and then it breaks off in little pieces, gets stuck underneath your fingernail. I know what you're saying, gang.
You know what Modelo needs? It needs the wide mouth screw top can. I do love the wide mouth screw top.
You are the biggest fan of the wide mouth screw top.
The Miller Lite. I love that receptacle to drink beer out of.
You know what? But here's why I'm not the biggest fan of that.
Okay.
Typically, with the wide mouth screw top can, that's like a 16-ounce can.
Mm-hmm.
I just want 12. I just want 12.
Well,
I feel like 16, you get the extra 4, and then next thing you know, it's
you realize you don't have to drink. You don't have to drink all 16 ounces.
What are you talking about? What's the point? What do you mean you don't order beer? I'm going to drink the beer.
Well,
what are you going to leave behind a couple ounces?
I mean, not me, but if you have a problem with the extra 4 ounces, you don't have to drink them. You're the one with the problem.
I'm expressing that.
All right. 248.
That's why I like the 12-ounce can better.
248-539-9797. It is Cinco de Mayo.
My case for.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to be better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Tell them Doug Karsh sent you.
King, I don't know why you have my back on this, on the 16 ounce versus 12 ounce. I had your back. I need your support here.
I totally agree with you. I'm up 12 ounce over 16 ounce. Like, what is it when you go to the bar and they have like beer specials and the pint is regular price, but they have the what's the bigger option?
Like a 24 ounce.
Yeah, exactly. And it's cheaper. I just go with the pint. Like, I don't need now if I want more, I'll order another pint. But I know friends that are like, oh, that's the deal. Give me the 24. I don't need it.
The only difference with that is that if I'm at the bar and I'm going to drink a draft beer, I'll generally drink a draft beer quicker, so worrying about the getting warm thing isn't a thing for me.
I don't know. I don't need all that beer up
Yeah,
front.
I hear you. Don't need it all up front.
Well, here's some feedback. I agree with you about the foil annoyance. If you have a 6-pack or a 12-pack, it will start to get annoying. Always trying to take the foil off each bottle you drink. After the third time, it's a nuisance. That's from Shane in Roseville.
Shane understands the struggle.
This struggle is not real. This is not real.
So real.
It is at most a minor nuisance. At most.
You don't even drink Modelo. You don't know.
Yeah, what do you know?
You're right. But I don't not drink it because of the foil.
Remember that with Lowenbrow back in the day, too. The bottles of Lowenbrow. Like, wow, gotta really get peeling a banana to get to this thing.
Also, not a nuisance. Peeling a banana is not stressful in any way.
No, actually, peeling banana actually relieves some stress, I find. But the foil is different. Foil is it's meticulous, tedious.
Next one, I don't drink Stella because of the paper. What?
The label on top there, once you crack it open, it's paper. It's not foil. It's like the part of the label type thing.
What?
The pain. I get it.
It's not.
Struggle's real.
Is pain? Let's work with the definition of pain. Is it a pain?
Yes. For some people, it is.
Next text, Marlon Wall Lake says, I was a Coors Light beer drinker for 15 years. In the past 5 years, I've been drinking nothing but Modelo. It's seriously delicious. Hands down the best beer right now, and it's not even close.
Oh, the not even close line.
Not even close. You gave us a not even close. Modelo is number one, certainly not in this region, but Southern California, Texas, those two major populations make up the majority of sales. The Modelo stat is wild. I'm strictly a Stella guy, 4 Max, or I rage text 97. But Modelo?
See, but here, even if you don't drink it, can you at least admit that you're seeing more of it now?
Modelo?
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm going to have to go back to the well, especially today. If I don't think I'm going to have a beer today, but you know what? I think I'm going to dedicate myself to have a beer today just for the show. And I will make it Modelo, and I will drink at least 2, maybe 3 to find out if I find the foil irritating in any way. I will do that for the show.
Keep going until it becomes a nuisance.
Yeah.
Keep going. And how many beers does it take before I go, this damn foil?
Yes.
I'll do that for the show.
I did buy some beer on Saturday. I haven't had it yet. I'm excited to try. I got 2 different kinds of beer.
Yeah.
One, Oberon Light.
Okay.
Saw they had an Oberon Light. And I know that, whatever. I like light beer, and I like Oberon. Thought I'd try it. I haven't had it yet. The other one is the Leinenkugel Lime.
Yeah, I've had that. I like it.
And you like it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm excited to try that one too. Those are cans though, Doug. Those are easy.
Thank you for saying that, Kang, and speaking for the people. F the foil. That's from Max in Bath, Michigan.
Thank you for saying what needed to be said. Still real to me, damn it.
Tostadas are stupid. I will die on this hill. That's from Devin.
Whoa. Tostadas?
Yep.
What's the problem? You don't have to get them. There's only 97 other items on the menu aside from a tostada.
So, I mean, is tostadas essentially a Mexican pizza?
Kind of.
Yeah. And they're stupid, huh?
I've never really gravitated towards it because I feel like one bite and the whole thing falls apart. I don't need that.
No.
I like the softer wrap, items like a burrito or enchilada.
Yeah.
Quesadilla.
All right. Well, on this Cinco de Mayo, celebrate as you will.
Oh, sorry.
I feel like you're getting all fired up.
I am getting all fired up.
All right. Big story today. Chiron Moore suspended for 2 games by Michigan, weeks 3 and 4, according to Pete Thamel. If this helps bring them closer to conclusion, I'm all for it. Other people want to fight it. keep this in mind, two things. One is this is one aspect of the case. It's one aspect of the case, so it might bring that aspect closed. The other is Michigan is right now defending or suspending based upon allegations that they and the NCAA have uncovered in an own investigation and the NCAA's investigation. They are not defending themselves against every internet rumor out there, some which have no merit. And I know how this happens. I've seen it. Something gets tweeted as, what about this? What about that? It gets tweeted and retweeted so many times, it starts to become thought of as fact. And I've seen this happen in so many cases. Now it's Michigan's turn. I'm a take your medicine kind of guy when it comes to these things. I know not everybody is, but I would think that they wouldn't do this unless they thought it would bring this aspect of the case closer to resolution. There are other things that need to get resolved, but this aspect of the case, which seems to have to do with the deleted text messages, that would, which were recovered and handed over. But
this is a small part of it. This is Chiron Moore's quote unquote involvement in it and what he may or may not have known. And take your medicine. That's that part of it. This by no means is going to be the whole, pardon the pun, enchilada here when it comes to what this investigation has uncovered.
No, it is. There's still other aspects that need to get addressed. But, as far as, why they did this, I don't think it'd be wise to do it unless you had some indication from the NCAA that it would bring this portion of the case to a close. But we will find out moving forward.
It is unusual that they're picking games 3 and 4 of the season to do this. Now, is the NCAA going to be okay with that for them dictating which games it's going to be? Or does the NCAA want to say, hold on, not so fast. You don't get to decide which games the coach is going to sit out. We're going to decide that.
They may know that.
Is that another battle that's to be coming down the road?
Yep.
Because the second game of the season is Oklahoma. It's a big game. It's Oklahoma. It's also Chiron Moore's alma mater. I'm sure he wants to coach it. The other advantage, I think, to taking the third and fourth game off, if he's not allowed to coach during those weeks at all, which I think this is what this says, he's not supposed to have any involvement at all, that at least it gives the team a couple of games under their belt of full-on coaching and getting up to speed before he has to bow out, as opposed to the start of the season where you've just had training camp, you haven't even played a game yet, and then the coach is going to sit out.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Who's got the best record in the American League? The Detroit Tigers have the best record in the American League.
Who's got the best WAR on the Tigers?
Go ahead.
Javi Baez has the best WAR on the Tigers, 1.5. Better than Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, Tarek Skubal. It's Javi Baez with a 1.5.
The comebacks of Mize, Torkelson, and Baez. Going into the year, we'd accept one. We'd be ecstatic with two. The fact that all three, maybe comeback isn't even the right term. Mize and Tork are living up to the potential. I think in Baez's case,
Javi's a comeback.
It's a comeback. But those are three players that I think most fans in their minds had moved beyond. So Torkelson, it was not even thought about. Baez, it was, why don't we just cut this guy and eat $70 million? To which we said, well, the truth is, until he is blocking somebody that is clearly better, which might have happened if McGonigal or Bryce Rayner had matriculated instantly to the major league level, which wasn't going to happen. But you got Baez out there, and we're like, you got to milk him for anything you can. Don't think of him as a $75 million player. Think of him as, can he help us win in any way? And then it might make some sense. He's not worth the money. Got it. Well established. And now he's out there playing like he's trying to be worth the money, and it's incredible. So between Mize, Torkelson, Baez, then you're getting like the best version of Zach McKinstry, the best version of Reese Olson. You have others contributing in ways subtle and not so subtle, Dingler, Sweeney. The starting pitching has been great, which isn't a total surprise. Going into the season, it was considered to be one of the best starting staffs in the league. And then the bullpen's been lights out. Third in bullpen ERA, walks and hits per innings pitch, and batting average against, all third. And in the majors. And you got all that, and you go, all right, do they have a World Series contending team? And we asked that question on Twitter. People are voting. You have minutes left to vote. Do you think the Tigers are a World Series contender? It's dropped below 80%. 79.6% say yes. 20.4% say no. Here's some of the feedback we're getting. Who knows? Winnipeg looked really good until they didn't. Well, that's from Glace. From Rob, they need a third baseman. From Skip 6971, if they stay healthy and Baez keeps hitting the ball and doesn't get back into chasing crappy pitches, then they have a shot at a good run in the playoffs. You know, the Baez thing, you mentioned the hip surgery earlier.
Mm-hmm.
How does hip surgery make you better at swinging at pitches in the strike zone?
Well, if you don't have pain in your hip anymore.
Yeah, but why would you not swing at the pitch a foot outside? When
you might be off balance. You're not able to get to that pitch like you used to be able to get to that pitch, so you're just flailing. I think there's a lot that goes into it.
Do you?
Yeah. And some of it is certainly mental, but it's not a good combination to have if you already got the bad hip.
David writes in, they are playing as good as any team right now. From Nubs Get Dubs on Twitter, Fettermaid will have us in the ALCS. It's on Scott Harris to find the right guy to balance the lineup, need another right-handed bat to get over the hump. Tyler says, I think they are contenders in the sense that we can win the American League pennant. I don't think we can get by the NL champs, but you never know until you get there. So the crazy thing about this is if you look at all the power rankings, it's like 4 or 5 National League teams on top of all the power rankings. And then you get into whether or not it's Detroit, pretty much Detroit or the Yankees at this point as to who the best team in the American League is. The Tigers are 22-13 after taking 3 of 4 in Anaheim. Now they're off to play the worst team in baseball. Colorado has 6 wins.
That's terrible.
The run differential is minus 89.
Yeah, they're awful, and it's not really that close. They're really bad, and the ball travels further in Colorado. Their staff is terrible. They're going to face lefty, righty, the way it sets up, although maybe we'll see if they have a doubleheader on Wednesday or if they're able to get the game started tomorrow night. Don't know. But all the advantages look like you're pointing clearly to the Tigers. and just do what they've been doing all season long, which is win series. I think they've lost 2, maybe 3 series all season long. Just keep playing like that. Take 2 out of 3. I don't think there's any shame in not sweeping Colorado, but win the series. That's the first thing you have to do. And I think that's the mentality this team has. Really, it's a game-by-game mentality, but I think I've heard A.J. Hinch say before, we just want to win the series, and we'll be in a really good position when late in the season comes.
Yeah. I watch games now almost like I'm expecting them to win.
Yes.
I'm expecting them to win. I'm expecting the starting pitching to go deep. I'm expecting this team full of role players. Hey, Andy Ibanez is up. I think they like this matchup.
Yeah, if Andy Ibanez is in the game, it's like there's a left-handed pitching. Let's see what happens here. Oh, look on the other side. Zach McKinstry against the right-handed pitcher. Okay, good matchup for Zach McKinstry. Hey, we're starting to see some real power swings from Riley Green now. This is good. Kerry Carpenter. This is going to be a home run, right?
Yep.
And same with Torkelson. If Torkelson faces a left-handed pitcher, what's your expectation?
It's way up.
It's home run or walk.
I mean, Kerry Carpenter against right-handed pitching in 88 at-bats this year has 6 home runs. He's hitting .307. He's got a 894 OPS. Like that's given that, what was it last year? Was it 8 players hit in the majors hit over 300?
Something like that, yeah.
And if you have enough players that you can make a Kerry Carpenter a platoon player, and he's playing more all the time now, but you're really setting yourself up for success. And, don't look now, but Colt Keith, who might have been this close to getting sent down, has regained his form.
Well, he had a good week. His first 3 home runs of the season, that's nice. He also added 4 walks last week, too, which was good because he started the season, he had some walks and then kind of went away for a while, but now he's getting back to that. Good. Get on base, make good swings, have a good approach. You'll stay in there. I can't imagine he's going to play against left-handed pitching, but that's okay because when he goes out, that's where Ibanez comes in. But playing in Colorado, again, this ball travels further in Colorado. How are these bats going? These bats have been mashing this season, where they're top 5 in home runs and batting average and runs scored, in triples, I believe, as well. I think they're 6th in the majors in OPS. This team is absolutely mashing the baseball right now. Are they going to continue this in Colorado? You would expect it to.
Yep.
I mean, they were throwing up 11 runs against the Angels like it was easy. That game on Friday night where it was just home run after home run after. They had 4 home runs in the inning and 2 by Riley Green, which was an MLB record. Nobody had ever done multiple home runs in the 9th inning before. He's the first. That's awesome. It's just everyone went up to the plate in the 9th inning expecting, or in the 8th inning, whatever it was, expecting to hit. And they did. Now you're going against a bad team. Take advantage of it.
I felt like yesterday, the entire game, they went up expecting to hit. Right? In the 13-1 win.
There are just guys that get to the plate and you feel like looking at the matchup, whether it's, typically it's a lefty-righty or righty-lefty thing where you feel confident. Dylan Dingler gets up there, or Spencer Torkelson gets up there against left-handed pitching, I expect damage. Even to the point where Sweeney is facing right-handed pitching. And I'm like, I think this guy's going to hit line drives. He's going to hit, and next thing you know, he's pumped a couple over the fence. Like getting contributions from Trey Sweeney offensively, or Zach McKinstry as much as consistent as he's been, that's bonus. Because I'm not expecting Zach McKinstry to keep being this guy who's got above 800 OPS, hitting 300, whatever he's hitting right now. I don't expect that, but enjoy it while it's here. And then when the correction comes, because there will be a correction for all the players, hopefully that's when somebody else rises up, or when guys are getting healthy again and we see Parker Meadows back into the lineup, Matt Vierling back into the lineup.
The other part of this that we used to be focused on so much is, by the way, the organization is ranked pretty highly in terms of talent in the minor leagues. Like that used to be such a big part of our Tiger discussion.
Yeah.
And so they're doing this at the top level.
And they're doing it from single A all the way on up to, not as much a triple A, but Single A, high A, double A, those 3 levels, they're getting big-time contributions from their prospects. Bryce Rayner's off to a nice start. He's really picked it up lately. He's got an OPS over 800 now. That's the shortstop they drafted out of high school last year. Mm-hmm. You've got Max Clark, who's doing really well at West Michigan. He's got an OPS around 900-ish. I think it's below 900 now, but he had 4 hits the other day. They've got another outfielder there, Stevenson, who's got tons of speed. He's good. Briseño is hitting. You've got other players. Roberto Campos is doing amazingly well at Double-A. Good for him because there is waiting for him to click, and now he's starting to click. He's hitting really well.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
If you need new garage doors, there's only one place to call. It's Precision Garage Door Service. Here's why. They have a warehouse that is chock full of nothing but garage doors. That is a bonus for you because you might be able to get a brand new garage door in as little as 24 hours. They're the only company with new garage doors in stock at their local warehouse. Nobody does it faster. Nobody does it better. They've got technicians that are highly trained with a deep knowledge of garage door repair and installation. I've used them for both repairs. They were amazing. And then years later, I had to get new doors. Even better. They talked me through the whole process, gave me all the options, and I made a decision with precision that I couldn't be happier about. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit them at precisiondoormi.com.
Voting is closed. 79.6% of our listening audience think the Tigers are a World Series contender. 20.4% say they are not.
And how?
Yep.
That was good. And how many found the peeling the foil off of a Modelo bottle to be a pain or annoying?
Yeah, based upon the feedback, nobody said that it's not a big deal. The only feedback we got was people saying it's a big deal.
So 100% of what you're saying?
Well, I don't know. I don't see every text that comes in.
Well, we can't be 100 because Doug.
Right, that's true.
Doug's fighting us back. He's pushing back on this, Gator.
Well, I'm pushing back on it being anything more than a very minor inconvenience.
It's a nuisance.
Yeah, we'll see tonight how many beers deep you get before you're like
Before
this,
I'm mad at the foil?
Yeah. Mad at the foil. Damn this foil.
Oh, good God.
It's real bits of foil.
Yeah, you'll see the real bits of foil. It breaks apart. You're trying to peel it away. Stuck on your fingernail.
If it's the foil that stops you from drinking Modelo, then that tells me that the beer is not anywhere close to worth it. Like,
Beer,
what is
beer's
what is
good?
What
I
is
don't mind a beer.
What is like your favorite beer ever?
For just out of top of my head, let's just say Newcastle.
What if they started serving it in bottles with foil?
I mean, I'd still get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I still order a Negro Modelo every time I'm out at a Mexican restaurant. But there's that part of me, damn this foil.
Yeah. You're always going to think that, Doug.
Always.
I've never thought it. It's never dissuaded me in any way. But maybe I'm just a more determined beer drinker.
I mean, I'll get the first and I'll get the second beer. And you know what? Maybe the third one, no. You know what? No. I'll just give me a can of Miller Lite or give me a draft. Something without foil. Excuse me. Can you show me something without the foil on the wrapper? I appreciate that.
All right. From the Carson Anderson inbox regarding the Pistons and the Ringer story, endorsing them staying patient and just letting this core develop. I think staying patient is the best move. The risk-reward ratio is so much better on the side of doing nothing. Chris from Berkeley, our hope is that Giannis chooses the Pistons as a destination to be traded to, then make a deal to send him here. The star player in the NBA holds the cards, and I can picture Giannis liking what he is seeing happening here and avoiding the larger market. I wonder about that. I don't suspect that's the case necessarily yet. I can't see a star player saying, stop everything. I want to go to Detroit, make the deal happen. I can see that not being as insane as it used to be. Could a really good player say, I want to be a part of it because of the core, the excitement? I mean, in some ways, the one thing that the Knicks were almost unilaterally agreeing upon was that LCA was incredible for this postseason. And even though they were saying less than complimentary things towards the Knicks, one might say, they still thought the environment was amazing.
I think we're going to look back at this whole experience from this season and look back fondly. You know, it's going to take us still maybe a few more days or more weeks for Piston fans to fully do that because they're still pissed about losing.
Mm-hmm.
And being 0-3 at home hurts and stinks. But boy, it was fun.
Ivy is most valuable to this team as a trade chip. Move him in a package for whatever upgrade you can. I could see that, given what they did without him.
But he might be the missing piece.
He might be the missing piece. I mean, don't forget, this is a guy that was shooting. He was over 40% when he got hurt, right?
From the arc. It was 40.9%.
From beyond the arc?
Yep. And was shooting 46% from the field and averaging 17.5 points a game.
That's awfully useful.
Yes.
I definitely think he's an asset, not a liability.
Nice.
But you can't ignore the fact that they did do all this without him, right? Like, is there some part of you thinking, like, not that he was the problem, but, I mean, they did this without him. And do you think that, hey, when you're making a move this offseason, like, you can continue this without him as far as trading him, you know? because there is one. I wouldn't just do trade it for him for anybody. Giannis would be the guy I would, though. If you had to make a deal, if Giannis said, "Hey, I think this is, I want to go to Detroit for whatever reason. I think it's a pipe dream." But let's say he did say that, and you'd have to include Ivy in that deal. I'd do it.
Yeah.
I mean, Ivy obviously is gonna. Maybe it's Thompson. Maybe it's Holland. Maybe it's a bunch of first round picks. That's for sure. But Giannis would be one of those superstars I'd do it for because he's not like a buddy guy. He doesn't like that super team stuff. He doesn't buddy up with the other players in the league because he's trying to compete against them. And I think he's already playing in a small market, so he knows what it's like. Detroit's not considered, New York or LA. I think Giannis
NBA won't let it happen.
And plus, we got Greektown, man.
Did you just say?
Good call.
Did you just say you didn't think the NBA would let it
NBA
happen?
won't let it happen. If Giannis is going to go anywhere, he's not going to go to Detroit. To leave Milwaukee to go to Detroit, the NBA won't let that happen.
Chris from Berkeley, I'd love to see the Pistons trading to get back later in the first round and drafting Johnny Broome from Auburn. Perfect size, strength, and scoring touch inside that the Pistons are lacking. So
they don't have a first round pick this year. That's why I have to trade up.
And I got to tell you, the fact that I'm going to be intrigued to see what Trajan does. Trajan's earned a lot of street cred early here. So if Trajan's interested, I'm on board. Gator, we haven't done this yet. We're going to do it once today. The NHL draft lottery is tonight. Are you ready for our first and only simulation?
Yes.
Courtesy of Tankathon.
I am. They're slated they have 12th right now.
Yep.
The highest they can move up is second.
Number 2. 2.5% chance of doing that. I'm going to simulate the lottery now. The Red Wings are 12th. And after the simulation, they are 12th. The winner of the NHL simulated lottery is the San Antonio Spurs. No, it's the Anaheim Ducks move up 7 spots and get the number 1 pick.
Oh, of course.
Let's go to Butch in Pontiac. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Butch.
Hey, fellas, what's going on? I just, for one, I would love Giannis to come to Detroit, but I just want to push back on the old narrative that ball players wouldn't want to come here. I remember when Cade got drafted, the first thing he did was put his buffs on. And when I was talking to LeBron, I used to be down in Akron a lot. I know him. And one thing him and I was talking about, if you a brother and you got money, Detroit is where you want to be. It's a black city where it's beautiful black women everywhere. You're not going to get I'm going to tell you this is important to me when I go to other places. When I go to other towns, I realize they don't have 3 classes of black people. It's either poor blacks or the rich blacks over there. In Detroit, you got poor, middle class, and black. You got an assortment of abundance. And I think if you're really a real brother, like a lot of the brothers are like Giannis, he would love it here in Detroit. Why wouldn't he? I think that narrative is old and played out, and I think what y'all not considering is that the brothers, they want to be in a city where there's a lot of sisters at.
Okay, well, he is married.
Well,
there's
guess
that.
what? His little cousin want to go, but no, it's not even the women though, Gator. I'm talking about having an abundance. Yeah, but okay, yeah,
it's not only the women.
The women. Yeah, it's an abundance of your own people around, and you don't have to go looking for them. And they're not just only in the poor part of town. And when you go to these nice restaurants, it ain't just. You're not the only one. That's all I'm saying.
We do have we have a nice Greek. We have a high Greek population here too, so that works. Look,
that could be important.
I'd love to sell it. I honestly don't think it'll ever happen here.
Should we ask Rico? Caller just argued that Giannis might want to come here because of the black population and because there are rich, middle class, poor blacks, and a lot of hot sisters, even though he's married. You think that?
Okay.
Rico?
Sure. If that's the case, then I guess we also need to watch out for Atlanta. If that's, you know what? Use what you got.
I guess.
Use what you got to get what you want. And we also have Greektown.
We made that point as well.
So, yeah, Greek block. We're good.
All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Gonna have some fun with the whole derby thing because at the last second I made a bet and picked the winner. So.
Did you really?
Mike's like, you got to be kidding.
Congratulations. Did Mike?
No. So as I'm standing in the living room cheering like crazy, looking like Kramer from Seinfeld. Like, come on.
Congratulations.
So, yeah.
Have some fun. Enjoy your gloating. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. According to ESPN, Michigan football coach Chiron Moore is expected to be suspended for games 3 and 4 of this upcoming season in response to his involvement with the Connor Stallion sign-stealing scandal. The ban...
Not 1 and 2?
What's that?
Not 1 and 2?
No, not 1 and 2. The ban is self-inflicted by the university, and he'll miss the Central Michigan and Nebraska games, still allowing him to coach against his alma mater, Oklahoma. The ban will keep him absent from all team-related activities with 2 weeks as well. More separate punishments could be on their way relating to recruiting
How
violations.
do you say this with a straight face?
Former Michigan football player and current Cleveland Brown Devin Bush has been charged with simple assault and harassment against his girlfriend. He allegedly took her car keys as well. Tonight, the NBA will release their Coach of the Year. Pistons boss J.B. Bickerstaff is a finalist, along with Cleveland head coach Kenny Atkinson. The playoffs continue tonight as well. The Celtics and Knicks open up their series at 7, while Denver and Oklahoma City battle at 9:30. The NHL Draft Lottery tonight, the team has an 86% chance the Red Wings do to remain at pick number 12. They can move up as high as the second selection. The NFL and the White House have officially announced that the 2027 NFL Draft will take place in Washington, D.C. on the National Mall. Audio coming up later from Mike. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome, one and all, on a Monday. Great to have everybody with us. I'm sorry that my Derby picks ran second and third. You don't get a prize for that. But this man next to me,
yes,
he nailed it.
Yes!
Rico also, with his bet on sovereignty, supports human rights violations. So
I
congratulations.
love horse racing now.
I'm glad. That's right. You delighted in what a 10-1 shot can do for you.
I'm like, this is that excitement that you always speak of.
Yes. Welcome.
Oh, my goodness. The only thing missing was I should have put on a hat and a blazer and been able to.
Yeah, or the Sheikh's daughter. Either way. So we'll just move it along. I'm sorry. I just can't. Can't do it with Godolphin.
He's a bad owner?
Just Google. Or how about this? Ask Tirico about the cut-in he had to do a couple of years ago. Well, we do want to point out there are accusations. He made his daughter disappear. Like, it was the most awkward thing in the world. I know, but 10-1. Congratulations.
It was 10-1.
So
I didn't think journalism would win.
Let's get to some of the business of the day. And look, we have a lot of cleanup to do. So look, you guys have a willful choice you can make. All right, if you think this is a Sparty radio, then get bent. Go do whatever you want. The reality is I don't take a paycheck from my school. So I'm just going to shoot you straight like I have the whole way through. Remember the part where I said to you, go ahead, play your games. Buy your T-shirt, take your dad, enjoy it. You will not like everything that's after this. Well, we're in the after phase. But the problem I have is so many things get misreported and misrepresented, or key details get left out. I just feel like a janitor. I feel like I need a mop and a bucket. Like you and I talked about this. I talked to Cookies and I'm like, well, Jim, you realize Chiron Moore was up for a level 2. This has nothing to do with the 6 level 1s. The level 2 was him destroying evidence, him deleting the text. You know, because when texts are innocuous, you always delete them. Right?
Happy birthday. Delete.
So the problem is, okay, they're self-imposing a 2-game ban. Personally, Rico, I feel like people are like conflating the issue or acting like, well, now the NCAA will accept it. The negotiating time is long past. The hearing for the Committee on Infractions is June 6th and 7th now. Mm-hmm. In a 24-hour span, you had Santana leave, your football coach gets another suspension, and the COI gets announced as June 6th and 7th. I have no idea. I've said this from the beginning. I have no idea what the NCAA will do. I'm not going to live in a world of should. Should is Michigan should be strapped to an atom bomb and detonated in the middle of the Pacific.
But
it's not happening.
But I think you missed an important part.
Tell me.
Self-imposed 2-game suspension, and we're going to pick the 2 games.
Yeah. I know Spartan fans want me to get angry about that.
No,
I can't. I actually laugh.
And that's what it's not an anger thing. It's that is so ballsy.
It's Michigan.
That is Abdul Carter saying, can I have 56?
And then he goes, how about 11? Phil Simms. But look, all I can tell you is this is only a piece of the bigger picture, the 6 level 1s. So if the NCAA gives Chiron as a repeat offender a show cause, you could be suspended for no games, but you can't coach in college. So I just don't know what to tell you. To me, it's too little too late. I don't think the NCAA is going to look at this and be like, oh, okay, Michigan took their medicine. That's like a kid breaking curfew, coming home, and mom and dad say, you're grounded. You can't have the car tomorrow night. And the kid goes, yeah, but tomorrow night's New Year's Eve. How about January 7th? I got an open calendar.
And it's rainy. Yes, it'll be snowing.
So the NCAA doesn't have to accept this. We're so far, because here's the thing. I want to just, Rico, tell me if I'm wrong on this. Because this is the one thing I feel like many, not all. I don't want to paint all Michigan fans badly. They do a good enough job themselves. But the things that are established in all of this, right, that the NCAA has established, or what they consider, aggravating factors. I mean, for one, the university knew. They had enough direct knowledge. They could have put a stop to it, but they didn't self-report when it really matters. Right? Okay, that's one. 2, was anyone in the football program cooperative? No. Remember when they came to campus and got ghosted?
They all left.
Remember all the written requests they didn't respond to? Then you had one coach, who's since been fired, it's hard to keep up, basically tell players and others, don't talk. It just, all of it. Okay, so then you have the written request thing. Bottom line, your AD has defied this from the start. Your school has. And when you look at it, Rico, ultimately, this is a nothing burger to me. This is something that Michigan is trying to do so they can play the victim on the back end and say, well, the NCAA is a bunch of meanies. And I have no idea the scope. I don't get into the should. From the beginning of this, I said it'll never be what I want. So I'm rolling with it.
Right.
But no, I do think the NCAA is going to hit them. And I don't think self-imposing on May 5th after you had over a year to do this. I don't think it carries weight.
When the text messages first came out, you could have said, you know what, inappropriate. I'm going to go ahead and suspend myself for 2 games. And I think you're right. At that point, NCAA would have said, all right, we finally got some adults here. We got some people who are taking accountability. But instead, we heard it was no big deal, some birthday text messages, and I delete all of my stuff. And
the problem I have with all of that, though, is have the Michigan media been right about anything?
No.
Anything at all. Like if we're Sparty Radio, fine. I don't get paid by that institution, and I'm not interested in having friends at either. Have they been right about anything?
The only time they're right is when they say nothing.
Okay,
because at least they can say, oh, well, we didn't lie. Well, you didn't say anything.
Here's the other problem. When Michigan put out their, like when they put out their statement, they admitted they cheated, basically. They said it. Mm-hmm. They admitted what they – so, guys, I'm just not going to overreact to it today. There's no screaming and yelling from me. I'm also not going to sit here and tell you – well, that'll do. It's not even in the realm of the bigger picture of all of this. If Michigan self-imposed 2 games for a grade 2, how do you answer to the program at large being up on 6 level 1s? There's a very good chance. I can't say it factually. I'm just saying there's a chance Chiron's done. I hate to tell you that, but I don't think that's beyond the pale when a guy's a repeat offender. He's already been suspended twice, once for the recruiting scandal. Keep up with me. You need kind of scandal monopoly here. So he was once with the recruiting, once with the text messages. That's before we even get to what happens to the program at large. You've got guys who went to the NFL that are given years, plural, show causes that effectively ends their soft landing. No, I don't think the 2 games is going to play. And if it does, then it just, again, I think the sport's a joke anyways. But go ahead, because I know you want to take it a different direction.
No, Mike. Here's the thing. I think they're trying to do this to be preemptive and say, okay, we're willing to take our punishment, knowing that they're getting ready to meet in June, the 6th and 7th. So what if we just give you all of this now? Would you please just let this go away? And I will say this: if the NCAA allows Michigan to essentially get away with this with a slap on the wrist, what it's going to do is something that I think is going to be worse than the transfer portal, worse than NIL. Because now what you have said is just cheat. And not just cheat, blatantly cheat. Out in the open. Do whatever you want. Set aside about $4 million to pay a fine. And just do whatever. Literally, you could... You know what? Kid runs for a touchdown for another team. You could have an agent saying, hey, now keep running all the way to East Lansing or keep running all the way to Columbus. We'll pay you this. Wow, did you see that sign? Yeah, because it doesn't matter. You can outright cheat. If the NCAA does not really do something with this, it's going to set the new table of, well, anything goes. You could do whatever because they did whatever. I mean, as far as recruiting and all of the different stuff and all the smoke that is just burning in Ann Arbor, but you keep telling me there's no fire, but yet and still smoke everywhere. President leaving after having a contract to 2033. Yeah, I think it's about time for me to go. After 3 years, yeah. You know what? Go Gators. Something's going on there. Something is wrong there.
Look,
and for this, and to do this whole 2 game right before, and then you still aren't even sincere with this because it's the audacity. I'm going to pick the 2 games.
He's a runaway train. I'll be back at 4. I'm just letting him roll. I'm not getting in the way of this. The guy picked the 10-1 shot in the Derby. He's feeling himself. He's bricked up. No, I mean, the Ono thing, look, I understand what's being put out there is, well, it's political and how he handled Gaza. And it's like, or, hear me out, the guy just got a massive raise in October, and you're right, contract through 2032. Might be the $1 billion lawsuit you're staring down because your former offensive coordinator was hacking the database and medical records and photos and the rest, along with your football program being embroiled in a multitude of scandals. And no one in their right mind wants that Florida job. You can Google why. Like, I'm not doing your homework for you.
He is the only person.
Correct.
It literally just has to be rubber stamp.
Because no one wants it. No one would leave. There's me saying something nice. No one would leave U of M for Florida. of their right mind. Unless they had some wild custody battle and their wife and kid moved to Florida. Nobody would take that job. I mean, Michigan's endowment is $20 billion. Florida's is $3 billion. And how you get to run Florida versus how you get to run Michigan, different. The point I'm making is I won't overreact to this. I know where you're headed with it. I have no faith in the NCAA, but I just feel like, yeah, anyone who wants to tell me Chiron with the 2 games and that takes care, you're not paying attention. You're not living in reality. And just because you self-impose it, the NCAA doesn't have to listen to it. Yeah. It begs the biggest question, which is, why did Michigan not lay on the sword last year, knowing they were going to suck, and just be done with it? And here's the other thing. You brought up the suspended for game 3 and 4. You're making a 2-week story a 4-week story. It just, none of that adds up to me. You've admitted you cheated. So you can take the medicine or not. You can't be half pregnant.
Oh, well, no, it's so that Chiron could go up against his alma mater in Oklahoma.
Who effing cares?
I'm with you. Or it's your freshman quarterback's first road game, and you probably want to be there for that.
248-539-9797. God, you do what you want with it, guys. There's no yelling and screaming, and you know my faith quotient in the NCAA or the sport is null. It's just, but I'm also not going to come on the air and lie to you. Like, come on. So what do you think happens? Do you wish Michigan would lay on the sword? What?
Why not just go week 10 and 12 and just skip the
Purdue and Northwestern?
Yeah.
It's not going to hold
with
water.
The week in between to really think about it.
Rico, it won't hold water. If anything, doesn't that just inflame the NCAA more?
It does. But the sad reality is I think they thought they were doing themselves a service. And, hey, we'll take care of this. And it's like,
the service could have been, you could have just thrown Chiron out with the bathwater last year and maybe shown real sacrifice, and this would be done, I think. But you didn't want to negotiate, so don't play like you do now. Also, too, at some point, your own school admitted they cheated. You kind of got to put the sword away and just go, all right, what are we doing? We'll see. June 6th and 7th will be interesting, I guess. Go ahead, Rico. We'll knock a few calls. We're certainly not doing this all day, but we wanted to at least just kind of give you the thoughts, and away we go. Rico, take it away.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn. Call 888-GET-GREEN. As a matter of fact, they'll hook you up. If you call them right now and mention my name, Rico from 97.1, when you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control as well. Call 888-GET-GREEN to get that deal. And remember, even though it's cloudy and nasty looking out there today, it's going to be a lot nicer this week. The warm weather's on its way is what I'm trying to say, and so are the weeds. Dandelions are going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. Stop the dandelions before they even go to seed. And that's what Natural Way Lawn will do. They will come out and they will tailor-made a specific solution for your lawn using high-quality products and high-quality expertise. There's no runaround, and plus, it's not too late to even treat for crabgrass. Call Natural Way Lawn right now and get your lawn ready for the summer. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. They're not some tax organization with random people answering the phone. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS for years. They will advocate for you, fight for you, and guide you through the entire process. Save your time and hopefully your money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you can never deal with the IRS again. All right, we'll get to the people in a second, get to the ticket text as well. I don't think there's any overreaction from this day part. I'm just trying to shoot you straight with it. Michigan could self-impose all they want, but, I mean, that horse left the barn a long time ago, and this is for a level 2 violation. I want to be clear. Any brain dead, which is roughly 2/3 of the fan base, any brain dead Michigan fan who thinks this is you're not paying attention. Just stop. This is a level 2. You got 6 level 1s to deal with. Second of all, the NCAA doesn't have to take this. This idea that if we do it, they'll take it. I'm sorry, but when you've been an obstructionist at best, no, the NCAA will probably come out June 6th and 7th and go, that's great, 6 games, and you don't get to pick. Yeah. This ain't Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, because at that point, the horse has left the barn. You had an opportunity to say, if we do this right now and cooperate, we're sorry, here you go. You were defiant. Nothing. This is a nothing. This is all nothing burger. This is not going to happen. We're Michigan. It's a witch hunt. Blah, blah, blah. You're just still trying to go after Harbaugh. It was all the excuses instead of just, I did send him text messages, but, they were nothing. They were just like, happy birthday. It was like, you don't suspend yourself for 2 games for happy birthday.
David, what do you got? And I'm sorry I didn't get to you in the first segment. You're the Michigan guy. Go ahead. If we've stepped out of line, throw a flag.
You didn't step out of line. What Rico said is what I wanted. I wanted them to be done with this a year ago. Just accept the penalty and be done. I am sick and tired of now we got to go through the hearing. Now we got to do this. I'm done. I'm sick of it. I don't want to hear any more about it, but because they didn't take the penalty, we have to now hear more about it. And you're right, Mike. It becomes a 4-week story in season because, now we waited to do this week 3 and 4. Now we got to talk about this before the suspension, during the suspension, and after the suspension. It may be a 6-week story now. Half a season we'll be talking about this.
And I think they're hoping that the people in the NCAA will just get tired and say, well, it's been such a long time now. Maybe we should just let bygones be bygones and move on.
Yeah, but I'll tell you like my mother would tell me, I ain't forgot.
And see, that's
I didn't forget.
If the NCAA really wanted to, it's rare that you get an opportunity to punish somebody in real time so that the people who actually did the infraction suffer the consequences and not kids who are still in high school who aren't even at Michigan yet. They're going to have to suffer this punishment.
Yeah, look, here's the bottom line. I'm tired of they're not kids anymore. All right, and they can go make money anywhere they want to make. I don't want to hear about you can't punish today's kids for yesterday's crimes. That's 1995 logic. I don't want to hear it.
No, I'm saying, but the kids aren't even. They're in high school. They're not at Michigan right now.
Yeah.
By the time all of this, the dust settles.
Yeah.
Somebody who's in 10th and 11th grade are going to be the victims of all of this stuff.
Good. I don't care. You're getting nothing from me on that. You get a choice now. We just had a guy call last week. His grandkid's going to MSU. They already have a plan if it doesn't work out, what they're going to do, where they're going. You ain't getting nothing from me.
Fair.
See you later. You make a willful choice to go there. David, ticket text, and I'll get to the callers.
U of M is a cheating universe. The football program deserves the death sentence.
Okay, you got to stop. Okay, deserves and reality. Look, the truth is going to be in the middle. I don't think that the NCAA is going to be carrying a Thor hammer, but I don't think it's also going to be what your Michigan-friendly media say it is. It's going to be in the middle.
A nothing burger.
Again, they couldn't even keep their scandal straight when reporting. Go ahead.
David, you're the Michigan guy, yet you 100% agree with the Spartan slappies. Just like every time ever. Yeah, stop the Michigan fan nonsense.
Okay, real quick. Spartan Slappy, who declared his program dead last week. Guys, you got to get better material. And I know you've got limited intellect. I understand that. You're working with a limited deck, but you got to come up with something new. Name the last nice thing I said about MSU football. Name it.
Let me just help you out with that. We're Spartan Slappies, and David's agreeing with us. Your school came out with these self-imposed penalties, not Mike and I, not David.
Correct.
So basically, you're angry not at the image you see in the mirror. You're angry at the mirror for showing you exactly who you are. Okay, that works.
Someone says, I'm on Chiron's side. I also delete all of my text immediately.
Great.
Can't be serious.
Cool story, bro. Wow. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean,
when it's a part of an investigation and you deleted them and then they're recovered, and only after recovered you go back and, well, here, I found them. Dude, just stop, okay? The fact that he had 53 texts with Connor Stallions tells me everything I need to know. I don't text people 53 times I don't know or deal with or talk to. There's only so many happy birthday bros you can send. Right. Hey, how's the weather today? Or perhaps a thumbs up emoji.
Hey, you want to go see the Thunderbolt movie?
Delete.
Right.
Let's go to the people.
Could you believe Endgame's ending?
Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on?
What's up?
We got to check Brian's phone, Kenny. I can't hear him.
Yeah,
we'll
don't
go to
anywhere,
Rob.
Brian.
Rob's in Brighton. He's up next. Robbie, what's up, bud?
I don't have Boost Mobile. Sorry, Brian. Hey, guys, it's unbelievable to me that the entitlement of that institution, the people that follow it, the people that go there, it's cringeworthy. And I say it all the time on this radio station. That is why people cannot stand Michigan or that, the whole university, right? And guys, it's so on brand that a university and the football team can dictate or think that they can dictate, okay, our coach is going to be suspended for 2 games. Let's pick which ones. And then they're going to go with, of course, the 2 biggest, the 2 worst teams on their schedule. And I find it very interesting that one of those games, Central Michigan, and the whole reason this is going on is because a staffer was dressed up in a Halloween costume and Central Michigan stuff at Spartan Stadium. And now the coach is picking that game to sit out. It's just the entitlement, the accountability, Mike. It's just,
but it
I know
should
I'm probably
be,
preaching to the choir with
Rob,
you guys,
it should
but
be
it's
believable to you. This is the same university.
100%.
I mean, the last head coach lied his ass off. They can't keep scandals straight. This will be the 3rd straight year where the head coach has been suspended in season. You have, 13 or 14 staffers that have received show causes, dismissals, fled the sinking ship. Come on, Rob.
Here's
You
the thing,
know
Mike,
this.
though. Yeah, no, I definitely know that, but I just go back to the calls that you guys took that I listened to back when all this broke, and they said, prove it, we got a ring.
I know.
And then now that all these suspensions have happened and, now that, hopefully the hammer hits, now what is it going to say? Well, at least we got a ring. Well, you know what? The only way that the NCAA can have some teeth in this is if they vacate wins. And I pray that they do that. I don't want Chiron Moore. I think he's a really good coach. I don't want him to get fired, but they most definitely need to vacate wins. I feel like that's the only thing that is going to have teeth in this that will show other universities and teams that you can't do that.
Rob, I'm with you. I think that everybody is watching to see what are going to be the repercussions, because if you allow people if you do nothing, man, it's open. See, at this point, alums will be angry if their schools aren't cheating.
I just want to say factually, I don't think the NCAA can take away their title because that is not an NCAA event.
They could take away their wins.
They sure.
Throughout the season.
No, you can do that, and the Big Ten could. Look,
which is the most meaningless thing, but it would hurt Michigan.
I just don't want people flipping out. I'm just making a point. We're trying to keep everything straight. Right. Everybody stay cool. Cool out. 248-539-9797. Yes, we're going to get to the Pistons. We're going to get to the Tigers as well later. We'll get more of the phone calls in on this. Ticket text as well. And apparently, David's not allowed to ever agree with me or Rico because we didn't go to the same school. So good to know that as well.
Yeah, but he gets that, every 2 months or so? You're not a Michigan fan.
Got it. Yeah. He is also the only one who was accurate about how bad they would be last year. So I don't know.
Which is why you should have took your punishment.
Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. We've all seen it. People swerving around, acting like idiots, checking their socials. Call Mike Purpur, National Benefit Plans. You can find affordable life insurance that not only covers your family's needs, but it'll work within your budget. Mike Pepper, National Benefit Plans. They shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. They guarantee you the best possible rate, and you're not going to be dealing with a phone jockey 6 states over. All right, so call Mike, do some real business, 30 years of experience in the game, nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. And don't worry, we're definitely going to get to your Tigers a little later. Rico has a critical question of whether I sold them short at 90 wins. You're truly living the good life if 90 and 72 is being sold short. We'll get to it, and we do want to talk about the Pistons. I didn't get a chance to do it with you Friday. I think there's an interesting choice they have to make this summer. We'll talk about that as well. David, ticket text, and I'll go to the callers in 1 second. Go ahead. We're talking about Michigan self-imposing on Chiron. Again, that's for the level 2, not the 6 level 1s. I don't think the NCAA is going to accept that. The Committee on Infractions, June 6th and 7th. Also, it was a chef's kiss. There's no anger from me. I have to laugh at it at this point. The whole sport is a charade. Michigan says he's suspended for the games 3 and 4, not 1 and 2. So, you got to laugh. None of this. You can't. Years later, I can't hold anger in my heart. I just can't function that way.
It's just the audacity.
I know, but you have to laugh at it. It's so absurd.
We want to do the self-punishment, but we picked the 2 games. We're going to help you out. We picked the 2 games. 1 and 2? Nah.
Right, so here's the NCAA's counteroffer. How about 6 and you don't pick?
Right.
Because that's what it just seems like. David, go ahead.
So someone texted in and saying, if I'm suspended at work, am I allowed to pick my week off? Because
Yes.
I'd rather do between Christmas and New Year's.
Yes. My calendar looks light that week. I'll take the suspension then.
The whole story feels like the same thing over and over, and I'm a Spartan, and I just wish this would just go away.
What you should wish is that your school actually had its nuts descend and acted like an effing adult. Right. And your school would be decent enough to play the same sport that Michigan's playing. See, this is the difference. MSU fans don't get a seat at the table because our football program is, in my opinion at least, complete disrepair. So there's nothing for me to say. My team is actual ass. Sorry.
Now I'm just going to bring you back, but
I'm here. I'm here.
You came back. So
I'm here.
We're here.
I'm back in orbit.
I was going to say, I would say the same if all of a sudden the NCAA came out and said, well, Michigan, we're going to suspend you for the USC game and the Ohio State game. It's like, well, that doesn't
can't do that.
Right. And and it sounds ridiculous, right?
Look, that's
what you just did.
And again, I could be super wrong. I'm not claiming to have the answers. I don't have a lot of faith in the NCAA. I never thought it was possible that Ono, Ward, and whoever the head coach was, if they were off that staff, were going to survive it. Well, Ono's gone for a multitude of reasons. I don't know that Ward survives this. I don't know how you would. I don't want to hear about some ridiculous country club award of AD of the year.
Bro, I think he's Teflon.
Okay, well, show me.
Nothing about him makes any sense. That you want to talk about just laughing it off?
He knows where the bodies are buried, man.
Apparently, he kept the shovel and bronzed.
That's right. He's got that manila envelope.
I mean, and I'm going to go all the way back. They crashed your wife's car. I don't want to talk about it. And nobody talked about it after that.
All right, David, one more.
That was just the beginning of it
David,
all.
I don't want to talk about it.
That was like innocuous compared to the
Correct.
rest. David, go ahead. And then we'll get to the caller.
Sharon Moore's self-imposed games will be the Maize and Blue scrimmage and the U of M versus Orchard Lake St. Mary's game.
The team banquet. No, I mean, you can't get bent out of shape about it. They can self-impose. It's just too late. David, last year, what did we talk about? Honestly, if it would have ended it, you knew you weren't going to be any good. You should have just taken a postseason ban.
That was it.
Dump Chiron on the side of the road. The whole thing's probably done.
See, I don't even think he could have kept his job. You could have did the 2-game suspension, no bowl, and that would have been enough.
Just do it last year, though.
Yes.
We're still fighting it.
Yeah, but it's like, well, we got to run it back. Nah, your team's not that good. We're going to run it back. Okay. Well, you know what, David? You did get a victory over Alabama. There you go.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon. Mike, this is not an insult to you. I just don't see you texting anyone 53 times, period.
Unless it's like my father. John, you're right.
John, 2 words will get Mike to text you 53 times. Wyatt Langford.
Thank you. Thank you so much. John, go ahead, buddy.
I do think it's funny how you think you're going to be able to pick what games you're going to sit out. It doesn't work like that. Like someone had texted in like, oh, I'm getting fired. Can you fire me in like a couple weeks? Doesn't really work right now. And then last thing, I finished watching the horse show, Race for the Crown. And in my book, the real winner is Michael Ivorone, because that dude's wife is gorgeous.
Oh, you didn't like the blazer with no shirt underneath as the winning move?
I actually liked him. A lot of other people didn't like him. I actually like him.
Yeah, listen, believe me, nothing compares to Rapoli. If you've watched the show, if you want unlikable, he's got the award.
Oh yeah.
Well, listen, thank you for indulging my sport and watching the show. We do appreciate your support, Johnny.
No problem. I had a great time.
Good, excellent. Let's go to Bishop. He's up next, 97.1. Bish, welcome back.
Michael, how are you, my friend? Rico,
Superb.
06.
What's happening,
06,
Bish?
my friend. Listen, I will tread very lightly and I'll be quick. So here's how this plays out. Number one, we get a new president. Let's say the new president doesn't like Ward. He gets, he has the cojones to get rid of Ward. And Chiron is gone to Alan Haller is now gone from Michigan State. Wait, I got the connection coming here. It's the state of the sport right now. Nobody respects the NCAA at all. This is their last stand. If anybody had any modicum of respect for the NCAA, they would do things quite a bit differently. They're only operating right now, Michael, within the parameters in which they're given. We're going to toss this at the NCAA and see if it sticks.
Yep.
You and I would do the same
100%.
thing.
Yeah, Bishop, all I was trying to explain to people is, because I heard it for 8 hours on our radio station, acting as if this was the NCAA penalty. And it's like, guys, it's not how it works. You do this and you hope. That's the strategy they're taking.
But Mike, I do think that given the climate of the entirety of the sport, my God, the entirety of college sports at this juncture, this is the proper path. This is what you do. I think Michigan is operating with a great deal of integrity as it relates to the current state of the NCAA. This is what any intelligent AD/administration would do. If it was up the street at East Lansing, they'd be doing the same thing.
No, we wouldn't have. We would have folded like a house of cards. Bishop, we never stand up for ourselves. We would have let the NCAA burn our campus down.
Mike, you made a comment in the last piece, and it's a question to you guys.
Yeah.
Look, man, what's going to happen up the road here? Look, is John C. Smith going to survive? Like,
I don't think so. No, I think we're a dead program. No, we're doing nothing. I mean, look, I'm not an Alan Haller guy. Rico, and again, personal, professional, it's whatever. We're not a serious football program. We're a Mickey Mouse lemonade stand. I've talked to plenty of people up there. That NIL, they don't even have a clue. It's a wholly unsustainable model. They keep going back to the same people, squeezing them for money. They don't have any design on what they're doing.
That's why you saw the change, and that's why Haller's gone, and they're going to be bringing in somebody that's going to be more
guess
focused.
What? Jonathan Smith will probably be next, brother.
I honestly
hate to tell you.
Oh, you're not telling me anything.
Better have a big year this year, or else buckle up.
You need to listen to the 5-star zone more.
Get in the zone, 5-star zone.
No, that right now, next AD probably walks in and says 9 wins, or I'm just going to deliver boxes to your office.
Yeah, because you don't
We're gonna
get
have
to
this
be
conversation up front, so there won't be any. Well, I didn't know. Telling you right now, son.
Look, if
9 wins, or you're packing up.
Look, Bishop, and Bishop, look, it's pretty clear. I know you don't think much of me, and that's fine. You go your way, I go mine. But I'm very honest about my program. MSU's had 2 seasons worth of bleep in about a decade. We're a dead program. We're not run by serious people. We don't have a serious organization. Our stadium's falling apart. It is what it is.
But see, I think that the problem is right now, it is. But if you do things the right way,
you can turn it around.
You can turn it around, and you know what will happen after that, Mike? Nobody will care about the stadium falling apart. Why? Because you won games there.
I'll always care. I'll always care. That's my white whale. I'll always care.
You don't.
I can't handle it when schools like TCU have a better stadium than we do.
If they go 15-0, you'll go and eat an artesian pretzel and be happy.
15-0 in what? A bocce tournament?
If they go, you know what?
I'm sorry.
Read something.
I'm sorry.
You can't even just. I said if.
It's me. It's not you.
This is why. You know what?
It's me. It's not
is
you.
It because I picked the Derby winner?
Yes. Casually at 10-1. It's excellent work. David, any other ticket text before we move along?
Nothing worthwhile. That's all.
No,
You're
what's
not
wrong?
a Michigan fan?
What's wrong?
As a Michigan fan, this needs to be over and done. I don't care about it anymore. Honestly, the NCAA has been taking too long to come up with a decision.
I actually agree with Michigan fan.
That's what they're hoping for right there. But here's what Michigan fans don't get to do that. Because remember when you're like, hey, we got the natty, and anything that happens afterward doesn't matter.
You can't complain about anything that happens after.
You can't complain.
Yeah, you're right.
Go watch the game again. Go watch you defeat Washington.
Someone's asking, is it possible Ward falls on the sword for Chiron?
No.
Sword?
How about sword?
Whatever. And whacks himself and others in Schembechler Hall.
What'd you just say?
He's just asking if he takes the fall.
No, I just don't. I don't see it. I'm with Rico in this regard. I mean, he's kind of like, I don't know. He's kind of like Don Corleone. Yeah, he somehow I imagine people going into Ward's office asking for favors. Enzo the baker. I don't know.
No, I could just see
a
people
wild
like,
scene.
Yeah, like, and we're gonna get rid of Ward. Shh, don't say that. Don't say that. You'll be gone before he'll be gone.
So yeah, we'll move along. We can get back into it later, but that's kind of the news of the day, and I'm waiting until June 6th or 7th. I can't overreact to it on May 5th. All right, weather. We're all ready to actually get out and get moving around if Mother Nature would cooperate. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members lease a 2025 Buick Encore GX Preferred $199 a month, $298 per month. I mean, on a 25 Sierra Elevation. Sorry, got the prices twisted around. I'm stupid. Here's the deal. Both are 24 months. Low mileage leases, $999 down. Well, Rico, I missed they got the one commercial here where it's the Karsh Kale Edition EV. I missed it.
That's okay.
We've talked about it. They throw a pallet of kale in the back. You want one?
Tasty.
With new stock arriving
I can feed
daily.
it to my horse.
MoranExpress.com. They don't eat kale. Thank you. Moran even has Yukon Denali's in stock. It's Moran Buick GMC certified service. You get the free loaner. So head on down. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Announcement today, the NFL draft will be held at the mall. There'll be over 1 million people there in D.C., the National Mall. So glad we got to enjoy our record attendance for 1 year or two. The draft will be in D.C. It'll be over 1 million next year, that announcement today. But with that, a little football today, please. Yes, David.
So we are 10 days or so after the draft, and now teams are reporting for...
Oh, my God, has Shedeur been drafted?
No, they're reporting for their offseason workouts and conditioning. So let's get to some of the biggest questions still facing some of these NFL teams.
Sure.
Let's start with the Arizona Cardinals. Yes, they brought in Josh Sweat. They drafted Walter Nolan, but the biggest question to them is Kyler Murray capable of the big leap necessary to win?
I would answer that with a question. Are they ever going to get serious about putting a great offensive line in front of them?
Yeah, it's almost like they became enamored with him and his scrambling ability and said, oh, this is fun football. Let's see him run for his life again. Or you can just protect him. And I'm assuming he's gotten serious about learning the playbook. So now, yes, if you protect him, David, he has to, or else this whole thing falls apart because it's kind of what we talked about on Friday. If you don't have a quarterback, all the other things don't fall into place.
Let's stay in the NFC and let's move over to the Chicago Bears. Yes, they did a lot this offseason to, I guess, solidify their offensive line, give them a better chance on the offensive line. But the biggest question would be, can Caleb and Ben Johnson work together?
Yeah. I mean, if he can work with Jared Goff, you don't think he can work with Caleb Williams? Come on, man.
That's actually what I was going to say. Now, the question is how quickly, because it took about 7 games before it finally clicked here in Detroit. When he became the offensive coordinator, it started off was 1-6, and then things took off. How long does it take that offense, because they have really invested in it? And, you know, after all the Caleb slander, you go back and you look and you're like, he didn't have a bad year. He just had an idiot coach. So I think absolutely it's going to work, David. It's just how quickly will the offense look like kind of what you saw here in Detroit.
Move over to the NFC East and let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys. They brought in and drafted Tyler Booker, who they're calling the Jalen Carter stopper or whatever they're calling him or whatever.
Be careful with that.
I know. The question, though, is...
Well, he's just a nose tackle.
Does Dak Prescott have enough weapons around him?
No, the running game's been neutered. The offensive line, look, Booker's going to help. Clearly, you lose Zach Martin, you replace him with Booker. They still don't have the weapons necessary. I'll say no.
I think that it's possible, David. It just really depends on how healthy Dak is going to be when he comes back from this injury. But it wasn't that long ago, Dak was putting up some big numbers. Like 2 years ago, before the injury, he finished second in the MVP voting. So, yes, if you get him protection, I think that he could get it done. And I think he's the type of quarterback that can kind of take a nobody and turn a nobody into somebody.
Let's move over to the NFC West. We got a couple teams there. Let's start here with the Rams. It was just announced that they finally finalized his new deal, so he has $84 million over the next 2 years. But the biggest question for them is, can Matthew Stafford stay healthy this season?
I mean, can any quarterback stay healthy?
But he's 38.
Yeah, but he's a warrior. I mean, if he's on 2 legs, he'll play. I think the Rams are going to win the division. So I'll say yes.
Yeah, it's funny, but yeah, he really doesn't. I mean, he gets injured, but it's not enough that he has to actually sit out. And just when I thought the Rams were dead, they went out last year and had that great draft and brought in the defensive players. And now, I mean, they became a threat again. I thought that in the NFC West, you could kind of write them off as, well, there's 2 games you could win. No, they're going to be here for a while. They're going to be a problem. And Stafford, unless I think his leg just comes off, he's going to go out in that field and play.
And another team in the West is the San Francisco 49ers. It's basically the same question for them. It's about health. Christian McCaffrey coming off an injury. George Kittle, old, was banged up a lot last season. Can they stay healthy to come back to form?
No, trash won't make playoffs. F them.
Okay.
There's my full stop answer.
There you go. Yes, David, I think that they will. Kind of like the way the injuries piled up for the Lions on the defense, where it just kind of got ridiculous after a while. Like, come on. Yeah, another one, that was them. I don't see everybody getting injured the way that they did last year. The biggest mistake was bringing McCaffrey back. They should have just sat him down for the entire year. I disagree with Mike. I think that they will be back. I think they will be a playoff team.
Yeah, I think you're right about that because according to the strength of schedule coming up for this season, they have the easiest schedule.
They got the last place schedule.
They have the easiest schedule coming up. So Privileged will be right back in its place.
Privileged? They won 6 games last year. How is that privileged? You know what? We need to define what privileged is. Winning 6 games is not privileged.
Okay, let's move over to the Commanders here. They brought in veterans. They brought in Laramie Tunsil. They brought in Deebo Samuel. So are these veterans enough to take them over the top, meaning winning the NFC?
I think the moves for the offensive line, yes. I still think the defense leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, winning the NFC and getting to a Super Bowl or winning the East?
Winning the NFC. I'm just going from what they did in the playoffs last year.
I'm not ready to go there.
I mean, they may do the East because for some reason nobody repeats as champion in the East. That's a weird thing. That's not me. Look it up, folks. So maybe they have enough, and maybe Daniels is that talented. I agree with Mike. Your defense, maybe a move where you need somebody that you drafted to really step up and become that surprise guy the way that Daniels was that rookie. Maybe they drafted somebody that can help them get to that next spot. I do think that, yeah, you improved your offensive line, and that's a major investment in your quarterback.
And one team I want to focus on here in the AFC just for a quick moment is the Baltimore Ravens. And yes, we talk about Lamar Jackson. He needs to take that step and win those big games in the playoffs. But their pass defense was ranked pretty much last. They defended the pass horribly last year, and they brought in Mike Green. They brought in Malachi Starks. Was that enough to fix that side of their defense?
No, I'm not going to put that on 2 rookies. I think it helps having Starks in playing center field while Kyle Hamilton drops down into the box. But Mike Green is a rookie edge. I mean, if he came in and had 6 sacks, you'd view it as a success. Yeah. I'm going to say no.
No, just those 2 being the saviors. I hate to agree.
That's pretty much all they've pretty much improved on defensively.
Yeah, they may have to go out and get one of these guys that's still out there.
They need a new quarterback. You 2 can just say it at any time.
They don't need a new quarterback. If the tight end catches the ball, they move on.
You don't throw 2 picks in a fumble?
Maybe they go after Zadarius Smith. I don't know.
Oh, that'll do it.
Add bodies.
I mean,
it worked here.
Look, Lamar sucks in the playoffs. We can all just say it. It's okay.
He did not suck. Tight end dropped the pass.
2 turnovers. And he didn't throw the ball in a good area.
I'm sorry.
He didn't throw the ball in a good area.
You're an NFL player. Did it hit you in the hands?
Wasn't a great ball.
Did it hit you in the hands?
He had to turn around for it.
All I wanted to do was focus on the defense, but the question is always going to come back to Lamar Jackson.
It
just always is.
You have to own it at this point, guys. I'm sorry. You Lamar sponge bathers.
So Lamar, he's bad. You toss Josh Allen, toss everybody in that mix.
I'm Mike Singletary when it comes to Lamar. Can't win with him. Can't do it.
What about the Josh Allens of the world?
Can't win with him.
Josh Allen later on in the show. That is in football today.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. According to ESPN, the University of Michigan is placing a self-imposed ban on football coach Chiron Moore for his involvement in the Connor Stallion sign-stealing scandal. He'll miss the Central Michigan and Nebraska games in weeks 3 and 4, but it'll keep him in the mix for the Oklahoma game, week 2. ESPN posted an article of one thing that must change for all 30 MLB teams. Quote, you hate to pick on Trey Sweeney, who accounts for most of Detroit's starts at shortstop, but there just aren't many shortcomings for the Tigers so far. No team has improved its forecast more since the start of the season. Detroit is now landing a number 1 playoff seed more often than any other AL team in the simulations, though the Yankees' pennant odds are still a tick better because of a higher baseline. Sweeney hasn't hit, and the Tigers' shortstop defensive rating per Fangraphs ranks 20th. It's the most obvious blemish on what is shaping up as a pristine season in Detroit, end quote. The Tigers do have the day off before finishing their 10-game road trip in Colorado tomorrow. Here's the latest news out of the White House. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's 3 o'clock. You can play the audio again. For a second, I didn't know if that was Kenny J. Trump or the real POTUS there. Hold on. Well, we're hosting the draft. It's a really big thing, you know?
Yeah, we should do it for more things.
That was amazing. Can I hear that?
Because there's never been anything on the National Mall.
A lot of things.
Ever.
The biggest things.
There's never been anything on the National Mall.
I'm not going to say it.
A lot of black people. Maybe too many black people.
I don't know. maybe like 1 million of them. I don't know.
All right. Sorry. We were dying during the update. I'm like, that audio is amazing. So there was no point in just being like, all right, everybody, Tigers, we can play it and have a laugh. Okay. Are we good?
Okay.
Everybody under control.
Yes.
Okay, now we can do Tiger baseball.
Now we can do Tiger baseball.
No. Don't you dare ask me to do anything. This is your baby. You had a question you wanted to ask. Ask the damn thing.
I'm going to ask the question, Mike. What I am saying is this. Maybe, just maybe, looking at this current Tiger team, we may have sold them short. Here, let me explain. They got the best record in the AL, okay? 22-13. Their run differential, best in the majors at plus 63. And that coming from Will Birchfield, the Birchie kid. But 7 regulars with an OPS over 800. Not just the pitching, but the regular guys, okay? Torque, Carpenter, Green, Torres, McKinstry, Gervais, Baez, and Dangler.
It's Javier Baez.
Okay. You're looking at this team. Did we sell this, real quick, did we sell this team short by saying 90 wins and this team would be successful? Because I'm looking at this team now, and this looks like a team that can win over 90 games. And I'm not saying 100, but I am saying, yeah, I'm moving the needle past 90 into 93, 94, 95. We keep saying, well, they're going to fall apart. maybe they won't fall apart.
Well, who's saying they're falling apart?
No, like what? Because I think a lot of people still have PTSD when it comes to the Tigers, and they think of the bad Tigers teams. I think this team has turned the corner and is now a respectable team in Major League Baseball.
90-72 is more than respect. It's dominant.
No. It is dominant, but I'm saying, are we selling them short?
No.
I think the way this team is winning.
No,
and
it's everybody.
runs.
They're off to a nice start, and everyone is fondling their beanbag. I'm not going to 100 if that's what you're asking.
I'm not asking you to go to 100, but I'm saying I think it's going to be north of 90. Okay.
Let's get into it. No, I'm not going here after 35 games. Yes, they're going to win the next 3 against the Rockies, who have 6 wins. 6, not 16, 6.
Hey, Chicago, watch this.
Right. And again, they're off to a wonderful start. But in a 162-game season, I'm not going to extrapolate 20. Let's say they win the next 3. 25-13. You think they're going to be 50-26? You think they're going to be 75-30? No,
I'm not saying 100, but I think they will be north of 90.
I'm not ready yet. Show me a shortstop. Show me Parker Meadows healthy. Show me someone doing something at the trade deadline. Then I'll get into the look. 90-72 is going to put you as one of the 3 best teams in the AL, and that is where I am.
Meet me at 92-7.
No, I'm not doing no, because that's potato.
No, because I was at 87, and you're like, come on, give me 90.
Right, come on.
You can't give me 92?
I'm not yet. No.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kenny, you look poised to speak. Am I crazy here? I'm just not ready to do this.
No, and you know what it is? It's 1 month of baseball. How many guys have we seen in Tigers history who've put together 1 month of baseball? It seems as if they're all just doing it together at the same time. By the way, did we expect, what did we say at the beginning of the season? North of terrible for Javi Baez?
Sure.
He's playing like a real baseball player again, which is something we never saw coming. And by the way, we don't know if it's sustainable.
There it is.
But see, I wonder if that's the reason why people won't do it, is because it's the ghost of Tigers past. Well, remember this guy, and we believed in this guy, and it fell apart. And what about Red Pop? And what about this guy? And what about that guy? Those guys aren't here. These guys are getting it done, and they're getting it done on a daily basis. And at first it was, okay, it's just 1 month. Okay, well, now it's going on 2 months. Okay, well, it's going to eventually fall into 3 months. It's like, or at some point, maybe they're just a good team.
They are good.
That goes out and wins, and I think we sold them short at 90 wins. And I wasn't even the one that said 90 wins.
I love Rico's going to vilify me at 90-72.
Yeah,
this is nice.
You don't believe.
I think after 2 months, we're going to know everything we need to know about this baseball team. Okay. But it's 1 month. It's 1 April.
How about 4th of July weekend? Can I have a level? I need to find out about Parker Meadows. Okay. I need to see if Zach McKinstry or Javier Baez is still going to be doing this. I'm not ready to go there.
Because they're about to hit that magical 40-game mark that everybody talks about. No, well, I'll wait to 40 games. They're about to be there by the end of the week.
That's fine. But, you play the Angels and Rockies over an 8-game span. What am I supposed to do? A dance?
Hey.
Come on.
Not your fault they're terrible.
I'm not there yet. It is because I don't believe that Baez is going to continue this.
It's Baez?
Baez.
It's a different
guy. I believe he's going to go back to Harvey.
It's Javier Baez, so long as he does this.
I'm
Javier
calling
Baez.
him Javi Baez.
But you hate the Tigers and you hate Michigan.
And because I don't think he'll continue this, I cannot go past 90 wins. Because I think if you're going past 90 wins, you're saying World Series. I can't say that right now. I can't.
What would get you to say that?
I need more of this for the next 2 months. And then I can say, okay.
See, I just
now that's wrong, Kenny?
No, I just got a feeling that even if they did, you know what, 248-539-9797. No, hold on, Kenny. Can this team exceed the 90-win mark we gave them a few weeks ago? Go ahead, Kenny.
David just saying 2 months. It's like, yes, if they win all the games, then they will have won all the games.
That's pretty big.
Very big. A lot of games.
So you get me close to the deadline and they're still doing this? Okay. Okay, fine then, Kenny. I believe now. That's what you want me to do? I believe now. World Series bound.
It's no right or wrong answer. You're saying deadline. You're saying July 4th. What are you saying, Kenny?
I just said give me another month of good baseball. That's all.
So
if we can bank 2 months
June
of good,
1st?
Yeah, sure. Give me a couple of months.
Hold on. So I'm saying 2 months, which is July 4th, and you're ripping me, but not ripping Mike?
That's like me saying 90 games, and this guy's jackhammering my balls because he's at 92. I don't even know what's happening.
I just believe in the team more than you.
You know what? Why don't you go work for Bally? 248. Go ahead. 539-9797. Where are you guys at with it? I mean, it's like, obviously, they've put together a magical first month. They're hitting, they're pitching, they're doing it all. But no, I'm not ready to leap with 130 some odd games to go that they're above a 90-win team, because I don't know if any will be. Ask me if the Yankees are above a 90-win team. I can't say that. Now, the NL, it's different. I can sell you the Dodgers. I can sell you the Mets. I can sell you some of those teams. They're just built entirely different. The AL, you might be the number one team in the AL at 90. It could happen. My Yankees stink. We don't have any pitching.
Can't even give me 91.
No. Okay. July 4th. Okay. 248-539-9797. This thing on? We could bury Chiron more if you'd like. I don't care. David, anything you want to add?
I'm waiting 2 months.
Where are you at with your Tigers? Should we be above 90 wins? Rico is berating all of us. If you like free pizza, this is for you. Hungry Howie's has a deal for you. It's very simple. Creators of the original flavored crust pizza. Right now, you go to their website, hungryhowies.com. You sign up for the emails. You make any $10 order. You get a free 2-topping medium pizza. That's it. That's all. There's no other catch. Sign up for the emails. Go to the website. Spend $10. Any flavored crust, any 2 toppings, medium pizza, free. Done. In-house made dough, real cheese. You know the drill. It's Hungry Howie's. Take advantage of the offer before it's gone, only at hungryhowies.com. Get to the callers in a moment. Rico wants to go above 90. I'm not. I just think 90 and 72 is an incredible season in baseball. I don't think there's any team in the AL right now I guarantee is going to win 90. I feel comfortable saying the Tigers will, but I ain't going above it. Not because on May 5th, they just got done clobbering the Angels. They're going to drop a bomb on the Rockies. They're another kind of bad. I mean, it's remarkable.
They are.
Now, they have won 2 games this week. That's big. David, ticket text coming in. What do people have to say about it?
The window is 90 to 95. That's it. Bank it. Not going past that. 90 win pace without the face of the franchise, Matt Vierling. Yes, I'm going over 90 wins because he'll return. Quick calculation, someone says 22 wins, 35 games is 101 wins and 162. Are you willing to go that far, Rico?
No.
Sam in Dearborn.
No, I'm not, but I'm also accounting for the fact that Parker Meadows should be back into this lineup, so that's like picking up a trade without having to get rid of somebody.
Are you sure? You sure Parker Meadows will be back in the lineup?
I think so.
Okay. All right. AC.
I didn't say today.
AC from Monroe. May is going to be.
He ain't Tank Dill.
I apologize for that. That was a bad take.
He'll be back next week. What? The guy's leg is still laying on the field in Kansas City.
That was a bad take. Reports came out today. He's going to miss the entire season.
Generally, losing a limb may delay your football career.
I thought we had better science than that.
You got new legs.
Oh, man. May is going to be a far more challenging stretch for Detroit. Everything after the Colorado series up until the Chicago series is challenging. That is from AC in Monroe. Detroit pitching is a consistent aspect of this team. That will get them to 95 wins.
Love to see it, but I'm playing the long game. Baseball's not like any other sport. You're going to have injuries. You're going to have some bad ones. You're going to have a cold streak. You're going to have a losing stretch. And here's what happens. You lose 7 out of 10 games at some point, and all of a sudden, all these projections go right out the window. I'm not doing it. 90 and 72. It's going to be good enough to win the division.
Geez, why don't you guys just wait until the playoffs to start believing? My God.
Hold on. The belief is they're going to win 90. Don't make fun of me because I'm not doing what Rico's doing, where it's Henry Rosengraten managing the team, and they're going to win 120 games.
I think that was more making fun of David for saying, "Oh, give me 4 months of good baseball."
Yeah, David wants to make a decision on October 1st.
I said 2. Oh, I already am pleased and believe, but June 1st, this continues. I'll start talking more than 90 wins.
Look, I want to believe, but there are a couple of things. They're an abyss at shortstop. I need to have Parker Meadows back. And here's the other thing. Is Scott Harris actually going to make a buy move at the deadline? He's been very averse to making buy-side trades. So I don't think it's crazy to wait. No one's sitting here doubting that what they're doing is real, primarily. The 2 concerns I have would be McKinstry and Javier Bays. I don't believe in either guy. And I don't have to after a month. If we're sitting here a month from now, I have a right to change my mind.
And I guess I feel like they can go over 90 because they've gone up in series against your Yankees, against
my Yankees
San Diego.
stink, and we're down 100 players. Stop making us like we're the Globetrotters.
San Diego.
Good team.
Seattle.
They're
20 and 13.
They're fake.
They're fake.
They're not
20 and
good.
13. Okay.
Come on. The Seattle Mariners.
You're making them out to be the Dodgers, Rico.
No, I'm not making them out to be the Dodgers, but I'm saying they're leading the West.
David, notice he didn't bring that series up.
No! They lost to the Dodgers, but you know what? They competed against the Dodgers.
90.
They didn't get blown out, and I was just like, okay.
I'd sign a piece of paper right now for 90. Not 89, not 91. 90 and 72, I'd sign the paper right now.
That might be the question then, is would you sign up for a 90-win guarantee, better or worse?
Me, right now, 90.
I agree.
Because I know I'm in the playoffs at 90.
Good. In the AL, that's good.
Exactly. I'd sign it today.
I'll wait until September to sign it.
Yeah, David's waiting until October 1st to just make that determination.
It's September 20th. Okay,
Would you sign a piece of paper at 90?
Would I sign a piece of paper at 90? Yes.
Just to lock it in.
Yes, but I would go over. But yes, I would.
You have to pick. That's the point. Is you could do better than 90, but you sign the paper.
Okay, then
now.
no, I'm not signing it there.
Unbelievable. Okay.
I'm not signing
That's gutsy. Let's go to Luke, 97.1. Luke, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
You just made a good point just a second ago about how hard it is to win baseball games. It's a long, grueling stretch. 162, 90, I think, is great. I think what's helping us is our pitching staff. Pitching is going to win, especially with the depth that we have and the players that we have returning. But I think the big thing that I like to see is, we lose 7 out of 10 down the stretch. That sucks. But in the end, we still get to play the White Sox every once in a while, and that's going to be our saving grace.
Yeah, I mean, the White Sox, Minnesota,
Colorado. It's just, Luke, you're right. You do have a built-in there. It does help you that this division it's not very good. I don't think the Guardians are as good as they are last year, despite a good early start for them. They have their own deficiencies, several of them, in fact. So, Luke, you could be right. I'm just not ready to go there yet. Good talk. Let's go over to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, pal?
Hey, boys, how are you today?
Good, man.
Jay.
Before I say anything, I got to say, Mike, every time I hear you say Javier Bass, I giggle like a little girl. It was freaking hysterical.
It's the best sound clip ever, and it is a different human. That is not Javier Baez out there.
I absolutely love it. But I'll admit, at the beginning of the season, I think from an emotional standpoint, I almost wanted to see him fail. I got to admit it. But, man, I'm loving watching what he's doing. I'm getting excited about him again, and maybe all my emotions are going to get crushed by the middle of the season. I don't know. But anyway, what I wanted to say was I think you guys are looking at this whole 90-plus thing from an inverted scenario. You can't base an argument on something that's subjective. If we're all going to look to the future, it's one big guess when you really break it down. We got to base it on objective information, and what we've got right now is we're playing 63%. That puts us at 102, and I'm ready to go there because the reason I can go there is because I'm basing it on what we're doing right now, not what we think is going to maybe falter or fall back on in the future. So if they don't do it, they don't do it. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm so freaking excited about this team. I can't stand it. And I'm going at 102 games.
Whoa!
And I'm basing it on objective information that we already have, not feelings. I'm not in my feelings. I'm going on what we've already done. And what we've done is 63%. That puts us at 102. And please, God, let it happen. That's where I'm at, boys.
Jay's extrapolating, and he's saying, he doesn't believe in that 7 out of 10 game losing.
I want to say this out loud. He's predicting 102 and 60.
For the record, that was Jay, not me.
I'm just 102 and 60. Okay. That is.
I was saying 92.
Holy hell, that's an amazing.
That's
year.
on you, Rico. That's
not
one.
on me.
That's one. That guy. It's because of you.
Because he believes in the team?
102?
I didn't say go 102. I said above 90. You know what's above 90? 91. You know what's above 90? 92. I didn't say 102. I said over 90. But hey, he's optimistic.
I'm not.
I can't be mad at him.
I didn't hate on him.
Waiting until Halloween.
Oh, boy. I mean, if you want to make fun of me for saying, look, July 4th, I'll do it. But, I just feel 90 is a unbelievable amount of praise that is being short-sold here.
See, actually, Mike, I'm actually giving you credit because you initially said 90 and I wasn't on that bandwagon. I'm like, come on, it won't be 90. But after talking with you, I'm like, okay. And now I'm looking at this team saying,
yeah, they're a 91 team.
Not only are you getting timely hits, but you also have a pitching staff. You also have a player who's going to come back and help this team.
Now, if you wanted me to go north of 90, I want to do this for the sanctity of our show, and I wasn't here Friday.
And Javier Bass.
Kenny, you know what will move him above 90?
Oh no. Here it comes. There we go.
Excuse me.
The first one of the day is always the most special one.
Wyatt Langford. So, yes, but then you'd have me at 95.
And if I can get 2 months of Javier Bass, Okay.
Yeah.
Then, if it falls off the cliff, fine. I'm going to ride this thing till the wheels come off.
That's my guy, Javier Bays.
But yeah, looking at what you said and what I'm seeing and the teams that they
Sure.
still have to play,
You'll have a party this week. As long as they don't sleepwalk, they should drop a bomb on this Colorado team.
Yeah.
There's bad, and then there's the Rockies.
And that's the other thing that I like is when they're playing bad teams, they're treating them like bad teams. We're not going to let you hang around. We're going to go out there. We're going to put up a softball score, hop on a plane, and go to the next one.
Yeah. That's a mark of a really good 90-win baseball team.
You know what? I'm going to get the marker. If they go 91 or higher, I win.
That's fine. Okay. And I hope you're right. I'll buy you whatever sad bowl you want. I'll get you a big bowl of cucumbers, all right? That's your
With
deal.
bacon?
Brother, whatever you want. I don't care.
Man.
I want you to be right. I'm just not ready yet. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls, ticket texts as well. Javier Bays. 97.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn. As you can see, the weather is getting warmer. So here's what I'm going to do for you. If you call 888-GET-GREEN right now, mention my name, Rico from 97.1, and you purchase a full lawn program, I'm going to hook you up. You'll get free grub control as well. As I stated, the warm weather, it's here. It's going to get warmer. I know it's gloomy today. Don't worry about it. We're going to hit 80-degree days soon. And with the warm weather comes the weeds. Dandelions can rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You can stop the dandelions before they go to seed with Natural Way. Why? Because they're going to tailor a specific solution for your lawn using high-quality products and high-quality expertise. They will come to your house, no runaround. They will take care of you, but you got to call 888-GET-GREEN to get started. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or you go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, straight to the people. Rico wants to reevaluate the Tigers from the position of a couple weeks ago, me saying they're a 90-win team, which, again, I just encourage you, look at the amount of teams that win more than 90 games in baseball. Hey, I'm not saying you can't, but I'm not ready to throw the gauntlet down and say you will. If I could sign a piece of paper that the Detroit Tigers, who are currently 22-13, would be 90-72, I'd sign it today. I don't know if any team in the American League is going to go much over 90. That includes mine. So that's what we're rapping about. We'll go to Paul on a cell, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, sir.
I have a cautionary tale for you. You remember Chris Shelton?
Yeah.
I think it was 2006. He had an April like Aaron Judge is having right now. By July, he was in Toledo, and they had traded for Sean Casey. Got to keep that in mind when you want to make a judgment on the Tigers this early in the season.
And, Paul, I'm going to let you finish, but that was almost 20 years ago. That's like we can't make a trade because of Doyle Alexander and John Smoltz. After a while, you got to move on from that.
Well, I agree with you. I think that's absolutely right, Rico. I'm just suggesting we cannot get too excited about McKinstry and Baez and even Torque at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the Torque stuff, I feel like Torque and Mize, there's enough in some of the underlying data I can buy into it. But yeah, Paul, I'm with you. I'm going to need a lot. Like, I know, Rico, you did the, give love a chance with Javier Baez. Right. It's going to take a lot for me to believe in Avi. A lot. And it sure as hell ain't happening on May 5th. Enjoy what you got. Be thankful it's helped.
I mean, who would have thought that he would actually be a pretty decent center fielder?
Oh, God.
I didn't say good. He's handling his business out there.
I know. I can't. What was the consensus when you did this Friday?
I think a lot of people were like, yeah, he was a big surprise, and it was more so.
But they've bought in?
They're starting to
buy here. Okay. Go to Joe, 97.1. Joseph, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I'm here. Okay. Hey, yeah, no, I probably did call in on Friday. I remember talking about this before, but here's why I'm buying in. Like, here's what we have to ask, okay? Are they better? Are they a better team or a worse team that had that sizzling hot streak at the end of the season last year, man? They didn't even have a starting rotation, and now we got Casey Mize pitching like he's a pretty solid, really is like a number one pick, right? Mm-hmm. And I mean, we have a rotation now, and Torkelson is hitting now, and yes, Javier Baez has been an awesome pickup, right? And I mean, like all these things are just like. Yes, it's just a snapshot, and yes, it's only May, but you kind of have to think of last fall too, in my opinion.
Well, if you listen, I don't believe in momentum between games, much less years. But if you want to piece together what they did from August 1st through what they've done to start this year, yeah, it's probably something to the tune of like what, 55-28 or something.
53-31.
All right, a little off. Math was never my strong suit, but the point is, that's an unbelievable run. But, Joe, I'm just using it as month one. Whatever they did to end last season, it doesn't have a bearing for me now. But, yeah, Joe, another few weeks of this, what the hell? I'll have a good time with it. But I try to be more pragmatic with baseball.
I get you, but just my thought process is like, and this is a better team than that team. I mean, these guys are better. The rotation. He has the actual rotation, and now it looks like we have an actual opportunity to match up, batters eventually as people come back from injuries and stuff. So I'm pretty excited.
Hey, listen, hey Joe. Anyone who tells you shouldn't be excited, don't invite them to your birthday party. Everyone should be excited. I couldn't be more.
David.
Sorry. Wow. Wow.
You know what? We're going to have a parade on Woodward, guys. I'm going to call it now.
David's waiting till Thanksgiving.
When the season's over. I told you guys they were going to do it.
By the way, I know we love the drop. You know who was at the Kentucky Derby? Xavier Legette.
Yes.
Dressed in full cowboy regalia.
They had him up on the TV. I was just like, oh, okay.
I almost texted you guys, and I'm like, no, I'll just save that for the air. I was like, wow.
He was trying some food, and he said, well, it's not raccoon, but.
They must have been struggling with their guest list invites. How far down the star list do you have to go to find Xavier Leggett?
Is Aaron Rodgers here?
He was there.
But we have Xavier right here waiting for you.
He was there. He made sure to know right where the cameras were.
And then he said, please leave me alone.
Something along those lines. We'll go to Jim, who's up next, 97.1. Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Everyone needs to, get themselves a bowl of sliced cucumbers, sit back and chill out a little bit because, it is early in the season. We've all seen where, injuries take a play, and we got a lot of divisional games coming up, and nobody's just going to sit back and hand it to the Tigers. I mean, they're going to compete. But I tell you, if we look at the end of last season and the beginning of this season, when they do the cutaways to the dugout after a home run or a great play and everything, and this team is tight, and they're awesome athletes, and at this point, they're beginning to believe that they can do anything. So even with that, 90, 91, 92 wins, that would be awesome. That would put them in a great place for a run at the pennant.
Yep.
And go further. That would be awesome. So just chill out, sit back, eat your bowl of sliced cucumbers.
There it is.
Nothing wrong with sliced cucumbers.
Yeah, except that they smell from 6 feet away. Listen, it's great. All I'm saying is what Jim said is the reason you may end up being right. There is a belief. This is a tight-knit clubhouse. They are red asses. They compete. There aren't a lot of games I feel like it's a laydown for them, a layup, a getaway day. And they are.
And the way they finish out games and getting it, they're never out of it. Like, okay, guys, if we need to score 6 runs in the ninth, we can do this type of thing.
It's inexplicable. Now, here's the problem. I don't want to be labeled David. There are some inexplicable things happening offensive.
There are.
Not torque. That's explainable.
Dingler.
There are some. I don't want to start calling out players, but yeah, McKinstry. There are people that are inexplicable.
Need something for that.
Yeah, excuse me, Langford.
Bless you, Michael.
Excuse me. No, I want to see a little more. I'm just trying to be pragmatic, but of course I'm excited.
No, Mike, as I stated, I get what you are saying. You convinced me on the 90, and then I'm starting to think they may be able to squeeze a couple of more victories out of that and get to 91, 92, 93. I'm not saying 102.
Yeah, At
no point did I say that.
Here's my question, David. If the guy's going to have this opinion where I get my balls broken about 90 and 72, doesn't he have to at least be at 95 and 67?
I would agree.
His price is right, buddy.
Wow.
You don't want to go over that mountain climb. You don't want to fall.
I used to love that where the little goofball in the lederhosen would go up the mountain.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
I just got to bid $1 more than you.
248-539-9797. We'll get more to people in the mix. We are going to get some Pistons conversation. We want to put that to bed because this is going to be a big summer. And I just want to outline something, and you guys can take it where you want to go. Here's the one thing we're not going to do. Basically, what you've been fed the other 8 hours of the day. We are not doing Giannis talk. We are not doing Giannis talk.
Scratch this off my list.
Any mention of any Greek basketball player. We're not doing this.
What about Giannis, his brother?
Right, Javier Bays. Johnny Abadabupo. Come on, no, we're not doing it. I heard some of the most asinine trade proposals.
Giannis.
Right.
Giannis.
All right, weather's got us ready to get out, get going on some road trips. Now's the time. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. You need a truck that works as hard as you do, they have you covered. Silverado LT Crew Cab 4x4, $298 a month, $1,495 down. Or here it is, Rico, the Doug Karsh Kale Edition, 25 Blazer EV. They throw a pallet of kale in the back seat for you, $271 a month, 0 down. Everyone gets employee pricing, even Kenny Cott. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, David, a few of the ticket texts. We'll get to the calls, get a little football today, top of the hour. I want to get into the Pistons in the 4 o'clock. We already discussed the Chiron Moore self-imposed penalties. We tried to explain it very simply in a level-headed manner. June 6th and 7th is when the show begins. Because Michigan self-imposing, that ain't got nothing to do with the NCAA is going to accept. So if you want that, all of it, Odyssey.com rewind. David, what do you got?
Darren in Canton says, I'm with Rico. If the Tigers go 500 the rest of the way, they have 86 wins. If they stay at current pace, they will win 101 games. So 92 and 70 isn't out of the world.
It's not. I'm just not ready to go there.
I'm still at 88 wins. They'll continue. Wow. They'll continue this till June 1st. I'm going 94 wins, he says.
Okay. And listen, certainly this week you will. I mean, losing a game to Colorado should be finable. That's a finable offense. Win all 3, get to 25 and 13. And then I'll start to lock in again when you're playing actual baseball teams instead of the Savannah Bananas. Wherever the hell Colorado. I mean, my God. Dude, how do you win 6 baseball games? It's May 5th. Right. They were 4-25. Impossible.
Look, they're riding a 2-game wins in a week.
Yeah, hot as a firecracker.
Yeah.
David, go ahead.
I would sign up for 90 in a heartbeat. We will be lucky to win 85, though. Write it down.
Well, now, see, we start with the hyperbole.
Yep.
There's no luck. They're a good baseball team. They can pitch. Most of the hitting seems reasonable. The official Tiger of this show is a monster in Kerry Carpenter.
See, I think a lot of people just have the PTSD. And you saw it with the Lions. It was like, oh, just wait. I've watched the Lions for decades. They'll fall apart. And then all of a sudden.
Well, no, that's going to happen this year.
But
you see the over-under in Vegas?
I did. We'll discuss that.
Cookies has him 16-1. All by double digits.
Really?
That's what I heard.
You know what? If they go 16-1, we will do a show in disco shirts.
No, we won't. We'll go to Ken, 97.1. Kenny, what's up, pal?
Hey, fellas, how are you?
Good, Kenny. What's on your mind?
I'm definitely going with 90. I'm not going with 100. It's an if, but if their pitching stays healthy, I think they're going to be right there.
Okay. All right. Okay, Ken. Thanks, buddy. Hey, Kenny, the one that works with us. That's one. All right. Let's go over to Cliff. He'll get last word, and we're going to move on. Cliff, what's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Hey, Cliff.
Mike, all these years, the first time I've ever talked to you.
Well, welcome aboard. I'm glad this is what got you in, a little Tigers optimism.
I love the Tigers. That's my favorite team by far. Rico, I'm going with you in 93. There's no doubt about it. The reason why, and I was going to call in last week, Mike, when you said 90, I don't care if it's 85, 90, 95. They will have the best record in the American League. There's no doubt. I know my second favorite team is the Yankees, but they just don't. They have one phenomenal starting pitcher, and after that, I know they're hurt, but last year I think the Yankees won 94, so Tigers winning 93, 94 is not really bad at all.
Now,
and
Cliff,
also,
I want to ask you, can I ask you a question real quick? Because you said something that I've never heard before in this town. Because the Yankees are viewed as Satan in this town. Take it from a Yankee fan. How are you a born and bred Tiger fan, and you chose the Yankees
100%.
as your B team?
I bet you I can answer this. Cliff, how old are you?
Go ahead.
How old are you, Cliff?
65.
Okay, because for years, between 68 and 84, the Tigers did nothing. So he had to root for somebody when the World Series came along, so he rooted for the Yankees.
Is that true, Clifford?
No, not necessarily. I've always liked it. It's tradition, Rico. It's absolutely tradition. The players they've had, I went years ago before they tore it down Tiger Stadium. We stood at home plate, and just the players that the Yankees been there and Tigers and everything is just phenomenal. I'm a traditional. I like the Yankees because I like the pinstripes, the hat. But I like teams like that. The Yankees are, but they're not close to Tigers now. Don't get me wrong.
I don't think we're very good. No, I don't think we're very good at all.
Okay. No, they don't. Well, you can't blame them with injuries, though, Mike. They're starting pitching. They got probably the best pitcher in baseball right now. I have a question for you.
Yeah, but Garrett Cole died 10 minutes before the season. We got 11 pitchers on the IL. Come on, Cliff.
I agree 100%. Why did they take Scooble out the other night with 73 pitches?
Look, here's the thing. For when you're running this hot, okay, I'm not going to micromanage. I know it's a little surprising,
Okay.
Cliff.
It works, though.
But the bottom line is you need Scooble to be able to throw 110, 115 in the stretch, in the playoffs. I got no problems in April when we're going to go, you know what? I don't need you to get to 90. I don't need you to go to the 7th. I'm just, it's not a big deal to me. You're running hot. You could have children pitch to the Rockies. You could go to the same Boys and Girls Club that LeBron James made his announcement at. You could pick 3 of those kids who look confused why they were even there, start them this week. You'd beat the Rockies. Yes, Kenneth.
No, this was on Friday when they beat the LA 9-1. I don't need Scooble out there for all.
You're running hot.
Yeah.
You're up by a zillion.
Go ahead, take the rest of the day off.
We'll put those miles on the return trip. But I like that Cliff respects a class organization like the New York Baseball
I just thought that
Yankees.
maybe
Thank you,
it was-
Cliff. Kenny, that's a gesture that should not be on camera. That was terrible. That was unbelievable.
See, I thought it was just the fact that,
You see what he just did?
I did not.
You cannot do that. I mean, you can. I just don't appreciate it when it was about the Yankees.
Worse than the gestures you do on camera?
Yes, it was worse. Yes, it was worse.
It ain't even that. He does something else, and I'm like, okay. You know what I'm talking about?
I do. All right. Well, Kenny was shaking the dice back there as well.
Okay.
So there you go.
Okay.
I said the Yankees are a class organization. Corner my eye. He goes, oh. I'm like, all right. Thanks a lot. Hey, Kenny, what time the Pistons play tonight?
You mean wings?
Go ahead, make the Red Wings joke too while you're at it. What time's Red Wings playoff game tonight, Kenny? Oh, wait.
It's a good thing Steve's got a lifetime deal. Things are really looking up. All right, we'll get to a football today, and then I do have a Pistons topic I want to bring up. Boy, Ken, that was well timed. We didn't need it again, Kenny. 97-1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. According to ESPN, the University of Michigan has handed down their own suspension to head football coach Chiron Moore in response to the sign-stealing scandal. Moore will not be able to coach or participate in team activities in weeks 3 and 4 of the season against Central Michigan and Nebraska. It's possible the NCAA will pass along their own punishments, and Moore could be viewed as a repeat offender after recruiting violations were handed down during COVID. Red Wings fans will find out tonight at 7 where their team will draft this year. The lottery has not been kind to Steve Yzerman since he's taken the reins. As high as pick number 4, where they selected Lucas Raymond. Right now, they could pick 12th, with the highest possibility being number 2. Per TSN, the NHL is reportedly scrapping their planned All-Star game for next season and replacing it with an international event at UBS Arena in Long Island. The Tigers have the day off as they head to Colorado to face the 6-win Rockies. The pitching rotation will feature Joe, Mize, and Skubal in that order. Former MLB manager Joe Maddon gave a lot of credit to Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch today for the Tigers' recent successes. That on MLB Network. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's touch the table with some football. David, the floor is yours.
Well, Rico, we talked about the Baltimore Ravens along with some NFC teams last. You wanted to talk about Josh Allen, so let's talk about the Buffalo Bills. Do they have enough weapons around him? He is an MVP, but do they have enough weapons around him with James Cook, Keon Coleman, Dalton Kincaid? We're not counting Steph Diggs because he's probably washed.
No, I yes and no. I mean, I think he's good enough that he's one of those quarterbacks, kind of like I said, Dak. Some guys can take that average guy and make the average guy great, but it just seems like they don't really invest in gets him that number one lights out receiver. He's got a bunch of B guys.
Well, I want to help you. It's also hard for Steph Diggs to perform when he's on the
Buffalo
Patriots.
Bills.
Hello.
Wrong AFC East team.
The underrated guy is Shakir, the receiver from Boise State. He's awesome. Keon was very good as a rookie. Cook's a superstar. And remember, you got a pair of really nice tight ends. I like what they did defensively. They've signed big people. Remember for years we've talked about how undersized the Bills are? Every D lineman they brought in this year is now 6'5", 6'6". Yes, they have enough. It's time for Cowboy Romance to actually go win a big damn game. So tired of hearing about this fiance of his. Go win a game.
So you've seen centers yet?
No, I don't even know who she is.
Really?
Every article, it features her. I don't care. I don't care if he marries a Muppet baby. Get to a Super Bowl, dude.
So let's get one question in with the quarterback to another quarterback.
Sure.
And let's talk about Trevor Lawrence.
I don't know.
Is this it for him?
Yes. All of it. I'm done.
I've been told he was a Hall of Famer. He's not even a Hall of Gooder.
That's right. He's right. I can't even argue. This is it. Now. Full stop. I don't want to talk about it. It's hurtful.
I've been waiting and waiting. His hair looks great.
You know what, honestly?
He plays overseas in England a lot.
He should cut his hair. Total personality change.
Maybe.
You know what? Yeah, Javier Bates has changed his name, so change everything, and then maybe you become a good quarterback again. Let's go to quarterback theme. Let's go to the Indianapolis Colts. Question for them.
I'd rather not.
Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. What is the ceiling for the quarterbacks there?
Okay, the fact that they brought in Daniel Jones tells you, no offense, Mike, son, if you can't clear this hurdle, we made a gigantic mistake.
What offense would I take? I want to stuff Daniel Jones in a suitcase.
Well,
What's
he's
the
gone.
matter with you?
He's gone.
I don't care. I'll never
happy.
forgive him or his blank stare for what he put me through. You're right. They basically are like, look, you need to summit Mount Everest, and you walk up and it's a speed bump. Call Daniel Jones.
Who's the worst quarterback we can get for this quarterback competition?
Just step over the speed bump.
Can you complete a
David,
pass?
Yeah, David, honestly, unless Anthony Richardson learns to process the intermediate routes, the ceiling is always going to be 7 or 8 wins.
See, the unfortunate part for that young man is he's going to actually have to do more than that, Mike, because we'll all remember he tapped himself out of a game. So not a good look. And okay, they brought in Daniel Jones. Like, it's a joke of a competition. This isn't like, oh, we're going to bring in somebody. Heck, you would have probably done better off bringing in and Jameis. And at least I would have said, okay, there's a shot there.
Have you guys put those drops in yet?
Did you put them in?
I refuse to put that one in. That is offensive.
No. I have nothing left. You need to have that. You need to have that in. Him imitating Italian cold cuts. Yeah, go ahead. Just play it.
Well, you know what? If we can get a yes from Mike and a yes from Cookies, 2 Italians, then
Cookies is the fakest Italian dude on the planet.
This morning he said he was an Italian.
Yeah,
he represented
sure
by taking Italian food.
Only pasta he's ever enjoyed is hamburger helper. Get the hell out of here. Go ahead, David.
Let's stick with the quarterback
Mr.
theme.
Boyardee.
Let's stick with the quarterback theme and go to Steph Diggs' team, his actual team.
Yeah.
The New England Patriots here. Yes, they tried to improve the offensive line, bringing in Will Campbell, Garrett Bradbury. But how far can Drake May leap in year 2?
I think, look, I'm a slappy for Drake May, so I'm the wrong guy to talk to. I think he could take a huge move forward. So I'll just stay out of this and let Rico talk.
No, the fact that they brought in, they've improved the O-line. David, the fact that he got better as the year progressed. He kind of flew under the radar. I think that, and I guess what does improvement mean?
Can they threaten for the division?
Why not?
Yeah. Yeah, yes, I think that they could.
It's a one-team division. Why not?
It is. That's why I asked when we talked about Josh Allen earlier. Miami's not in this conversation for that division. No.
All right, I'm sorry.
Actually, you know what, David? We do need to apologize. That was a little rude.
That was strong. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay, at least I'm not kidding. So, like, okay. I'm like, we're talking about
the only way they got worse is we did Kenny's hand gesture and didn't say anything to Rico.
We're talking about the AFC East, right? I'm like, wait, is Miami not in the East?
We responded like you said the Miami Hurricanes win the AFC East.
I want to apologize.
So, sorry. Let's move over to the Denver Broncos there. And the same question, similar question for their quarterback there. Can he take the next step and make them an AFC threat, Bo Nix?
I do. I'm sorry, Mike.
No, you're good. No, you first.
I think that they can. I think that Sean Payton, Bo Nix, that relationship that they have will be one that can really take off. And for an example, I compared to, I didn't think much of Goff. And then Ben Johnson said, wait, maybe if I design plays specifically for him, and I think you're going to see that. And they brought him some weapons. Yeah, I think that they can go past where they went last year and become – I don't think they're going to overtake Kansas City, but I do think that they can become a consistent playoff team.
I don't. He's like 30 years old. He is what he is. There's no juice in the orange. I'm done. But that's the best we're getting out of Bo Nix.
I think that Peyton can get everything out of Bo Nix.
He did. It's just like your boy Purdy. It's over.
Okay.
Yep. Go drive a combine.
These Giants have hurt you.
I hate everything.
I can see.
Yeah,
you gotta stop.
Kenny, my opinion on Bo Nix right there. There you go. I've had enough.
You gotta stop, Kenny. Let's move over to two teams.
He got drafted at 26 and he turned 30 last year. Okay.
Not quarterback related with these next two teams, but it is one, the Cincinnati Bengals. Have they done enough defensively? They brought in new defensive coordinator Al Golden. They did draft Shamar Stewart, and they still have Trey Hendrickson on that roster. Have they done enough defensively?
No. Everything from losing Lou Anarumo to losing Jesse Bates to the Trey Hendrickson saga where that dude could up and retire right before camp, Spite Store style.
Yeah,
I'm going to say no.
They never really solved it. It just kind of dissipated.
It's just sitting there.
Which means that it could erupt at any moment. So, no, you're just kind of hoping that Trey's all right and just won't mention anything. And, you know, it's like that fight that you have with, you know, a significant other. If we don't talk about it, we can just go out and we won't continue this argument. That's what you're hoping from Trey. Because at any moment he gets upset, as Mike said, you know what? I don't need this. I made enough money. How about I just walk out?
And then one more team here. It is the Los Angeles Chargers. Yes, they have Justin Herbert. I mean, sure, he needs to take a next step, but have they done enough in the run game, bringing in Amarion Hampton and Najee Harris to help with how they want to run their team?
100%. I mean, Najee's going to be out for a contract, and Amarion Hampton was one of my favorite players in the draft. I like what they did.
And I think Harbaugh coming in, just changing the offense, took less pressure off of Herbert. Because here's the thing, Herbert is right there in the same boat. They can do
Trevor Lawrence.
He can do the Cancun trip with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, guys that I thought were going to be a lot better and was sold. And Herbert was my guy, and he's done nothing.
Yeah, and Harbaugh's made the offense a little bit easy for him. Just play action.
Turn around, hand the ball off, son.
Throw the ball
Well,
off.
I can throw it deep. I know you can.
Yep.
Turn around, hand the ball off.
Yep, you are exactly right. That is in football today.
America's favorite place to watch sports is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, the best viewing experience, and it is built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
History had its gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom. But right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and with Xfinity Wi-Fi, it's booming. Streaming booming, gaming booming, video calls booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that could have definitely been an email, it's booming. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in an all-in-one plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster. Wi-Fi gets you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you go now through June 23rd. New customers can get a 400 megabit Xfinity Internet and free equipment and unlimited data. And you get an unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in the one plan. You get this for $40 a month for 1 year. That's it. So whether you're booming, watching the Panning for Gold for Wi-Fi, it's one thing that you need to know. Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com for more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabytes of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rates increase to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
We're going to get into the Pistons a little bit. Tiger talk, we just wrapped. We talked about Chiron more earlier, Odyssey.com rewind. So the conversation is this. All right, season's done. Dust is settled. This is going to be a big season because I think there's a major decision to be made this summer. I know I'm going to be up against it. I've already heard the other shows. Everybody just doing what we do best in this town, falling in love with their own players, WBBT, just bringing the band back. But it's not that simple. If you look at the Pistons and you look at the roster, and I ask you what you want to do, it comes with a bit of a problem. And the problem is that keeping the band together takes you over the cap. And you're nowhere close to winning a championship. Nowhere. No planet is this team ready to win a title. And I don't know what level of player development you think would need to happen, but this crew is currently constituted. It's a wonderful turnaround, but I want to caution you about something. And whether you like him, hate him, or don't even know who he is, I watched a Bobby Marks podcast. Now, he was a capologist, worked for ESPN for a long time, worked for the Brooklyn Nets. And I thought he brought up a great comp. Back in 2021, when the Atlanta Hawks, who were primarily booty, made a huge run to the Eastern Conference Finals, and Trae Young, peacocked all over the place in Madison Square Garden. And what did Atlanta decide? We have our group, stay the course, nothing bold needed. Fool's gold. Now, I'm not being disrespectful when I tell you I think some of this Pistons thing is fool's gold if you believe it leads to a championship. Nothing about the foundation established is fool. No. The toughness, the going to work attitude, the development of Cade, these are real things. Here's the point. When you look at this, Enrico, for instance, Tim Hardaway, you're bringing him back. Dennis Schroeder, you're bringing him back. Malik Beasley, are you bringing him back? Paul Reed, who a lot of people want to touch their beanbag over, you want to bring him back. Then you get into the extension eligible people, such as Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren. That's before we start to talk about how do we get better. Here's my question. You have an approach you want to take, and it's the complete opposite of where I'm at. That doesn't make it right, wrong, or otherwise. It's just you and I are really different. I want to know from the people, now that you've had a weekend to think, do you want continuity? Let it simmer? Go sign another D-list gym class hero, and we can all worship them? Or you want to make a splash and let's expedite this thing? Celtics can't stay together. The Cavs aren't real. Way to undersell my way to go. Hey, man, your sales pitch is yours. I'm over here selling a different brand of lemonade.
The D-list guy.
I mean, that's the truth, though.
No, Mike, it's not. I would like for them to get a splash, but I don't think they're going to go the route of the splash. What I think they're going to do is exactly what they did throughout the year when they brought in a couple of pieces
and let Bickerstaff really develop them and get them better. He's taken this team on, and players that I didn't think that were that good have gotten better. So rather than make that big splash and go out and get that person, that Booker, that Zion, whoever it is that fans want, and you got to make that trade. In order to make the trade, you got to have something that people want.
I got plenty of things to trade.
What you got to trade?
I could trade Ivy, Holland, Asur. I could trade Duran. I could trade anybody.
Or you could go into just free agents and bring in some pieces.
Ooh, Oscar the Grouch. This free agency class blows.
You could bring in Nas Reed.
Ooh, that'll do it. Put him on the season tickets.
You can try to get Miles Turner away from the Pacers.
To do what? I got Duran.
I think you have a better score.
No doubt. My point is you can't have duplicity. Like, okay, you have $15 million of beef stew, and Duran's eligible. So you can't bring in Miles Turner. Here's my counter to what you're saying. Do you want $41 million of Tobias Harris and beef stew? That's a max player, Rico. Get him out.
Beef stew, no. Tobias Harris, look, he proved his worth on this team.
Fool's gold.
Bickerstaff has shown me that, you know what? I took some guys and I developed them. I got them better. And this team, the way I see this, I don't think they're going to do the big splash. I'm not preparing myself for this. I see they're going to try to go the free agency route and bring pieces in here.
They can make whatever mistakes they like. I don't care. I'm asking what you want them to do. Do you agree with the strategy or not?
I do not. No,
okay,
I don't.
So you actually want to do what I want to do.
Right.
But you're trying to be like a shepherd to the people.
This is, yes.
Moses in the valley.
I'm trying to tell you, don't, fool's gold is what Mike is saying. I don't think you're going to get that splash. I don't think you're going to get that player, and then you're going to be disappointed. What I'm saying is, I feel like they're going to go the free agent route. They're going to try to bring in a couple pieces and say, hey, look what we did with Schroeder. Look what we did with Tobias. Look what we did with Malik Beasley. And we turned them into good NBA players, and they were part of a team.
Look, Schroeder's gone. There's no scenario you're bringing him back if Ivy's back. So Schroeder's out. Tim Hardaway made $16 million last year. You want to re-sign him?
No, he's not coming back.
All right, but Malik Beasley, what do you want to do there? Everybody's so amped up. What do you want to do?
I think they're going, despite his playoff performance, I think they're going to try to bring Beasley back. Now, the Ivy thing is something that we really don't know what we have. And people will say, well, him and Cade can't play together. I haven't seen enough of them actually playing together to know that they can't play together. Because when one is healthy, the other is not.
Guys, what do you want the Pistons to do? Because here's the thing. The problem is, if you're measuring success based on, well, as Kenny puts it, we're not actually terrible anymore, then we're measuring something different. Because here's the measuring stick. Oklahoma City, Boston, Cleveland, Minnesota. These are the teams you have to measure up against. And in the Eastern Conference, I think you're seeing a power change. The Celtics have to make a move this summer. I've said it for months. They can't stay in the second tax apron. Cleveland, I don't think, is real. So I'm just disregarding them. Indiana's Indiana. Milwaukee, it's a matter of time before Giannis is either with the Rockets or the Heat. You have the ability to make a move and immediately be a top 3 team in the East.
See, the problem is I don't want to see the move that all of a sudden guts the team and you become the Eastern version of the Suns where you got your 2 players, but it cost you everything.
I'm not asking for 2 players. I'm asking for 1.
No, I'm saying where you have, when they brought in KD and they sold their soul to get him.
You know what else you had? You had the owner walk in acting like he knew what the hell he was doing. So go over the top of his GM and negotiate these deals privately. That ain't happening.
Okay.
Bradley Beal. What a loser.
I just don't want you to see, or you become the Lakers where it's just LeBron and Luka and a bunch of other guys that wear purple and gold.
Look, bottom line, I want to make a move. It involves a trade. It involves $25 million at Tobias going bye-bye or $15 million in beef stew. It does involve picking a path. You can have one of Asur or Ron Holland, but not both. You do now officially, after this draft, you own all your future firsts. You got 15 second-round picks in the near term. Do something with it. Because this group, as fun as this was, you're not winning a championship. So this is either about winning titles or it's not. And, we have to be patient.
Guys, all I'm telling you is the opportunity is there that the East is going to look a lot different next year. So why not paint it red, white, and blue? It doesn't mean I'm with Rico in this regard. Let me say it for the people in the back. I agree with Rico. You don't do something insane. You don't give up 5 first-round picks, plus. I'm asking for one adult who can help close a playoff series.
Because I was talking with Rieger over the weekend, and he was like, well, what if I said you can get Kevin Durant, but it'll cost you 2 first-round picks, Tobias Harris, and I think—
How many times do I have to tell you
Jaden
cannot
Ivey.
have a balding superstar? It's science. You can't do it. You can't. Can't.
Lakers have one.
Oh, really? And they're out of the playoffs.
He doesn't know he's balding, but he's balding.
KD, out. Trae Young, out. Cannot do it. Tom Thibodeau is coach? Nope.
Where do you get these rules?
They're rules. They're science. None of these people have won anything. Can't do it.
Okay, Ron Burgundy.
You can't. It's just like in the NHL.
Science.
You can't have a guy who looks like Al Frady with a pork chop comb over. Can't be your best player. David, your thoughts?
Yeah, here's what I'll say.
Can't do it.
You're right about the East. The East is prime for the picking. Cleveland don't win this year. I don't know what they look like next year. We already know what Boston's going to happen to them. Knicks going to lose to Boston. They're going to look totally different next year. Right now, it's the time to make a move. Orlando is right there with you in the East.
They're one move away.
And they're going to try to make that move this year. You cannot sit back and let them make the move and you do nothing.
Their big three played a
it.
grand total of 92 minutes together this year. The injuries were insane for Orlando.
And that's what I wonder, is Ivy a part of the collection that we're all clamoring for? Maybe he's already here.
What's that got to do with me getting Zion,
Well,
brother?
I'll tell you what it does, because what happens is people do what Lions fans do.
There it is.
Well, we were injured. If we had Stewart and Ivy, maybe. So let's just keep it together.
Kenny,
I don't want to do that.
That's exactly what people do.
I don't want to do that.
Here, what if you're starting 5? Fine. You want Ivy? Keep Ivy. Ivy, Cade, Malik, Zion, Duran. Sit. Let's roll. Like, you've got to try something. And look, if you acquired a Devin Booker, not saying I'm selling my soul to do it, it doesn't mean Ivy can't be here. Like, look, it's okay to have a 6th man of the year.
No, my thing is, you can't give away the house in order to bring this one guy in.
So if I said right now, here's what I would offer for Zion Williamson. And again, Trajan Langdon knows better than any of us. If he makes a move, you trust Trajan, right?
Do we dare let him cook?
Oh, you're letting him cook. He was in New Orleans. If he stays away, you're not going to hear me yell about it. He knows the player.
Okay.
Here's
Zion etouffee. All right.
Here's what. Well, no, we're going to get him on a little bit of a program. The point I'm making is, here's the offer. Nobody answer, no facial expressions. I want you to marinate on this. The offer would be Tobias Harris, because you got to get rid of that money.
Mm-hmm.
Their choice of Holland or Asur, 2 first-round picks. Zion for 3 years.
I was going to say, how many years? Zion
3 years
for 3
are left
years.
on his deal.
Their choice of Asur
Or
Holland.
Ron, not both.
And 2 first-round picks.
Would you do it? Think it over. And you could say no, but I'm not going to offer something that's an easy yes. Do I think you could get him for less? Yes, but I want to make this difficult. That's how it has to be. Think it over. 248-539-9797. We get to you, the people, next. Kenny, ruminate on that, and then Google the players I just mentioned so you know what you're talking about. All right, it's time to talk about Victor's Home Solutions. It's very simple. Choosing the right roofer is a complete pain in the ass. Let Victor's make it simple. They have a customer concierge team. You will get prompt follow-up, answer all questions clearly, and keep you in the loop every step of the way. You have installers that install a perfect roof the first time. You get a new windows for your home? Great. They'll install, they'll inspect, and you'll begin saving money. Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. That's how confident they are in the work that they do. Victor's gets it. So, if you want to make this simple, it's time for a new roof or new windows. Victor's has you covered. $500 off new roof for home full of windows. Great financing options to make paying for your new roof or windows so simple. Call for your 21-point roof inspection or window estimate today, 734-773-1100, or online anytime at victors.com.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Major League Baseball has just named Tigers outfielder Riley Green as their player of the week. He had 13 for 28 with 4 homers. Green's Red Hot Tigers have the night off. They're back in action tomorrow against the league worst Colorado Rockies. Blue Jays signed former Tiger pitcher Spencer Turnbull and officially placed Max Scherzer on the 60-day injured list. The NHL Draft Lottery tonight, the Red Wings can get as high as the 2nd overall pick, but they enter as the 12th team based off the standings. The odds say they have an 86% chance to stand pat at number 12, however. Meanwhile, the NBA will name their coach of the year. Pistons boss J.B. Bickerstaff is one of 3 finalists. Cleveland Cavaliers coach Kenny Atkinson, who replaced J.B., is the favorite to land it. Michigan coach Chiron has been suspended 2 games by the school. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Straight to the people. A lot of people are in the mix, and I enjoy this. Look, it's just a differing viewpoint, but I think you've had the weekend to think about it. Now, what path do you want Trajan Langdon to forge? Because you're about to see what you need to measure up against. And it isn't the New York Knicks. They're going to be cannon fodder. You know what the Celtics are to win this series? -900. So
you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance. My point is, measure yourself against T-Wolves, Thunder, Celtics, Cavs. I think you're very close. But the idea of bringing back the core would put you over the cap on a road to nowhere. So in essence, I'm saying, look, I can keep my core together, but if we're going to go over cap, if we're going to get into a tax apron, at least do it with a shot to win a championship. There's no scenario. Like, I'm not bringing Tim Hardaway back. Ain't happening.
No.
The Beasley thing, I'd be very careful, because if you go above a mid-level exception, that triggers other things. This is the other problem. I said this to you off air. I'm going to say it to our listeners. If you get into a deep conversation about the NBA salary cap, your head will physically explode. They've made it so overcomplicated. It should just be like a cash register. Mm-hmm. Do I have money left to spend or not? Like, it is insane.
Yeah, well, it depends on what shift you work at your job.
Right. But I'll just tell you conveniently, Tobias Harris and Ron Holland equal Zion's contract. I'm just saying. Just saying. And again, if you don't like my idea, no problem.
But see, here's the other part about that. Is that something that the Pelicans would say yes to?
Joe Dumars was brought in, and there's a lot of word on the street. He is instructed by ownership to trade Zion.
Right, but I'm saying, is that the best you can get? Or it's like,
guess what?
That doesn't make me excited if I'm a Pelicans person. Like,
if somebody wants to roll in like one of these idiots that wins the lottery and ends up bankrupt in 3 years, and they want to make some stupid offer, cool. I'm the little Derek Jeter kid. Respect. I'm not overpaying for Zion, but I can make a compelling case. And he fits what I want to do.
Nice Celtics hat, by the way.
Thanks, bud. Well, I didn't wear it last week because I didn't want to insult Piston fans. Like, I wanted to really, but now you're dead, so I can wear this. It's fine.
Fair.
I can do whatever I want. Let's go to the people. Let's go to Bob in Ann Arbor, 97.1. Bobby, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good. What do you got?
Okay, so I'm with you. We do need to make a move. This team is – I think what we do this offseason will determine, obviously, the course of this rebuild. What I do not want to happen is what happened after the 2016 season, where we just were left in 500 purgatory,
Yep.
But I want to slightly amend what you said. I don't believe in Zion Williamson. I just can't, like, if I want to make a move, I want to trust that they'll at least be healthy and available. Nothing in Zion's past has made me believe that he'll do that. Mm-hmm. So I want to throw another suggestion out there, and it's one that you made too. How about a combination of either Ron Holland or Stuart Thompson, Beef Stew and Tobias Harris and a couple picks to the Knicks for to the Kings for Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, I think listen, if Sabonis ends up wanting out, I know there's a meeting he has scheduled where he's going to talk to the Kings about the future of the franchise, especially after they traded Fox. Bob, if Sabonis ends up, and by the way, he had 62 3-pointers this year at a 40% clip. That's a new thing to his game. He rockets to number 1 on my board. Yeah, Bob, I hear you loud and clear. I'd love it. 100%. If Donatus
you're not
is
married
available,
to Zion.
no.
You're just saying somebody.
No, I'm saying somebody who can be a real difference maker at the 4 spot. Somebody I can either isolate and dribble drive, or I can post. Somebody who's a difference maker. But what Bob's saying, you give me Sabonis on this team, 100%. I'd be all in.
And then the other person is one that you've also brought up, Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah.
He's someone that...
Here's your issue with that, and I'm just being straight with you now. A lot of people think he's a cat enthusiast, so there's a bit of an issue there. But it's Danny Ainge, Bobby. And take it from me.
But he can come to Detroit, and Detroit will give him toughness and grit.
I don't know if that'll ever be the case. The point is, Danny Ainge is a nutcase. Dealing with Danny, do you know how many deals the Celtics could have made, but because Danny Ainge was in his feelings, they didn't? He's going to ask for 7 million picks. Mm-hmm. People's heads will explode. But I'd still try. Because he's the perfect stretch for.
Maybe you catch him on a bad day. But yeah, my biggest concern is a lot of teams won't want what you're offering.
What do you mean? Hold on. If you're the Kings, you don't want your choice of Ron Holland or a Sewer? Plus? What do you think you're getting for Sabonis?
But your picks aren't until later. It's not like you have a pick this year.
Doesn't matter. You can still use those and trade those.
Right.
Doesn't matter.
Look, man, all I'm trying to tell you is I'm not dealing for Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. What do you think? Like here, like this is where I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't know if there's a way I can say it where it's not. Like if I have to hear it, whether it's a host or a caller, do another one of these Giannis trade proposals, you're leaving out like 7 players. It will take 4 or 5 firsts. It will take a Sewer and Ron Holland and your right nut and the Gordie Howe Bridge. Like, you can't get Giannis for the price you want.
Right. And a Sewer I would take if you need defense. He's not going to give you much offense.
Has he returned to earth after power sliding off the court?
No, he has not. But you know what? Byron Russell went to go pick him up.
Hey,
the closest we'll get to sliding on the ice.
Hey, question. Was Brunson foul hunting there, or was that an ethical enough 3-dagger, or no? I want to make sure.
He pushed off, Mike.
No, I know we have some hoop snobs on the station. Was that an ethical end-your-life 3-pointer, or no?
No, because he pushed off. He was like Michael Jordan with Byron Russell.
One problem. He never extended the wing.
Never touched him.
Yeah. He just
Don't
stopped on a...
distort the facts.
Okay.
Or the myth. Whatever.
It ain't facts.
If you say it enough times, it is facts.
The play started at LCA, and all I know is a Sewer power slid to Wyandotte.
Man. All I heard was slide to the left. Cha-cha, real smooth.
That was horrible. No, but it was just all I could think of. Is I'm like, oh, there he goes foul hunting again. I'm just like, I quit.
Because I thought he pushed him. The way he went flying, I was just like.
He just stopped.
What just happened?
It was between that and the basket he made the other night where he basically almost fell over, but then reverse pivoted underneath the basket.
Fell backwards.
He's just got crazy body control. And yes, he ends up on the floor. Well, guess what? So does Tatum. So does Steph. So does SGA.
So does Draymond. Every play.
I'm just making a point. That's what the league. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm going to get back to the people in a second. Let's stay timely. I want to get to your calls. Just sit tight. We'll carry this into the 5. 248-539-9797. FanDuel, best place for all your favorite player props. You want something in tonight's game? I don't know. Maybe you can do a over Brunson, over Tatum doubly do with the Celtics winning. Whatever you like, FanDuel's got it. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. It expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Announcement today, the NFL draft will be held at the mall. There'll be over 1 million people there in D.C., the National Mall. So glad we got to enjoy our record attendance for 1 year or two. The draft will be in D.C. It'll be over 1 million next year, that announcement today. But with that, a little football today, please. Yes, David.
So we are 10 days or so after the draft, and now teams are reporting for.
Oh my God, has Shadur been drafted?
No, they're reporting for their offseason workouts and conditioning. So let's get to some of the biggest questions still facing some of these NFL teams.
Sure.
Let's start with the Arizona Cardinals. Yes, they brought in Josh Sweat. They drafted Walter Nolan, but the biggest question to them is Kyler Murray capable of the big leap necessary to win?
I would answer that with a question. Are they ever going to get serious about putting a great offensive line in front of them?
Yeah, it's almost like they became enamored with him and his scrambling ability and said, oh, this is fun football. Let's see him run for his life again. Or you can just protect him. And I'm assuming he's gotten serious about learning the playbook. So now, yes, if you protect him, David, he has to, or else this whole thing falls apart because it's kind of what we talked about on Friday. If you don't have a quarterback, all the other things don't fall into place.
Let's stay in the NFC and let's move over to the Chicago Bears. Yes, they did a lot this offseason to, I guess, solidify their offensive line, give them a better chance on the offensive line. But the biggest question will be, can Caleb and Ben Johnson work together?
Yeah. I mean, if he can work with Jared Goff, you don't think he can work with Caleb Williams? Come on, man.
That's actually what I was going to say. Now, the question is how quickly, because it took about 7 games before it finally clicked here in Detroit. When he became the offensive coordinator, they started off, 1-6, and then things took off. How long does it take that offense, because they have really invested in it? And, you know, after all the Caleb slander, you go back and you look and you're like, he didn't have a bad year. He just had an idiot coach. So I think absolutely it's going to work, David. It's just how quickly will the offense look like kind of what you saw here in Detroit.
Move over to the NFC East and let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys. They brought in and drafted Tyler Booker, who they're calling the Jalen Carter stopper or whatever they're calling him or whatever.
Be careful with that.
I know. The question, though, is
he's just a nose tackle.
Does Dak Prescott have enough weapons around him?
No, the running game's been neutered. The offensive line, look, Booker's going to help. Clearly, you lose Zach Martin, you replace him with Booker. They still don't have the weapons necessary. I'll say no.
I think that it's possible, David. It just really depends on how healthy Dak is going to be when he comes back from this injury. But it wasn't that long ago, Dak was putting up some big numbers. Like 2 years ago, before the injury, he finished second in the MVP voting. So, yes, if you get him protection, I think that he could get it done. And I think he's the type of quarterback that can kind of take a nobody and turn a nobody into somebody.
Let's move over to the NFC West. We got a couple teams there. Let's start here with the Rams. It was just announced that he finally finalized his new deal, so he has $84 million over the next 2 years. But the biggest question for them is, can Matthew Stafford stay healthy this season?
I mean, can any quarterback stay healthy?
But he's 38.
Yeah, but he's a warrior. I mean, if he's on 2 legs, he'll play. I think the Rams are going to win the division. So I'll say yes.
Yeah, it's funny, but yeah, he really doesn't. I mean, he gets injured, but it's not enough that he has to actually sit out. And just when I thought the Rams were dead, they went out last year and had that great draft and brought in the defensive players. And now, I mean, they became a threat again. I thought that in the NFC West, you could kind of write them off as, well, there's 2 games you could win. No, they're going to be here for a while. They're going to be a problem. And Stafford, unless I think his leg just comes off, he's going to go out in that field and play.
And another team in the West is the San Francisco 49ers. It's basically the same question for them. It's about health. Christian McCaffrey coming off an injury. George Kittle, old, was banged up a lot last season. Can they stay healthy to come back to form?
No, trash won't make playoffs. F them.
Okay.
There's my full stop answer.
There you go. Yes, David, I think that they will. Kind of like the way the injuries piled up for the Lions on the defense, where it just kind of got ridiculous after a while. Like, come on. Yeah, another one, that was them. I don't see everybody getting injured the way that they did last year. The biggest mistake was bringing McCaffrey back. They should have just sat him down for the entire year. I disagree with Mike. I think that they will be back. I think they will be a playoff team.
Yeah, I think you're right about that because according to the strength of schedule coming up for this season, they have the easiest schedule.
They got the last place schedule.
They have the easiest schedule coming up. So Privileged will be right back in its place.
Privileged? They won 6
season.
games last year. How is that privileged? You know what? We need to define what privileged is. Winning 6 games is not privileged.
Okay, let's move over to the Commanders here. They brought in veterans. They brought in Laramie Tunsil. They brought in Deebo Samuel. So are these veterans enough to take them over the top, meaning winning the NFC?
I think the moves for the offensive line, yes. I still think the defense leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, winning the NFC and getting to a Super Bowl or winning the East?
Winning the NFC. I'm just going from what they did in the playoffs last year.
I'm not ready to go there.
I mean, they may do the East because for some reason nobody repeats as champion in the East. That's a weird thing. That's not me. Look it up, folks. So maybe they have enough, and maybe Daniels is that talented. I agree with Mike. Your defense, maybe a move where you need somebody that you drafted to really step up and become that surprise guy the way that Daniels was that rookie. Maybe they drafted somebody that can help them get to that next spot. I do think that, yeah, you improved your offensive line, and that's a major investment in your quarterback.
And one team I want to focus on here in the AFC just for a quick moment is the Baltimore Ravens. And yes, we talk about Lamar Jackson. He needs to take that step and win those big games in the playoffs. But their pass defense was ranked pretty much last. They defended the pass horribly last year, and they brought in Mike Green. They brought in Malachi Starks. Was that enough to fix that side of their defense?
No, I'm not going to put that on 2 rookies. I think it helps having Starks in playing center field while Kyle Hamilton drops down into the box. But Mike Green is a rookie edge. I mean, if he came in and had 6 sacks, you'd view it as a success. Yeah. I'm going to say no.
No, just those 2 being the saviors. I hate to agree.
That's pretty much all they've pretty much improved on defensively.
Yeah, they may have to go out and get one of these guys that's still out there.
They need a new quarterback. You 2 can just say it at any time.
They don't need a new quarterback. If the tight end catches the ball, they move on.
You don't throw 2 picks in a fumble?
Maybe they go after Zadarius Smith. I don't know.
Oh, that'll do it.
Add bodies.
I mean,
it worked here.
Look, Lamar sucks in the playoffs. We can all just say it. It's okay.
He did not suck. Tight end dropped the pass.
2 turnovers. And he didn't throw the ball in a good area.
I'm sorry.
He didn't throw the ball in a good area.
You're an NFL player. Did it hit you in the hands?
Wasn't a great ball.
Did it hit you in the hands?
He had to turn around for it.
All I wanted to do was focus on the defense, but the question is always going to come back to Lamar Jackson.
It's going to.
It just always is.
Just, you have to own it at this point, guys. I'm sorry. You Lamar sponge bathers.
So Lamar, he's bad. You toss Josh Allen, toss everybody in that mix.
I'm Mike Singletary when it comes to Lamar. Can't win with him. Can't do it.
What about the Josh Allens of the world?
Can't win with him.
Josh Allen later on in the show. That is in football today.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Michigan is suspending football coach Chiron Moore 2 games for his involvement in the sign-stealing scandal. The NCAA still has the chance to punish further as well. If they do, it sounds like it'll be delivered before the season begins. Former Michigan football player and current Cleveland Brown Devin Bush has been charged with simple assault and harassment against his girlfriend. He allegedly took her car keys as well. After a game where he racked up a major league leading 13 hits and 4 homers, Riley Green was tabbed the American League Player of the Week. Could Detroit's NFL draft attendance record be in jeopardy? The NFL says they expect 1 million people to attend between the 3 days, which would break Detroit's record of 775,000 back in 2024. The Red Wings of the future skate for the Grand Rapids Griffins tonight in their second game of the series against the Texas Stars. That's in GR at 7. And ex-Vegas Raiders coach John Gruden is back in football. He's now a part owner and advisor of the Nashville Cats in Arena 1 football. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, great to have you with us. Let me set the stage, and we're going to go right to the people. So if you're looking for other topics, Odyssey.com rewind. Tigers, are we not optimistic enough saying they're a 90-win team? Rico says, we need more. I'm not ready to go there, but it's a good conversation. We did discuss Michigan self-imposing. Kind of sorted it out for you. June 6th and 7th will be the most important days. That's the Committee on Infractions. And whatever you self-impose, it doesn't matter. The NCAA doesn't have to accept that. Also, this is for a level 2 violation, not the 6 level 1s. So it's kind of a nothing burger today. But the idea that Chiron is suspended, but for games 3 and 4, not 1 and 2, if you don't laugh, you cry. That's it's bad. Hey, can you not ground me on Friday night? I've got big plans. So
Saturday, I'm all yours.
It's all there for you. But what we started, and people really flocked to it, was, okay, the playoffs are moving on, and the Pistons aren't a part of it. You've had the weekend to process. What do you want to do? And I think there's just 2 pathways. It's a fork in the road. You can say, hey, bring the band back together. I want to bring Malik back. I want to bring Hardaway back. I want to extend Duren. If you do that, you're an over-the-cap team that has no shot of winning a championship. So you need to be careful who stays, who goes. Or there's the other mindset. Proof of life. We did this. It's time. The East is going to look completely different next year. And I think with the right move, the Pistons are a top 3 team in the East. I'm option B. Now, I'm not married to any one player. I've just used a player who, to me, is infinitely available. It's Risk It Biscuit. If this works, you're getting a guy that's 27, 10, and 5, and is one of the most efficient players in the sport when healthy. Zion Williamson. If you don't like that, that's okay. It's about the principle. Don't get lost in the specific. But like if I took Tobias and Ron Holland and a couple picks, or if I took Tobias and Fontecchio and a couple more picks, the money matches. He's making $36 million, and all of a sudden, look at your starting 5. Ivy, Cade, maybe you bring Beasley back, Zion, Duren. So I just, guys, what do you want to do? Rico wants to be a little, well, let me do that. You said you agree with me, but you're doing a PSA for the people.
I don't think that they're going to go big splash. I don't think they're going to go out and go and break this team up. I think they'll go more of the free agent route and try to bring in some more people and say, hey, JB, go in there and do what you did last year. Make these players better players, and we'll try to find a power forward center type that we can mix in this team and maybe find, and Jay Ivey, I think, is also the key. Keep him healthy. Let me see what you can do with him. Because maybe the answer is Jay Ivey's the guy who should be handling the ball, means less turnovers for Cade, and Cade can set up his shot.
Yeah. So what do you want to do? We'll go to the people right now. You want the other stuff? It's there for you. We'll go to Garrett, 97.1. Garrett, what's going on, pal?
Mike, I'm doing all right, man. Just heading out of town for the week for work. But hey, I wanted to jump in real quick on this Pistons thing.
Sure.
First off, about the Tigers, I don't think you're far-fetched at all about it. The fact that they're playing the ball they are, the injuries that are mounting, I do kind of a little bit worry when those guys do get back and healthy. But we'll worry about that when we get there, when we get towards June and July. But getting on your Pistons thing, Mike, I think one of the things that I wanted to bring up was your proposal, and I think I'm on board with you. I've always told my friends and whatnot that are all Piston fans, I need two guys here, put around Cade. If you extend Duren, which I'm all for, you got to move Stewart out, and I know that people may not like that, but honestly, it's either or, and Jalen Duren fits more of a modern-day NBA center bod anyways, so I'd rather much have that player locked in, the chemistry him and Cade have. Really, then the question becomes, if you do extend somebody, what kind of money comes in and out? And again, I'm only offering an extension to JD and to Beasley. And the other guys, I could probably find league-level players that can either fit what they're trying to do or get creative, like you said, and maybe make a couple moves and get rid of some guys. Because, Ron Holland and Nassar are relatively the same player. I really don't know if Ron Holland is going to last year all that long anyways. I think Nassar, if he can get better shooting-wise, at least has a future in this league because he's so elite defensively. Mm-hmm. I think that's where I would position myself. And those two players, Mike, I have no idea because I'm not a ball guy. I know you are. So by all means, if you've got two guys that you think would fit well, please interject and let me know. I just think that I'm more on that boat. I want them to add guys around Cade that are going to be, contributing plus players, high win share, guys that are going to be able to do it all for this team and get them over the hump.
Yeah, Garrett, here's the way I'll answer it. Enrico, I want your take on this because for me, I think this is what the difficult part of the job is for Trajan Langdon. You have to identify your own just as much as you have to identify your pro scouting around the league. So it would really come down, Garrett, to, all right, between Asur and Ron Holland, who's the winning horse? Who's the guy I'm betting on that I must keep in-house? And then the other guy has to go, and you have to be right. So, Garrett, I don't know that answer. I would tell you I'd be more hesitant to trade Holland because I think he just has a massive offensive upside.
Right there. You can just stop.
Okay,
because
then.
He can score points. That's why. Asur, great defensive player, but eventually you saw he was a liability on the court at the end of games. They had to take him out of games. Even though he was able to do great things against Brunson, we kind of need you to score some points, too, if the ball comes to you.
In an ideal world, your starting five would be Ivy, Cade, Ron Holland, Zion, Duren. In an ideal world. Or swap Holland out, sixth man because he's still young, put Beasley in there for the three-point shooting. Look, it really is about fit, and it's about, okay, I drafted these players, but I can't be seduced into this. And look, Ivy's going to be extension eligible. There's your problem.
And I think Beasley is one they will be seduced by because they're going to look at what he did and say, you know what? He played well here in Detroit. Maybe we found our guy.
At the right price, I'll agree with you. But the problem is, and again, Bobby Marks, it's you can go watch it. It's on YouTube. It's a great video. It's an off-season cap breakdown for this team. If he signs above that mid-level, it triggers a bunch of NBA, CBA cap nonsense. So this is the issue. Do you want to be here? I'm going to need you to take a little less. This is where it's an issue too, Rico.
But they give him a little term.
You can't be paying your backup center $15 million a year. And you can't pay Fontecchio $9.
I would have never signed.
You can't pay Tobias $26.
No.
So this is my point.
I think Tobias is the key that if you could get somebody to say, you know what, he would fit in our lineup and we can use him, then you can make a trade. Because my biggest worry is, do you have something that other teams will say, yeah, that's a fair trade. We'll take that person.
Here's what you're getting with Tobias if you're trading for him. A team is going to be resetting. He only has 1 year left on his deal.
Right.
And that's what the team is getting.
And it's $26 million when you're required. Like, for instance, just the Zion example, he's 36. So 26 point something from Tobias, call it 9 from Fontecchio, you're there.
Correct.
Then everything else you're giving them is cash money. It's picks, it's young, cheap players. Hell, if you traded Holland, not saying I would, he's 8.5.
Yeah, so now they reset their cap in a year. They have draft picks.
Because the other thing is, guys, I want to buy distressed assets. I don't want to, like, 8 hours today I've had to listen to fantasy boner radio of, let's get Zion. Sweet. You enjoy that conversation.
I mean, Giannis.
Yeah. Like, I mean,
I only know one idiot who said get Zion.
Me.
I'm kidding.
No, but at least I'm living in the real world where, like, you think Giannis, who will be approached by he'll be approached by the Clippers, he'll be approached by Houston, he'll be approached by Miami. You think he's coming to Detroit? You think Milwaukee's trading him in division? And then, by the way, it would be the exact type of deal that Rico Beard has warned you don't want to do. Because then you become the Suns. Giannis, here's the ask. Duran, Asor, Holland, 5 first-round picks, and the Gordie Howe. You're not doing that.
Or they may just walk in and say, okay, throw Cade in there, and we'll make the trade.
But we have a Greek town, guys. We're going to get him.
It's an outstanding block.
I'm leaving all of this alone. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. 97.1. Personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Femininio dedicated his career to securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. And David is dedicated to ensuring you get all the care you need to put your life together after an accident. You need an attorney who makes it personal. That guy's David Femininio. So if you or someone you know is injured, tell them to call David 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get to the calls as well. What do you got?
No to Zion. I want no parts of Zion or Bridges. Please, God, no. Rather have Markkanen, and I'm not a real fan of him either.
Okay, time out.
You don't want anybody.
No, hold on, but that's typical Detroiter. No one's good enough for us. But understand, I like Markkanen too. However, not a tough guy. So I know some of you will never like him. You'll probably run him out of town like Grant Hill. But second of all, he's going to cost you 3x what Zion cost you. Just understand what you're getting into. Markkanen dealing with Danny Ainge, it's like a hostage situation. So you're fine. I'm trying to get you the most bang for your buck. And I'm trying to do something where a guy's infinitely available. The Markkanen thing, good luck dealing with Ainge, man. And he used to run my team. I know a thing or two about how that guy operates. Go ahead.
The Hawks made a big move trading for DeJounte Murray. How'd that work out for them? You have to be very careful about star chase.
Yeah, you can really predict a guy tearing his Achilles. The Hawks also decided to reinvest in the whole team after 2021 and keep the whole band together, and they only went and got Murray once they got seduced into keeping their own people. Then they had to go out and make a big move.
You know, your Wyatt Langford, is that Tyrese Halliburton for me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you just can't let that go.
I know.
I know.
You're having a hard time looking at those highlights right now.
Because we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Yeah, but you also wouldn't have Cade.
That's
we don't
true.
know that.
Okay, I'm just saying
think you wouldn't
probably.
have
They may have
Cade.
still have been a bad team, and you would have been in the lottery, and David would have prayed.
I
and they
wouldn't have had
got
to pray.
Cade.
We would have had Tyrese. I wouldn't have had to pray.
No,
Go ahead,
you
Dave.
just wouldn't have had some guy who's not in the league anymore.
They're not going to make a splash, just like the Tigers didn't make a splash last year, and it's going to work out just fine. Give young players a little bit of time to develop. That's how you get better.
Yeah, no, it's not. But thanks for playing. Appreciate it. Like, let me ask you a question. Did the Celtics sit around with Jaylen Brown and Tatum? They acquired Isaiah. They acquired Al Horford. They acquired Gordon Hayward, complete with both ankles, before he snapped his leg in half. Then they decided, okay, not good enough. We're going to go trade for Kyrie. Then they went out and got KP. Then they went out and got Drew Holiday. Did they? I will ask you again, did they sit and wait? You don't know what you're talking about. Sit this one out, Spank. Because I get tired of this in this town. Everything is just, well, let it marinate. Every sport is different. And the NBA, well, you know, the Thunder decided to stay patient. The Thunder have a cachet of 800 first-round picks. They also acquired SGA in a robbery. Like, I'm sorry, but like, it just, you got to stop with this. The NBA requires a certain level of talent. You're going to see this week what you have to measure to. In what world, in the next year or two, do you believe Asur Thompson, Ron Holland, Jalen Duren, Jaden Ivey, all these players are going to develop to a point where you're taking on these teams? Not the New York Knicks, these teams. Right. So guys, I'm not telling you to sell the farm, and I'm very excited about what you built. What I'm trying to do is position you to be a top 3 team in the East next year while still having unbelievable upside.
And I guess for me, this will be that summer where Trajan shows me the type of ball that he does. If he does anything like he did in the past, I don't expect that gigantic move. I look at him to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to do a little money ball. Let me find that person who'll fit here, and we can develop.
Okay. My point to you, I'll say this one last time. I root for a team where it's championship or death. The Celtics took, twice now, in recent history, took the most popular player on the team, shot him in the head, and traded him. Isaiah Thomas was the toast of the town. He played the day his sister died. He was an amazing Boston Celtic. Traded. Marcus Smart was the heart and soul of the team. Traded. I don't want feelings. I want cold-blooded serial killer. That's what I want. Oh, but he's a fan favorite. See it. Out. That's what it takes. You people and your feelings.
I do have one more here. Someone's asking, what about Jaren Jackson Jr. this offseason?
Where do I sign? Memphis is never getting rid of him. He's a defensive player of the year, an all-star, a unicorn.
He's due an extension this offseason.
And they'll pay him.
Right, unless all of a sudden they just say, we're just going to just hit the reset button. We're going to get rid of Ja and just get rid of everybody.
I'd give up everything. I'd give up the roof to LCA, including the LED one we didn't get. Whatever you want.
So we're now playing with no roof.
Open air basketball.
There's the district.
You think you're a tough town? Tip off, 48 degrees.
What about a $200 gift certificate to Houston's?
There it is. It's opening. I'm promising.
All right.
Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm all for domeless basketball in January. I think that's a great idea.
We're tough here.
Nothing
Grit.
better than Isaiah Stewart starting fights in a starter jacket like it was 1994 out there. So, but I'm on your train, Mike. I'm on the Zion train, and there's a couple reasons behind it. And my belief is if it pays off, he has the highest ceiling of anybody you can trade for. And currently, he has the lowest price.
Correct.
I mean, you talked about JJJ. That guy's going to be in the honest tier. I'm not paying 3 current prospects and 4 first-round picks and probably my firstborn. Like, that's what it's going to take to get those kind of guys.
That's right.
This is the other thing I'd say is this. What alpha player has Zion played with in the NBA? I don't think there's really one. I mean, maybe Brandon Ingram. I don't consider him an alpha.
Yeah, I mean, I like C.J. McCollum. I think, look, they've tried it down there. I just go back to...
They're not Cade. No, and that's what I'm trying to say is Cade is a true alpha. And Zion, to me, feels like one of those players, when they step into an arena on a team with a true alpha, they get their stuff in order. They play to their potential. They actually listen when they get yelled at by another player like that.
Yeah.
It's the same. Yeah.
Here's the other thing. And I want to make sure, Chris, I say this so people, don't freak out. If Trajan Langdon decides he don't want Zion, I'm not going to say a word about it because no one knows him more. He comes from New Orleans.
100%.
Versus if he says I do, well then
I gotta trust him.
You got to let him cook, right?
Yeah. You got to, and guys, you have mentioned one little thing. I've been doing a lot of reading. I'm really excited for this day to come because I've been reading about this for a couple weeks. And I think there's an angle that nobody's talking about, and that's using Tim Hardaway Jr. because we own his bird rights. And owning his bird rights means we can re-sign him to a $20 million contract. That's important only for the money. You put him, Fontecchio, pick Asar or Ron, you've hit Zion's number. You're still allowed to hold on to Tobias Harris, which is fine because he'll be whatever your extensions are. That right there is probably the best team we can put out there. I'll gladly throw 2 first-round picks on that.
Yeah, and again, if you plan on being good, Chris, those first-round picks don't mean a damn thing. This league is FDM picks. Les Snead may as well be the commissioner of the NBA because if you're not picking in the top 3, top 5, no one cares.
And depending on the year, top 2.
Yeah. And also, too, the way this is going with NIL and how college hoops is, a lot of these, they don't even know how to play. Yeah, Cooper Flagg will be a beast from day one, but who else? I mean, you're sitting here right now. Hey, one thing
Guys from Rutgers.
Oh, Ace Bailey and Numbnuts. Yeah. What is it? Harper. Sorry. I should have been able to come up with Harper. Apologies. Okay. David, go ahead.
Not like his dad did anything.
Apologies.
I think they're going to kick the can to next offseason and see what they have in Thompson, Holland, etc. before deciding if they need to make a splash. Not sure if I agree with that, but I get it. James in Sylvania.
Yeah, you can do it. I'm just warning you that if you kick the can and you retain your people, you have no cap. And you don't want to be a team that's over the luxury tax and has no window to win a title.
Yeah, because that means you're selling off pieces down the road.
So my thing would be, before we make commitments to Duren and Ivy, or, we got to run to bring Beasley back, think for a second and go, okay, what if there's another option? Yeah, I would love Donatas Sabonis. I don't know that he's available yet. He's got to have his big summit meeting with the Kings.
Right, and I'd love Jaren Jackson Jr. Not happening.
Trade anyone not named Cade, Thompson, or Duren. Okay.
Listen, I'm not mad at anybody who says I love Asur. But he better be in the gym this summer and shoot 5,000 3-pointers a day.
I don't think that's ever going to develop.
I don't know what to tell you. He best do it.
No, because I'm sitting there watching The Rockets like, why can't you do that?
He's not the same person.
He is. He flew out to Houston.
Listen, there was a time.
He's moonlighting.
There was a time where Jason Kidd was called Asen Kidd. He had
Very
no
true.
J.
Very
he
true.
worked himself into a reliable shooter.
I know, but when you can actually look at a guy who looks just like him, it's like he just goes to the basket with ease and scores like a sword. Why can't you be like Amen?
I didn't know that about Jason Kidd. That's very funny.
Yeah. He couldn't. He was like Rajon Rondo when he first came into the league. Couldn't shoot, Kenny. Not at all.
Asen Kidd.
Asen Kidd because he got no J.
He was the assist guy.
Mm-hmm. It's got to happen. The problem is you end up missing your window. And we'll see. Look, I'm thrilled with what they've done. I just hate when we do this cliche Detroit thing. Oh, we'll just develop everybody. It'll all be okay. Like, what are we doing here? That's not how the NBA works.
No.
Not that I've checked.
It's got to be our type of guy, Mike.
Okay, then. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of the people, get some football in the mix. Here's Rico.
Hey, sports fans, it's May. That means baseball season's heating up. Are you ready to catch every pitch, every home run, and every thrilling play? Well, you better make sure your internet and mobile connection can keep up. That's Xfinity. With the most reliable Wi-Fi and best-in-class equipment, you'll never miss a moment of the action. Xfinity Internet is booming. Whether you're streaming live at the game, gaming online with friends between innings, or even at working from home to keep an eye on the score, get this. Xfinity combines the power of the internet and mobile. So you got lightning fast speeds at home and on the go. And don't forget Xfinity Sports and News TV. Score the ultimate sports streaming experience with the local channels you love and the sports you cannot live without. Plus, you'll get Peacock Premium included at no extra cost. So to get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi, it's booming.
Well, Rico, we talked about the Baltimore Ravens along with some NFC teams last. You wanted to talk about Josh Allen, so let's talk about the Buffalo Bills. Do they have enough weapons around him? He is an MVP, but do they have enough weapons around him with James Cook, Keon Coleman, Dalton Kincaid? We're not counting Steph Diggs because he's probably washed.
No, I yes and no. I mean, I think he's good enough that he's one of those quarterbacks, kind of like I said, Dak. Some guys can take that average guy and make the average guy great, but it just seems like they don't really invest in gets him that number one lights out receiver. He's got a bunch of B guys.
Well, I want to help you. It's also hard for Steph Diggs to perform when he's on the
Buffalo
Patriots.
Bills.
Hello.
Wrong AFC East team.
The underrated guy is Shakir, the receiver from Boise State. He's awesome. Keon was very good as a rookie. Cook's a superstar. And remember, you got
a gigantic mistake.
What offense would I take? I want to stuff Daniel Jones in a suitcase.
Well,
What's
he's
the
gone.
matter with you?
He's gone.
I don't care. I'll never
happy.
forgive him or his blank stare for what he put me through. You're right. They basically are like, look, you need to summit Mount Everest, and you walk up and it's a speed bump called Daniel Jones.
Who's the worst quarterback we can get for this quarterback competition?
Just step over the speed bump.
Can you complete a
David,
pass?
Yeah, David, honestly, unless Anthony Richardson learns to process the intermediate routes, the ceiling is always going to be 7 or 8 wins.
See, the unfortunate part for that young man is he's going to actually have to do more than that, Mike, because we'll all remember he tapped himself out of a game. So not a good look. And, okay, they brought in Daniel Jones. Like, it's a joke of a competition. This isn't like, oh, we're going to bring in somebody. Heck, you would have probably done better off bringing in and Jameis. And at least I would have said, okay, there's a shot there.
Have you guys put those drops in yet?
Did you put them in?
I refuse to put that one in. That is offensive.
No. I have nothing left. You need to have that. You need to have that in. Him imitating Italian cold cuts. Yeah, go ahead. Just play it.
Well, you know what? If we can get a yes from Mike and a yes from Cookies, 2 Italians, then
Cookies is the fakest Italian dude on the planet.
This morning he said he was an Italian.
Yeah,
he
sure
represented
is.
by taking Italian food.
Only pasta he's ever enjoyed is hamburger helper. Get the hell out of here. Go ahead, David.
Let's stick with the quarterback
Mr.
theme.
Boyardee.
Let's stick with the quarterback theme and go to Steph Diggs' team, his actual team.
Yeah.
The New England Patriots here. Yes, they tried to improve the offensive line, bringing in Will Campbell, Garrett Bradbury. But how far can Drake May leap in year 2?
I think, look, I'm a slappy for Drake May, so I'm the wrong guy to talk to. I think he could take a huge move forward. So I'll just stay out of this and let Rico talk.
No, the fact that they brought in, they've improved the O-line. David, the fact that he got better as the year progressed. He kind of flew under the radar. I think that, and I guess what does improvement mean?
Can they threaten for the division?
Why not?
Yeah. Yeah, yes, I think that they could.
It's a one-team division. Why not?
It is. That's why I asked when we talked about Josh Allen earlier. Miami's not in this conversation for that division. No.
All right, I'm sorry.
Actually, you know what, David? We do need to apologize. That was a little rude.
That was strong. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay, at least I'm not kidding. So, okay. I'm like, we're talking about
the only way they got worse is we did Kenny's hand gesture and didn't say anything to Rico.
We're talking about the AFC East, right? I'm like, wait, is Miami not in the East?
We responded like you said the Miami Hurricanes win the AFC East.
I want to apologize.
So sorry. Let's move over to the Denver Broncos there. And the same question, similar question for their quarterback there. Can he take the next step and make them an AFC threat? Bo Nix.
I do. I'm sorry, Mike.
No, you're good. No, you first.
I think that they can. I think that Sean Payton, Bo Nix, that relationship that they have will be one that can really take off. And for an example, I compared to, I didn't think much of Goff. And then Ben Johnson said, wait, maybe if I design plays specifically for him, and I think you're going to see that. And they brought him some weapons. Yeah, I think that they can go past where they went last year and become – I don't think they're going to overtake Kansas City, but I do think that they can become a consistent playoff team.
I don't. He's like 30 years old. He is what he is. There's no juice in the orange. I'm done. But that's the best we're getting out of Bo Nix.
I think that Peyton can get everything out of Bo Nix.
He did.
I think
It's
now
just like
he's
your
got
boy
more-
Purdy.
he's
It's
got more
over.
Okay.
Yep, go drive a combine.
These Giants have hurt you.
I hate everything.
I can see.
Yeah,
You gotta stop. You
Kenny,
gotta
hey,
stop.
my opinion on Bo Nix right there. There you go. I've had enough.
You gotta stop, Kenny. Let's move over to two
He
teams.
got drafted at 26 and he turned 30 last year. Okay.
Not quarterback related with these next two teams, but it is one, the Cincinnati Bengals. Have they done enough defensively? They brought in new defensive coordinator Al Golden. They did draft Shamar Stewart, and they still have Trey Hendrickson on that roster. Have they done enough defensively?
No. Everything from losing Lou Anaromo to
Yep.
losing Jesse Bates to the Trey Hendrickson saga where that dude could up and retire right before camp, Spite Store style.
Yeah,
I'm
they
going to
never-
say no.
They never really solved it. It just kind of dissipated.
It's just sitting there.
Which
Yeah.
means that it could erupt at any moment. So, no, you're just kind of hoping that Trey's all right and just won't mention anything. And, it's like that fight that you have with, a significant other. If we don't talk about it, we can just go out and we won't continue this argument. That's what you're hoping from Trey. Because at any moment he gets upset, as Mike said, you know what? I don't need this. I made enough money. How about I just walk out?
And then one more team here. It is the Los Angeles Chargers. Yes, they have Justin Herbert. I mean, sure, he needs to take a next step, but have they done enough in the run game, bringing in Amarion Hampton and Najee Harris to help with how they want to run their team?
100%. I mean, Najee's going to be out for a contract, and Omarion Hampton was one of my favorite players in the draft. I like what they did.
And I think Harbaugh coming in, just changing the offense, took less pressure off of Herbert. Because here's the thing, Herbert is right there in the same boat. They can do
Trevor
that.
Lawrence?
He can do the Cancun trip with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, guys that I thought were going to be a lot better and was sold. And Herbert was my guy, and he's done nothing.
And Harbaugh's made the offense a little bit easy for him. Just play action.
Turn around,
Yeah,
hand the
hand
ball off, son.
throw the ball
Well, I
off.
can throw it deep. I know you can.
Yep.
Turn around, hand the ball off.
Yep, you are exactly right. That is in football today.
So we've talked about Northville Lumber for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. In Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore, they have stocked all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, and all the time they've got the lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Now's the time to plan it and build it and do it with the best in the game. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by, see the showroom, take home some samples, call Northville Lumber today, or go online to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, couple of ticket texts, and we will get it rolling. Rieger is here and ready to do business.
Someone says, forget Zion. I would pay Nas Reed, overpay if you have to. We have the room to do it this offseason. First thing needs to be done is, what is Ivy's role? If he's not the primary point guard with Cade off ball, then he needs to be traded. Another person says, I would not trade one single draft pick away for Zion. What has he shown that should suggest the Pistons do that?
Yeah, that when he's healthy, he's 27, 8, and 6, and by metric, the most efficient scorer in the league. But outside of that, you're right. He's just a lard-ass POS. You know what, guys? I'm going to get you Larry Bird in his effing prime, okay? Short Larry Bird. That's what I'm going to deliver for you. Like, I'm sorry I brought up a name that is actually on the block that is a risk-reward. You know what? Why don't we go trade for SGA? We'll put him in the backcourt with Cade. Let me make that call to Sam Presti. I'll let you know how it goes. You know, I'm not done. You people have a real problem, okay? You have a real problem. You got a mental block. Because I've dealt with this for 20 years in this town. This town is the height of insecurity. You say you're the biggest, baddest bull on the block, but you act like chihuahuas. Oh, and by the way, no player's good enough to play here, even though you cry about no one wanting to be here. Fine. You're right. No one's good enough to be here. Do it your way. I can't. Rico, I remember doing shows. People thought they could get KG for Rip. Mm-hmm. Kobe for Amen or Numbnuts. Amir Johnson. Thank you. Like, you know what? Fine, guys. I'll tell you what. We'll do what the other shows do. We'll do a bunch of fantasy beanbag radio. Giannis. Yep, you can get him for a first and a Coney. There you go. 248. I get upset because it's like Mike, I try to live in the real world.
We overvalue everybody here, and if you're not one of our guys, yeah. Right. But if you are first ballot Hall of Fame.
If Giannis were perfect, he'd never be on the block. Okay? Now look, if Donatas Sabonis says I want out of Sacramento, I would pay more and put him above Zion. That has not happened yet. I've given you the pluses and minuses of Lauri Markkanen. I'm not married to the one name, but if you want something relatively cheap, in quotes, shorter term, 3 years, and could, if this works, could vault you to be a top 3 team in the East next year, well, there's your option. Or you can bleep all over it. Let me make a phone call. I'll get you Kevin McHale in his prime.
I was about to say, or if you just want the 1-year option, you can take Rieger's guy of Durant.
We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. I heard
you
Mike
cannot win with a balding superstar.
I know.
It can't happen.
Wojo feels the same way.
Stand up for your people, Rieger.
Wow. Me, Durant, and Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah,
why would you want a 35-year-old Kevin Durant who's a loser?
He's actually going to be 36.
You don't want him here.
But we're going to explain 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock.
All right. Yeah. I mean, it's a conversation. That's not a move you need to make.
I listen. I hear you a lot. I brought it up over the
100%
weekend.
correct, Michael.
Like 50-50. Mm-hmm. I know Wojo's his biggest fan, so we're going to talk about it.
Why do you only want bald guys or fat guys? Trae Young, Kevin Durant, and Zion.
Is Trae Young fat?
No,
he's bald.
Yeah, he's bald.
You don't
he said,
him.
He looks better,
or.
His hair looks better, doesn't it, Trae Young?
No.
It looks a little better
than what? A mop?
I mean, than it used to be. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Why don't these guys just shave their damn heads? I mean, Mike shaved his head for no reason. He's got a beautiful head of hair.
Yeah, 15, 20 years ago.
Remember
but
that?
yeah. But it was
Honestly,
very convenient.
I thought he was balding, and then he took off his hat one day, and I was like, why did you shave your head?
I just felt like it.
Exactly.
Did you lose a bet?
No, I just didn't care.
You just woke up one morning and choose violence.
Tried something different. Yeah.
He was
you
going
don't need a little
stage.
variety. Like, don't you think Thibodeau, his body language would get less aggressive and less tense if he just shaved that little stupid patch on his head?
Honest to God, I blame you, Michael.
Why is that?
He talks about Thibodeau every single show.
It's offensive.
I'm sorry.
It's offensive to me. To us follically challenged people.
It was funny the first 4,000 times. Trust it from someone who never beats a bit to death, okay? Oh,
sorry.
I do.
You go to Little Caesars Arena and people are like, hey, Wojo, Happy New Year.
Yeah.
So, Pistons, KD,
Michigan, Tigers.
You going to break down the Met Gala?
Yeah.
No.
The Met Gala. Oh, no, thank God you're on board with the anti-KD thing, because this little monster over here is going to have to be sedated.
That's not a move you make if you're the Pistons. He doesn't fit the culture.
No.
He doesn't fit your window. No.
1 year?
No,
$50 million?
Now, if
54 million, actually.
Look, if you're Houston or if you're the Knicks and you have a shorter window, then you can go there. That's not what I want for the Pistons. Pistons are set up to be really good.
The Rockets looked pretty doggish last night, I got to say.
Where are all those Jalen Green fruiters?
That's a fair point.
He's been brutal in the playoffs, with the exception of the one game.
One game he scored 38.
Yeah,
and
then the rest
like
he struggled
15.
to get double digits.
Where are all those truthers, Rico?
Probably don't want to go out there and taunt the Warriors.
I'm not sure what you guys are talking about because
that did not age well. The whole Warriors come out and play.
Well, there's a lot of people that don't believe in Cade after missing that shot in Game 4.
Yeah, I have a name for those people.
Shot.
Idiots.
Yeah, but kind of wish he made that shot.
All right. They're
we might
coming
be playing
up
basketball
next.
against the Celtics today. That'd be cool.
Saying.
You wouldn't want that. You're better off. Go to Cancun.
Yeah.
You don't want what the Celtics.
I would want to see it. Come on. Do you think the Pistons could have taken a game?
No.
A game?
No.
Lead for one half.
Unless the Celtics decided they were bored. No.
lead
You had no
for
chance.
one.
Do you know
Could
what
be leading a quarter, Woj.
Do you know what the Celtics
Just
are?
one
Hold
quarter.
on. The
First to
series
15.
price. What do you think the Celtics series price is against the Knicks?
Hold on.
Minus 264.
I'm going to go higher than that. Minus 380.
Minus 900.
Oh, shut up.
Are you serious?
I don't make the news. I just report it.
It's
they
minus
watch-
900.
Did they watch Brunson against the Pistons?
So what is it for the Knicks to win the series? Plus what?
A
Plus
trillion.
680 or something. It's ridiculous.
So minus 900. Hey.
By the way, we have
Pull over to the side of the
confirmation.
road.
We have confirmation. Someone has recovered Asur Thompson from his power slide out of the arena.
Oh, no. And I like people that try to pretend like he got shoved.
Please stay to the right for my cruise. Asur Thompson's in a ditch.
I thought he did, Wojo, the way he fell. I'm
Stay in your
like,
car.
did he just pull a Byron Russell and shove him out the? No, he didn't.
Woodward Avenue's blocked. Asur Thompson is still power sliding.
Oh, no.
All right.
Thanks
He
to
was
my
happy after
cameras.
the game.
I checked my cameras and I saw him still
do
sliding.
that. You can't do that. He had a good series.
He did. It's just that moment. It was just.
That we'll see
Once again.
forever and ever and ever.
Once again, ask Byron Russell or who was the Cleveland Cavalier?
Oh, Craig Elo?
Ask the midday aficionados if that three-pointer was ethical enough for them.
Oh. No, the better play was that under the basket, whoop-de-doo, twirly-doo.
Unethical.
Oh,
yeah,
my.
Wojo, but certain things like ask Tyronn Lue, you got stepped over.
Yeah.
Did you hear Brunson on his podcast?
Okay.
When he said,
All right, we have to leave.
He's doing a good job. He always does this to me.
We
at,
have to leave.
All right.
Rico,
Oh, you guys
read.
gotta go?
At
Yes.
6:55.
Cut him off. Planet Fitness offers